Mending the Billionaire movie star. Written by Bree Livingston. Copyright 2019. Chapter 1. Penelope Cooper smiled as she opened the door of her beachfront home for her identical twin sister. In true theatrical form, Paige had called and demanded to come over to the house, excited about news that simply had to be told in person. Before her sister could even get through the door, Paige was jumping up and down, her wavy honey blonde hair bouncing around her arms. "I have the best surprise ever." Penelope's shoulders sagged. "Fabulous." Most of the time, the hour-long drive from Pensacola was too much of a hassle for Paige to even bother visiting. If she was this excited, it was a scheme, and it most definitely involved Penelope, which meant nothing good would come from it. George, Penelope's standard poodle, barked excitedly. She'd worked with him on manners lately, so at least all four of his paws stayed on the ground. "George," Penelope said. He quieted and promptly sat at her feet. She returned her focus to Paige, who bounced into the house. "You remember how the celebrity proposal show was running a contest?" her sister asked as she whirled around. "Yes. I heard about it from some of my dog grooming clients. I kinda sorta entered you." Penelope's breath caught in her throat, and she blinked. "What?" Paige was great at making Penelope miserable. Their history was pockmarked by Paige generously doing favors for her. "I entered." "You?" Paige beamed with excitement. "And you won. The producer is going to be interviewing you." "Why on earth would you do that?" "Angus MacLachlan is a drop-dead gorgeous billionaire." A dreamy look settled on her face. "If you think he's so great, why didn't you sign yourself up?" "Why me?" Penelope knew why. Because Paige loved seeing her squirm. Paige shrugged. "He seems more your type. Tall, red hair, blue eyes." Penelope leveled her gaze. "But Angus MacLachlan? Black. With a giant helping of nope sauce." Paige's face fell. "Black? What do you mean, black?" "I mean," Penelope said firmly, "no thanks. He's a jerk. Or at least that's the face he puts out to the world. A filthy rich, pompous, Scottish jerk. He's rude and nasty, and he's been with more women than Hugh Hefner." Spitting on photographers and verbally berating a female fan didn't help his persona either. Just because the papers say something doesn't mean it's true. Paige stared her down. "You entered me into a contest I have no desire to be a part of. What makes you think I'll go?" Penelope felt her ears getting hot. Paige walked to the kitchen, whistling as she twirled a piece of her hair. Penelope's mouth went dry. Paige had impersonated her more than once, leaving her to pick up the pieces and make amends. "What did you do, Paige?" Paige chewed her bottom lip and wouldn't meet her gaze. "Paige. I may have pretended to be you, and signed a contract stating you'd go." Penelope braced her hands on the kitchen counter, her fingernails turning white from the pressure. "You impersonated me to sign it, now impersonate me again, and you go. I can't be held to that contract when you signed it. Tell them the truth." Paige's jaw dropped. "I would be charged with fraud if I admitted that." "You'd really let me go to jail?" "I thought a little all-expenses-paid trip would be fun." "Look, the worst that could happen is you meet with the producers and they don't like you. They probably won't even let you be on the show. No harm, no foul. Right?" Penelope groaned. What a mess Paige had gotten her into. There was no good way out of it. She certainly couldn't throw her sister under the bus, even though Paige was continually throwing her under without glancing back. "And who's going to look after George?" "You." "Why not me?" Paige bent down and rubbed George's head, eliciting a happy bark. "We can hang for 12 weeks, can't we, buddy?" George's tail wagged so hard the air whooshed. Traitor. Penelope also wondered if he was agreeing with Paige. "I don't understand why you do this stuff." "Because I'm worried about you. You go to work, come home, and never do anything fun. You're 32 years old, Penny, but you act like you're 80. Right, Paige was worried about her. Penelope rolled her eyes. Don't call me Penny. Penelope pursed her lips. I don't act like I'm 80. I act like I'm happy with my life the way it is. I enjoy being a dog groomer. I love coming home and finding things where I left them. Why can't you let me be? Because I don't think you're as happy as you claim. Paige leaned her hip against the counter. Penelope narrowed her eyes and glared at her sister. I don't have to go on dates all the time to be happy. Paige clenched her jaw. That's not fair. Just because I like to go out and have fun doesn't mean I'm a serial dater. It means I'm picky. I have a rating system. Shaking her head, Penelope crossed her arms over her chest. No, you aren't picky. You're impossible. I helped you come up with a system, and you've added to it since your breakup with Tyler. Don't say that name. Tyler. Paige growled. Real mature. You know it was more than a breakup. You know what he did to me. She switched from angry to weepy in a millisecond. Oh great. Now she was going to cry. Penelope dropped her arms and gathered her sister into a hug. I'm sorry, Paige. I know it hurt. Penelope couldn't stand to see anyone hurting. It didn't matter what they may have done to her. She couldn't keep herself from wanting to soothe an ache, especially a heartache. She was beginning to wonder if it was a character flaw. I want to see you find someone that will make you happy. Paige sniffed. Yeah, right. I don't need someone to make me happy. I can be happy by myself. If I end up with someone, it will be because I love them and enjoy their company. Paige softened, and her shoulders sagged. She stepped back and looked at Penelope with her eyebrows raised, a crease between them. Oh no. No. Don't you give me the sad eyes. Paige stuck her bottom lip out. And the lip too? She batted her lashes. Penelope hung her head and pinched the bridge of her nose. Letting out an exasperated sigh, she lifted her gaze to Paige and said, Fine. I'll go. But only to save you from jail. Paige's face lit up, and she clapped like a performing seal. Yay! They'll take one look at me and send me home. Paige sucked her teeth. You don't know that. You're attractive, funny, intelligent. Penelope rolled her eyes. And completely uninterested in Angus MacLachlan. You say that now. Maybe he's not a complete jerk. Maybe he's a nice guy who got a bad rap. Her sister shrugged. Or maybe he's exactly what he appears to be and is a giant jerk. He's not going to like me. She would make sure of that, even if she had to stop showering. Paige clasped her hands over Penelope's. Sis, just go with an open mind. You never know. What if he was hurt like me? What if he didn't have anyone that loved him through it like you loved me? If it hadn't been for you, I'd probably be a bigger pain in my butt than you already are. Her sister's scowl answered Penelope's grin. Then Paige returned her grin. We'll get you a great outfit for meeting the producers, and when they pick you, we'll get an entire wardrobe. One without dog hair, snags or stains. Shopping? Could the day get any worse? Penelope's lip turned up in a half curl. Elvis called. He wants his lip curl back. Now, what are we going to do with your hair? Paige grinned. Chapter 2. Angus, listen. Your image killed your career, Chief. This is a chance to redeem yourself so you can get offers coming in again, Finn said. Angus grunted. Finn was right, but he hated hearing the truth. The truth was always ugly and uncomfortable. And lately, Angus avoided anything that even remotely caused him discomfort. It wasn't like he needed the work. He was a billionaire. He'd taken his movie earnings and invested well enough that he didn't have to worry about anything. Only, he loved acting, and the thought of losing his career crushed him. We've been mates since we were kids. Well before your big break, and well before you were a hit with the ladies. I remember the pure lanky, dorky Angus. Well, you're the only one. Finn exhaled and joined Angus on the couch in the green room. All these other people around you have ulterior motives. I don't. That's why you keep me around. He kept him around because he was familiar. Whatever. Just because I put up with your raging doesn't mean I'll take it from you. You know I'm right. You need to go to this meeting with a smile on your face and a better attitude. Fake it if you have to. Unless, of course, you've decided you're done acting. Angus glanced at Finn. I love acting. I hate the business. No, you hate the agent who double-crossed you and broke your heart. And the difference is? Not everyone is going to do that. Stop assuming the whole world wants to use you for your fame and then drop you. Aren't we supposed to be at a meeting? Finn sighed. Yeah, let's get out there. Remember what I said. If you can't be pleasant, use your gift and act it. Outside the green room, the producer, Barbara Freeman, waited for Angus with a warm, toothy smile. Angus, she said and hugged him. Barb was his agent when he first arrived in Hollywood 20 years prior. She'd taken a chance on a scrawny 19-year-old kid from Castle Bay, Scotland, and through the years, she'd become like a mother to him. It's good to see you, Barb. How's it going? The room Barb fixed up for the casting call looked nearly identical to the green room he'd just left, only with a one-way glass so he could see the women without them seeing him. He'd negotiated with Barb to make sure he had a say in who was chosen to be on the show. But Barb insisted on having full control of the contest and who won, which allowed her to pick one of the contestants. Barb's idea for the show was to only have 4 girls in the competition, the contest winner and 3 who applied to be on the show. She hoped it would allow for a more intimate setting and would be a better way to show the public that Angus had truly changed. That left Angus with the control of picking 3 girls from the casting call. It was also Barb's idea to keep them through the whole show. Eliminating someone once a week didn't seem to jive with trying to fix his image. Plus, the idea of teary-eyed, broken-hearted women didn't sit well with him. Granted, he was pretty sure there'd be a flap when he didn't propose, but if there was no connection, he couldn't help that, right? They didn't have to know he had no intention of making any sort of an attempt to find love. We have some beautiful girls. Bright, interesting, and interested in you. She winked. He gave her a blank stare. That helps. Are you staying back here the entire time to listen to the interviews? Finn nodded. Yes, he is. Angus threw Finn a quick glare. Barb continued. Oh, I forgot to mention that Clara will be joining us as well. Angus flinched inwardly, like a whip hit him. He could feel the color draining from his face. No, that wasn't what we agreed to, Barb. I don't want her here. Clara brightened. He hated even hearing her name. We didn't have a choice. She threatened to sue if she was cut out of it. Signing a 5-year contract with her was the worst mistake he'd ever made. He'd trusted her and signed it without looking it over. It wasn't a standard contract, and now he was stuck with her for another 2 years. Angus looked at Finn and silently pleaded with him. Do they have to be in the same room? Finn asked. Barb's smile faded. Well, you don't have to be, but according to the contract you have with her, she's allowed to sit in on any meetings you have. You'd think she'd be happy with the 20% she doesn't have to work for, Finn said. Angus jammed his hands into the pockets of his jeans as he stalked to an upholstered chair and flopped down. Let it go, Finn. You're never going to be free of that woman. Why does she want to be involved with a stupid reality show anyway? Finn asked. I'm sorry, Barb said. I'll be fine. Just start the interviews, Angus said. Part of him wanted to bolt from the room at the very thought of breathing the same air as Clara, but he had no choice in the matter. Finn took a seat next to Angus. When's she supposed to be here? How about now? Clara asked from the doorway. Angus glanced at her. Still beautiful. Still sultry. Still evil. Clara's glossy black hair grazed her shoulders as she strolled into the room. She'd cut it since the last time he saw her. Her dark eyes caught his gaze, and she winked. "Hello, Angus. Still as yummy as last time. Don't talk to me." She gave an exaggerated pout. "Ah, is that any way to be?" Angus ignored the comment and stared out the one-way glass. His throat constricted. He'd never been the weepy type, but Clara had broken him. She'd used his love for her by turning it into a weapon against him. He clenched his jaw to hold the emotions at bay. "Leave him alone, Clara." "Oh, Finn, I've missed you too." Her voice was silky sweet. Barb looked at them and flashed a nervous smile before leaving the room. Through the window, Angus saw her enter the waiting room and greet the first candidate, a tall, busty woman from the Midwest. "Hi, I'm Meadow Moon." Angus shook his head. "Stage name?" "No." The show was plenty fake without picking a woman who wouldn't even use her real name. While he was determined to stay away from stage names, he was also determined to pick 3 women he had no interest in whatsoever. The idea of being in a relationship with anyone made him sick to his stomach. Giving someone else the opportunity to use him didn't sit well with him at all. Barb asked a few more questions. "Well, it was lovely to meet you, Ms. Moon. If you're selected, we'll give you a call. You should be hearing from us within the next couple of weeks." Meadow smiled brightly as she gathered her purse and walked out of the room. Clara strolled to a chair and sat, crossing her legs. Meadow Moon. I don't know who her agent is, but that name is not built for A-list status. Ignoring the comment, Angus slouched farther into the chair. He should have listened to his family. To Barb. The little angel on his shoulder screaming for mercy as he signed his name on that piece of paper. 2 more years with this woman. She'd brought him to his knees. How much more miserable would he be in 2 years? Did he love acting enough to continue? As the interviews progressed, Angus tried to focus on the candidates. None of them really piqued his interest. They were pretty and well-dressed. Most were educated. All were flirty, their gazes occasionally darting to the window. But most appeared to be more fascinated with the prospect of being on TV than in who they'd be spending time with. He reminded himself that he wasn't looking for a match anyway. "You aren't listening," Finn whispered. "You take over. Okay?" Angus had already begrudgingly picked 2 of the women who seemed friendly, even though he had no interest in them, but his patience was growing thin. He hated even thinking about all these women and whether they were safe or not. "Sure, bud." Angus rested his chin in his hand and let his vision blur. He knew his image needed a fresh coat of paint, but he hated the idea of a reality show. Finn and Barb had worked hard to get it set up for him. All his other so-called friends had dropped like flies as soon as his movie roles dried up. He'd been the highest-paid leading man only 2 years ago. Clara. The catalyst that had changed his life and taken away everything he'd worked for. Angus pushed the thoughts away. The show would start in September, which was a little over a month away, and he'd approach it like all the other roles he played. Reality television was about to get Angus's best performance. Chapter 3. Hello, Ms. Cooper. My name is Barbara Freeman, but you can call me Barb. I'll be interviewing you. Barb invited Penelope into her office and waved a hand toward the chair across from hers. Penelope smiled and took a seat. Okay. Is Angus going to be here? No. If you're selected, he'll see you when filming starts. Oh. At least that was one thing that went in her favor. So, how have you liked LA so far? Well, it's been 6 years since I've been in traffic like that. The ride from the airport to the hotel was terrifying. By the time the car stopped, I was grateful to be alive. Oh, was the driver bad? Penelope shook her head. No, he was great. It was the other people whizzing by and whipping in and out of traffic that made me think it would be safer to walk. Barb laughed. Yes, we do have some fast drivers. I'd say so. Other than that? Penelope shrugged. It's pretty. I've never stayed in a hotel so nice. The pool is amazing. That's good. Barb grinned. I have to ask, when I spoke to you on the phone, you said you don't want to be on the show, and yet, here you are. Why did you audition if you weren't interested? Promise me my sister and I won't get in trouble. Barb eyed her a moment. All right. Penelope fidgeted with her fingers. Well, see, I have an identical twin sister, Paige. She thought I needed more fun in my life and auditioned as me. She signed the contract to be on the show. I really don't want her in trouble, though. Barb was quiet long enough that it made Penelope nervous. I'll pretend I didn't hear that, then. Penelope relaxed. Thank you. So, tell me about yourself. What do you want to know? She wanted nothing more than to botch the interview, but she couldn't bring herself to lie. Did you go to college? I have an accounting degree from Florida State. Barbara looked down at the clipboard she was holding. And you live in Destin, Florida, right? Yes, born and raised there. And you're a dog groomer instead of an accountant? How did that come about? Penelope took a deep breath. How in the world did she explain that? Well, I worked for an accounting firm in San Diego for a couple years, but I got tired of it. That was partially true. She paused, her heart aching from thinking about it. It was a portion of her life Paige had no idea about. I got burned out being an accountant, so I moved back to Destin and started working with a dog groomer. I enjoyed it so much that I decided to make a career of it. Barb nodded. Have you ever been involved with anyone? She swallowed hard. Yes, but I'd appreciate if that wasn't made public. I don't like lying, and no one knows about it. No one? Penelope shook her head. I was really awkward in high school, so I didn't get asked out much. Not that I didn't like guys. It just wasn't mutual. Then in college, I had a scholarship. In order to keep it, I had to maintain my grades. I didn't have time to date. Barb tilted her head and squinted as if she couldn't believe it. So, that's the only one? Can you tell me what happened? The question made her pulse quicken as she fought back painful memories. Tom. I'd rather not. Okay. Barb's pen scratched across the paper as she made notes. May I ask when this was? She sighed. Right out of college. I was young and stupid and thought my happiness depended on someone else. Barb nodded. All right, what else can you tell me about yourself? Penelope wiped her sweaty palms down her skirt. I love Errol Flynn movies. Sometimes, I think I was born in the wrong time period. Things were simple back then, or at least it seems so. I like 80s music. She bit her lip and looked down. To be honest, I don't think I'm a good fit for Angus. I'm a simple person and love simple things. Flashy dresses, high heels, and public displays don't appeal to me. Is that your impression of Angus? Yes. I mean, I don't know him personally, but that's the face he presents to the world. And the only reason I know that is because of the magazines in the grocery store that I can't avoid as I check out. Barb nodded as she seemed to mull over the words. You don't think there might be a reason behind it? That doesn't give him the right to treat people badly. Or tear up hotels or spit at people. I agree. Barb nodded and wrote a few more notes. Okay. Describe your perfect date. Penelope grinned. April 25th. You know, not too hot or too cold. I just need a light sweater. Barb slapped a hand over her mouth as she laughed. Miss Congeniality, nice. Loved that movie. It's one of my favorite movies, if you're talking this century. Do I get a real answer now? My favorite date is the one where we can sit and talk. Getting to know someone is exciting and fun, and you can't do that in a club or a movie theater. Penelope picked at the hem of her blouse. San Diego. The best date I ever had, her first date with Tom. The memory twisted, the tiny knives buried her in heart. We sat on a patio. The weather was perfect, and there was a breeze. The smell of the salt from the ocean would blow in, and it was like I was sailing on land. He was so interesting and funny. I'm a sucker for a great smile, and he had one that would just. She looked up. Go on. Penelope shook her head as tears clouded her vision. The worst 2 years of her life. If she couldn't tell Paige, she certainly couldn't tell a stranger. That romance must have really beaten you up. Barb's intense stare made Penelope shift in her seat. It's over, and I'm fine. I'm happy being single. I love my life and where I'm at. Dwelling on the past does nothing but stifle the future. Decent insight for someone so young. I'm 32. I'm not that young. Barb cocked an eyebrow. Darling, anyone below my age bracket is young. Penelope snorted. On the application, you said you're diabetic. Yeah, I mostly control it with diet, and I take insulin at night. Are there any accommodations you need? I don't think it's going to matter, but I'd need a fridge to keep my insulin in. Can you take time from your business if you stay the entire 12 weeks? If that happens, which it won't, my business will be fine. I have an excellent staff. Barb ignored the first part of her statement. Are you comfortable living in a house with 3 other women? Penelope blinked. I've put up with my sister. I guess I would be. How about with being under the same roof as Angus MacLachlan? What did it matter? She was purposefully tanking this interview. I'd be fine. You'll be staying in Montana. Each of you will have your own room, but you will be sharing the rest of the house. Like she cared. Angus MacLachlan is going to take one look at me and send me home. Barb smirked. Oh, I doubt that, darling. I'll make sure of it. Barb threw her head back and laughed. When she stopped, a smile lingered as she leveled her gaze at Penelope. I like you. You've made it through. I have a few more forms for you to sign, medical, liability, that sort of thing. I'll see you when shooting begins in September. September? Snow in Montana is romantic. And cold and wet, Penelope countered. Barb stood. Penelope, it's been a delight to speak with you. I hope you enjoy the rest of your stay and have a safe flight home. What had just happened? Taken aback, Penelope got to her feet, suppressing the flood of mixed emotions at the realization that she'd failed to get out of the contest. She was in, and thanks to Paige again, she couldn't get out now. Penelope looked at Barb. Thanks, I think. Chapter 4. Finn sat on the edge of the bed as Angus paced in his bedroom in the Montana lodge. Why did I agree to do this? It's stupid. I'm not even interested in dating, much less proposing marriage in 12 weeks. Angus rubbed the back of his neck. It was nearly sunset, and filming would begin soon. I know, but if you want your career back, you're going to have to convince the public that you aren't a nasty, horrible human being. You're lucky you're getting this shot at redemption, Finn said. Angus raked a hand through his hair, and his shoulders sagged. I know. His broken heart had fueled his anger, and it had bled into every aspect of his life. Now, he wasn't simply starting from scratch. When he started, no one hated him. Finn exhaled. Listen, I know it was bad, but these women aren't Clara. I'm not saying you have to fall in love, but you can be charming and funny. I know, because I've been the one they ignore while you do your charm thing. Angus groaned. Okay. He knew Finn was right, but the idea of pretending to like a woman, any woman, made him cringe. A year wasn't nearly long enough to get over what Clara put him through and was still putting him through. At least Barb wasn't going to make him propose. Finn smacked his shoulder. Thata boy. Get that flashy smile on and keep it there. Angus rested his hand on the knob while he got his thoughts in order. This show was going to help. He needed to put everything else on the back burner. He took a deep breath, smiling as he opened the door and made his way to the kitchen off the great room. The host, Vincent Milan, would be introducing him any second. "And here is our bachelor, Angus MacLachlan," Vincent announced. Angus maintained his smile as he stepped inside the great room. With a quick glance, he noted 3 women standing in a row on one side of the room. For a split second, his smile faltered as he wondered where the 4th woman might be. Had she quit? Barb had picked her. Maybe his ex-manager had a change of heart. One of the women Angus had picked, Zora Klein, gave him a small wave and winked. Great. He hoped she was just playing it up for the show. "Hey, Angus." Vincent shook his hand as Angus stopped next to him. "Hi, Vincent. Well, this is it. Are you looking forward to finding Miss Right?" "Absolutely." Vincent smiled at the camera and then returned his attention to Angus. "So, the past year, it was a little rough on you." Angus nodded. "I let fame go to my head and, as a result, made some bad choices. I'd offer up an excuse if I had one, but I don't. Just pure stupidity on my part." "Well, how about we get on with the introductions?" "You bet." Vincent nodded toward the lady standing to the side, and Zora sashayed over. He'd picked her for eye candy. Dark hair that hung just at her shoulders with fringy bangs, dark eyes, and creamy skin. Her personality, on the other hand, wasn't his cup of tea at all. She seemed pushy and fame-driven. It would be easy to maintain his distance from her, but she'd be pleasing to the eyes, at least. "This is Zora Klein. She's a hospice nurse hailing from Florida." "Hi." She shook Angus's hand and smiled. The way her gaze roamed over him made him feel like a worm on a hook. "Nice to meet you, Zora." Her smile turned sultry as she batted her lashes. "Pleasure is all mine. I love your Scottish accent." Angus had heard that many times, and it took effort not to roll his eyes. When had compliments become lead weights? She stepped closer. "I'm so glad I was picked to be on the show. I'm really looking forward to getting to know you." I'm looking forward to getting to know you as well." He smiled as she walked to the other side of the room. Vincent called the next finalist. "This is Amber Grace, a social worker from South Dakota." Amber was the second girl Angus had picked. He'd chosen her because she wasn't as interested in him as much as she was interested in being on the arm of someone walking the red carpet. Not fame-driven like Zora, but attention-driven and high-maintenance. "Hi, it's nice to meet you." "Hello, Amber." He shook her hand. "It's nice to meet you too." Amber was what Angus thought of as classically attractive. Proportional features, high cheekbones, and well-dressed. She knew she was beautiful, and she played up every feature. As she moved to the other side of the room, Vincent said, "And our 3rd finalist is Jeannie Nichols from Delaware. When she isn't working on her family's farm, she's a pharmacist." Angus could see why Finn picked her. As far as looks, Jeannie was beyond attractive with blonde hair, curves, and a fantastic smile. And a farmer? Not only did it surprise him, but it also caught his interest. Angus's family was sheep farmers. If nothing else, they had something in common to talk about. Maybe she would counterbalance Zora. The 12 weeks would feel more like weeks instead of years. Jeannie smiled and shook Angus's hand. She seemed genuine, but he felt no spark. 3 women, and all 3 gave him the assurance that he'd be as unattached when the show ended as he was currently. Inwardly, he sighed in relief. "Hi, how are you this evening?" "I'm good," she drawled. "Thank you for asking." "It's nice to meet you." "Nice to meet you too." Jeannie squeezed his hand before releasing it and walking over to the other women. Vincent looked at the camera. "Our next finalist is special. Instead of being interviewed, she won a contest. Of course, our producers made sure she'd make a good match for our bachelor, but," he said and touched Angus's back, "our celebrity here hasn't seen her yet." The more the man talked, the more anxious Angus became. Barb had picked this woman. He didn't know what she had up her sleeve, but knowing Barb, Angus would live to regret it. If you'd like to see behind-the-scenes footage, visit our website shown at the bottom of your screen. We'll be right back after this commercial break. He put his hand over the mic on his lapel and leaned over. Any sparks? Oh, definitely. The kind welding made with noises like nails on a chalkboard. Finn walked up behind him and palmed his shoulder, whispering, "You okay?" "I'm fine." Angus paused. "Have you seen the fourth finalist?" "Nope." "Barb won't budge." "I'm guessing a total Eden." Angus shook his head. Barb wouldn't pick an ogre for him, but she would pick someone she thought he'd like. Barb wouldn't do that. The ugly ones have good personalities. Angus eyed Finn. "And you wonder why you can't find someone?" "Grow up, Finn." "I'm kidding." Finn laughed as he moved off the set. If only he was funny. The only reason Angus kept him around was because he was comfortable. Lately, Angus felt that reason wasn't good enough anymore. Finn could be a buffer while the show was filming. And now we're back. Angus quickly put on his red carpet grin. "Are you ready to meet our last finalist?" he asked as he turned to Angus. He nodded. "Absolutely." Vincent waved his hand toward the double doors leading to the outside balcony. "This is our contest winner, Penelope Cooper. She's from Destin, Florida, and owns her own dog grooming business." The doors opened, and the woman Barb had picked walked in. She certainly wasn't cookie-cutter like the rest. Her wavy, honey-blonde hair hung down her back, and by the looks of it, there were no gels or sprays in it. She didn't have pounds of makeup on, and her plain white cotton dress complemented her sun-kissed skin and deep green eyes. Penelope wasn't stick-thin. Not overweight, but Angus couldn't count her ribs either. She was no less than a foot shorter than his 6'1". If he was honest, he'd say she was a natural beauty. Different from the others in the way she carried herself. She wasn't trying to win him over, show off, or be something she wasn't. She walked to where they were standing but stopped 4 feet away from Angus, surprising him. She made no move to shake his hand or even so much as bat an eyelash. If he had to gauge temperature, he'd say she was an Arctic blast. Even taking into consideration his bad behavior, women still flirted with him, but not her, which set her apart. Angus tilted his head and studied her. She seemed as uninterested in him as he was her. He was glad she won. "Hello." "Hi," she said, her voice trembling slightly. The other women hadn't seemed nervous at all. There was something appealing about that. He quickly doused that thought. She could be appealing to someone else. "So, Penny," Vincent began to say. "Penelope. Penelope, were you excited when you found out you were going to be on the show?" Her hand trembled as she tucked a piece of hair behind her ear. It was clear she wasn't comfortable being in front of a camera. "Not really. My sister entered me and didn't tell me," Penelope replied, clasping her hands in front of her. Vincent blinked and coughed, clearly not expecting that answer. Well, what do you think now that you're here?" "I think I'd hate to be in charge of cleaning this place. I bet the taxes are astronomical. And that lawn? Who mows that thing?" Definitely different. She actually didn't want to be on the show. Angus wasn't sure if he liked that or not. On one hand, he wouldn't have to worry about letting her down easy, and on the other, why wasn't she interested in being on the show? Everyone wanted 15 minutes of fame. And he wasn't that bad of a catch, was he? "Well, that's our contest winner, Penelope Cooper. It sure was nice to meet you." She gave what appeared to be a forced smile. "You too." Instead of taking her place with the other contestants, she marched back out the doors. Angus stood stunned as he watched Penelope exit the room. "Well, at least she's honest," he said under his breath. Vincent covered the mic again. He kept his game show smile and whispered, "A little too honest. Looks like you've got 3 viable choices." "I don't know." She's not nearly as attractive as these other ladies, Vincent continued to whisper. He turned his camera face on and took his hand off the mic. How about a little mingling before we chat with the finalists alone? As if on cue, Zora sauntered up to them. She lifted an eyebrow. So, are the bad boy ways gone for good, or is there a little of him left in there? He didn't have to worry about falling for this one. I think bad boy Angus is gone. I've had plenty of him for the foreseeable future. Zora pouted. Ah, too bad. All good and no bad makes you dull. It's okay to have a little fun. A little fun, yes, but I wasn't having a little fun. I was being mean and vindictive. My behavior was uncalled for, he said with as much conviction as he could muster. It was the truth. He was done with the wild parties and behavior. Clara might have him in a vice for the next 2 years, but that didn't mean he had to destroy his life. Well, I wasn't expecting such a convincing response. She was inching uncomfortably close. Amber and Jeannie approached from the right. Is this overwhelming for you? Amber asked. Angus caught a slight eye roll from Zora. I doubt it. I bet you're used to the attention and love it, Zora said. Jeannie leaned in. I'm just gonna come out and say it. I adore you, and I think you've gotten a bad rap. I bet underneath all that red hair and temper is the sweetest man alive. She giggled. Vincent looked at Angus with his game show expression, expectantly waiting for him to charm her and the audience. Angus grinned and looked down. I'm trying, at least. The show had just started, and he already wanted to leave. Chapter 5. Penelope stood just outside the doors, avoiding all the hoopla. Paige would pay for this. When Penelope had flown to LA to meet the producer, she'd never imagined actually being on the show. She watched as the show's host, Vincent, and Angus schmoozed with the other 3 finalists. Bleck. Zora, Amber, and Jeannie all seemed to be interested in Angus. Cameras were everywhere. Every so often, one of the women would bark with laughter. The flirting was disgusting. By the time Jeannie squealed with laughter for the umpteenth time, Penelope was done with the show and the showmanship. She stalked to the back patio overlooking the massive grounds. Maybe if she was difficult enough, she'd get sent home for being ornery. It was certainly worth a shot. She had to admit the place was beautiful. The 3-story lodge was nestled in the mountains, and green grass spread out in all directions. When standing at the front door, the large covered patio she was standing on could be seen through ceiling-to-floor windows along the back of the building. The patio was inviting with plenty of seating and a large gas fire pit. A second seating area with a large wooden fireplace with logs as big as her calves glowed red in the corner with 4 chairs sitting in front of it. When she'd first walked into the lodge and looked up, the dark wood beams crisscrossing the ceiling were high enough to cause nosebleeds. Despite how cavernous it was, it exuded a feeling of hominess and warmth. Outside, it looked like a log cabin, but inside, smooth walls were painted in warm earthy browns. The great room was filled with leather sofas and a large stone fireplace that went from floor to ceiling. From what she understood, Barb and the film crew would be using the top 2 floors. That area was off-limits. Otherwise, they were free to go anywhere they wanted. Of course, they'd have cameras following them everywhere they went. Too bad she was going to be sent home. Other than being filmed, it might have been nice to have a little vacation there. Penelope. I thought we'd find you out here. Vincent's voice boomed from behind her. Great. She grimaced and turned. Hi. I thought you'd like another chance to speak with Angus. Why? Vincent's eyes widened, and he stammered before finding his voice again. Well, are there any questions you have for him? Not really. She stared straight at Angus. Angus returned her stare. So, your sister entered you? Penelope swallowed hard. She was fine until he held her gaze. Yes. Up close, Angus was gorgeous. His classic red hair was combed back and long enough that it rested on his shoulders and complemented his piercing ice-blue eyes. Normally she hated facial hair on a man, but his was flattering. Her heart thrummed in her ears. "You don't want to be here?" She needed to get it together. He was a pretty face, a great actor, and she wasn't interested. Not at all." Angus squinted. "May I ask why?" As beautiful as he was bad news. She couldn't get that video of him yelling at that fan out of her head. Stupid Facebook. Penelope squared her shoulders. "Because you and I both know this is a show. It's a stunt aimed at fixing your image so you can bring in movie roles again. I can assure you it's not. Maybe if she was a big enough jerk, Angus would force them to send her home." She lifted an eyebrow. "Please. Do women fall for that stuff you're shoveling?" "Because I'm not. You behaved badly, and now you're using this relationship nonsense and us to show the general public you've changed. I'm not buying it. You don't know anything." Angus's voice rose. "By the way you responded, I'd say I'm closer to the truth than you want me to be." Vincent cleared his throat and looked from Penelope to Angus. "Well." Angus's eyebrows were pinched together, and his face was nearly as red as his hair. "You don't know anything about me." True, but she needed off this show without getting Paige locked up. "I know enough. You celebrities are all alike. You get a taste of fame, and all of a sudden, the world needs to worship you. You think because you whisper sweet nothings and give false promises that you can sweep a woman off her feet and pretend long enough that people will forget your bad behavior. This show is a fake, and so are you." Ha! She knew they wouldn't keep her there now. "And it's time for a break," Vincent said, pulling Angus with him off the patio. Penelope trembled as she braced her hands on the railing. Her heart raced. She hated being so mean, but she didn't want to stay. With as much editing as the producers were going to have to do on her clips, they would be lucky to have anything left for the first episode. "It seems you made an impression," Barb said as she sidled up next to her. "I'm sorry. I just have no desire to stay." Her stomach was in knots. Barb giggled. "You do remember this first night is being filmed live, right?" "No," Penelope whispered, touching her fingers to her mouth. She could feel her face draining of color, and she closed her eyes. Great. She didn't remember reading that. Though, the fine print on the contract hadn't seemed important since she wasn't planning on sticking around. "Oh yeah, and our audience loves you." You said exactly what they were thinking. You put Angus on the spot, and they ate it up. Tears pooled in her eyes. "I didn't mean to, I thought it would be." "You thought it would be cut." Penelope nodded. "I did." She felt awful. Angus was so mad, and maybe even a little hurt. If she'd known it was live, she wouldn't have been so hateful. Of course, she would have been honest, but there were ways to do that without being rude. Angus isn't the one calling the shots on this show. At least, not where you're concerned. That little showdown got us ratings. But if you're determined to go home, I guess I could remember that your sister is the one that signed the contract and committed fraud. Penelope's eyes widened. Oh, Paige. What had she gotten Penelope into? She'd been a complete jerk to him, and she still didn't get to go home because she didn't want Paige in trouble. It's just, even if this was for real, I'm not his type. You saw those other women. They are tall, beautiful, and definitely more his style. Yes, but you are authentic, and the audience loves that. You're good television. Doesn't Angus want me gone after what I said? Goodness knows she would if someone spoke to her like that. Barb regarded her. You won the contest. He doesn't have a say in whether you come or go. Great. Maybe Barb would let her have something of her normal routine as a compromise. Penelope sagged. About those accommodations you offered? Since I have to stay, could I get fresh ingredients to make omelets in the morning? Farm fresh eggs, mushrooms, tomatoes, onions, cheese, sour cream, and salsa. And real cream for my coffee. I think that's a decent compromise. You'll have them tomorrow morning. Are you sure you want me here? Barb walked to the doorway and paused. Darling, I've always loved fireworks. She shot her a grin and left. Penelope's jaw dropped. How was she going to manage living here for the next 12 weeks? Chapter 6. Simmer. Finn faced off with Angus as soon as they were back in his room. Simmer? That insufferable woman. She has no idea what she's talking about. Finn leveled his gaze at Angus. Fine, there was truth in what she said, but she didn't have to say it in front of the whole world. Angus placed a hand on his hip and ran the other through his hair. She's going to ruin everything. Or she could help fix everything. How? Finn hooked a thumb at the door. That woman, Penelope Cooper, is your ticket to reviving your career. You convince her you've changed, and you'll convince the entire general public you've changed. You can win them over at the same time. Angus glowered at him. Look, you know I'm right, Finn said. Plus, she's not bad looking. Charming her shouldn't be too difficult. Not bad looking? Those were not the words Angus would use, but there was the uncomfortable truth in what Finn said. Winning Penelope over would definitely help him. But he hated the idea. So, use her? Angus shook his head. Like Clara used him? That's great. Let the public figure that out. They'll roast me. I'm not saying romance her. I'm saying let her see a change in you. Be kind, charming, funny, be an actor. Finn gripped his shoulder. Angus dropped onto the edge of his bed. This only gets worse and worse. I want my career back, but the cost seems to be getting higher and higher. I know, and if there was another way, I'd say do it. This is your last shot. Now, go back out there and be Angus MacLachlan, the man women love. Angus rolled his shoulders. The tension had built until his muscles were tight and burning. He stood and walked out the door. Better? Vincent asked. He nodded. Jeannie pounced the moment he walked into the great room. Feeling better? No. Angus inhaled and grinned. Yes. Thank you. Would you like to take a seat on the back patio? Maybe we could talk a moment? Sure. Angus held his elbow out, and Jeannie hooked her arm in it. Where are you from again? He asked her. Cameras followed them as they walked through the house. Angus was used to them when it came to filming movies. Here, in this setting, even he had to admit it was a little unnerving. Delaware. I don't think I've been there yet. It's beautiful. I love living there. They stopped in front of the fireplace, and each sat in a chair. Jeannie angled herself toward Angus. He leaned back and crossed his ankle over his knee. So, you're a pharmacist? Asked Angus. Yes, I am. Interesting. Do you like it? I love it. It's the only career I ever considered. Jeannie tucked a piece of her bobbed dark brown hair behind her ear. How about you? Did you always want to be an actor? Angus ran his hand down his beard. Actually, I wanted to be a veterinarian, until I auditioned for a play while I was in high school. I was hooked the moment I hit the stage. She grinned. You like animals, then? I have 4 dogs and 2 cats. Jeannie's eyes lit up. I'm surprised. He chuckled. Why? You don't seem the type, I guess. Angus chewed his lip and smiled. I can see how people would think that. So, you were in a play and got hooked on acting. Was it hard leaving home? It was, but I loved acting so much I had to do it. Her smile was warm, and it reached her brown eyes. Finn had picked Jeannie when Angus mentally checked out during the casting call, and Angus could see why. Even though she was far from the South, she had a Southern belle type of personality. Sweet, friendly, and charming with a natural grace. He liked her. And while she was attractive, he wasn't attracted to her. At least she'd be pleasant to talk to while the show was filming. I had to do it. Most of my family was supportive. Most, Jeannie began to say. May I join you too? Zora asked as she took a seat as though the question was a formality. Sure, said Angus. She crossed her legs and leaned back. What are we discussing? Just career choices, said Jeannie. Oh. Zora nodded. Angus glanced at Zora. I'm sorry. I forgot what you do for a living. Given that Angus had picked her, he should have remembered, but it had been a month since he'd so much as thought about her. Zora's lips curled into a smile. I'm a nurse. A nurse? Angus was taken off guard, even though now that she said it, he remembered that being part of her introduction. He hadn't pictured Zora as a nurse. Yes, I like the idea of helping people and thought, what better way? I mostly work with hospice patients. Does it get hard, working with dying patients? He asked. She took a deep breath. Sometimes. Especially when there's a connection with them or their family. Overall, though, it's very rewarding. Jeannie leaned forward. It takes a special kind of person to do that. At least, I think so. She was poised and didn't come off as invasive or catty. Yeah, as far as personality, Jeannie was the winner in that department. I agree, said Angus. Interesting how both our careers are in the medical field, Jeannie said. Zora nodded. Personally, I think it's going to be interesting getting to know everyone. I'm an only child, and I've never had to share anything. Oh, I'm one of 7, Jeannie said. Angus's eyes grew wide. 7? She giggled and nodded. Yes. My parents loved kids. I was adopted and so were 5 of my siblings. My oldest brother was their only biological child. My parents are special people. If it wasn't for them, I'd have probably grown up in the foster system. I was blessed to have them. Jeannie had a great laugh. It made her even more charming. They sound like special people, Angus said. Footsteps plodded behind them, and they turned. Vincent flashed his camera-ready grin. How's everything going out here? Is our bachelor learning interesting things about the possible Mrs. MacLachlan? Oh, he was learning plenty, but there would be nothing more than talk. I am. These two are full of surprises. How about you, audience? Vincent asked as he looked into the camera. What are you thinking? Go to www.celebrityproposal.com and give us your thoughts. We'll be right back after the break. Angus stood. I guess it's time for an extended talk with Amber and Penelope. Vincent nodded. Gotta give the audience what they want. Well, I look forward to getting to know you two over the next 12 weeks. It's been a pleasure chatting with you, Angus said. He took Jeannie's hand first and kissed it. Then he did the same for Zora. He could hear them giggling as he walked away with Vincent. Chapter 7. Penelope enjoyed chatting with Amber. They'd found rocking chairs on the patio and struck up a conversation. It was almost like finding a kindred spirit in that she liked being outside too, only Amber actually wanted to be on the show. At least, Penelope hoped she was a kindred spirit. It was possible she was just being nice for the live show. What she didn't enjoy were all the cameras. She expected them to be sticking with Angus, but, apparently, they were going to be in her business for the entire 12 weeks. At times, when she would get caught up in conversation, she'd forget they were there. That made her a little anxious. What if she said something she didn't want the world to know? Something about Tom or her dad or just her life in general. So, why did you volunteer to come on this show? Penelope asked. Angus was attractive, so she understood to a degree. I don't know. I guess I thought it would be fun. Honestly, I never thought I'd get picked. You and me both. You really didn't know? Not a clue. I have a twin sister who loves putting me in situations like this. Penelope huffed. Ladies. Our bachelor would like to join you if that's okay, Vincent said from beside them. Crud. Penelope knew they'd make the rounds and get to her eventually, but she'd hoped it would take a lot longer. She glanced at Angus. The last time she'd seen him he was furious, but it seemed he'd calmed down since then. If he was upset, he sure was good at masking it. Amber blushed. Of course it is. Oh brother. Penelope had to force herself not to roll her eyes. Vincent nodded. Well, I will leave you three so you can talk. Angus took a seat to the left of Amber. It's a lovely night to be sitting out here. I caught something about siblings. Do you have any, Amber? I have 2 sisters. Well, had 2 sisters. My youngest sister died in a car accident when I was 16. Penelope's lips parted with a short inhale. Oh, I'm so sorry. I wish I had something better to say. That must have been hard, Angus said. It's okay. It was 17 years ago. It took a while, but I'm finally able to cope with it relatively well. How about you, Angus? Do you have siblings? Amber asked. 3 brothers who live in Scotland. Penelope looked away and tuned them out. The sliver of moon made the setting picturesque. She could see why this lodge was picked. It was sort of a mini mansion, 10 times the size of her small house in Destin. She set her elbow on the chair arm and propped her chin in her hand as she let everything around her blur. Tom would have loved this place. She had no idea why she'd suddenly thought of him. They'd never gone on a mountain vacation, but they'd talked about it until. Penelope? Amber touched her arm. Penelope jerked straight and blinked away tears. Yes, I'm sorry. Angus was calling your name. What? I asked you how you like dog grooming, Angus said. Penelope held his gaze a moment. I love it. I'm going to miss my clients, and George, of course, but my sister is taking care of him at the moment. George? My standard poodle. Angus chuckled. His laugh was warm, pleasant, and, from what Penelope could see, completely genuine. Crud. He had a great laugh. Most men laughed when she said she had a standard poodle. His laugh didn't come across as mocking, though. I bet he'd get along with Morna well, he said. Morna? My standard poodle. One of 4 that I have. Penelope's jaw dropped. You do? I have Iona, Nessie, Summerled, and Morna. Iona is my oldest. She's been my girl for 12 years now. Nessie is her sister from a separate litter, and she's 9 years old. Summerled, which means wanderer, comes by his name honestly. I have an 8-foot fence just to keep him in, and Morna is the baby. I got her about a year ago. Really? He was her type, and he had standard poodles. Geez. Tom had been her type too. Red hair, light eyes, and a killer smile. She'd been attracted to him also, before the lying and secrecy. If only she could trust herself after Tom. Angus oozed charisma. It had oozed from Tom too. Then all that charisma turned into control and dominance. And because she loved him, she'd ignored flags red enough to set off bulls. She stood. It doesn't change what this is, and it doesn't change that I'm, never mind. You want your career back. And all of this is an effort to do that. Prancing around in front of a camera, pretending you want to get married, and stringing along girls you have absolutely no interest in. Cameras. Penelope cringed as the realization that she was being filmed hit her. Angus pushed out of the chair and stood inches from her. You don't know me. You have no idea what you're talking about. She took a deep breath. He smelled fantastic, and up close, he moved from the gorgeous category to downright beautiful. Visions of running her hands through his hair began to play in her head like a full-color movie. That red hair. It should be criminal to look and smell that good. For all Angus's tabloid exploits, there was an easiness and comfortability about him that washed over her. Something in his eyes said he was kind and gentle. Penelope pushed the thoughts away and huffed. I know enough. She stomped off to her room and slammed the door behind her. Stupid show. Stupid beautiful man. Penelope sat on the bed, and hot tears streamed down her face. Tom had broken her heart and her self-worth. She'd fallen so hard for him, and then things had gone south and ugly. This was no different from last time. Angus was no different from Tom. He was a liar and a fraud too, and the show was nothing more than an attempt to regain his star status. A light tapping came from the door. I don't want to talk. The knocking continued until she got up, wiping her eyes before answering the door. The second she opened it, Angus's cologne wrapped around her. Penelope rolled her eyes. Of course, more cameras. What do you want, Angus? The question came out clipped. She sighed as she lowered her gaze. I'm sorry. I didn't mean for it to come out like that. Unfortunately, there's nothing I can do about the cameras, but I needed to talk to you, he said. I'm not sure what I did, but I apologize. When she steeled enough courage to look up, her mouth parted. He had light freckles all over his face with a wave of darker ones across his cheekbones and nose. She needed to focus. I don't like fake, and everything here feels fake and showy. She leaned against the doorframe. Just because it wasn't real, didn't mean she had to be a jerk to him. I'm having a hard time here, but that's no excuse to be mean to you. I'm sorry. Angus ran a hand through his hair. I'm sorry I've come across as fake. Penelope took a deep breath and crossed her arms over her chest. That beautiful face had "Heartbreaker" written all over it, and it was in flashing neon. Look, we both know you aren't here to find a wife. I won't say anything, but can we agree to be roommates and avoid each other if we can? I'm not interested in you. Liar. Liar. Her heart screamed as loud as Valerie from The Princess Bride. Even if you were interested in a relationship, you wouldn't be interested in me. I'm not in your league, and we both know that too. Anger flashed across his face for a split second, and Penelope thought he was going to argue. I can manage that, he said. Good. Now, I'll leave you alone, and you can leave me alone. We'll sail through this nonsense. Deal? Angus turned and paused, looking back to hold her gaze once more before leaving. Penelope exhaled and shut the door. Phew. At least that was done. The worst part about the entire show was the confessional interviews. They were going to be stuck in a room with a camera pointed at them at least once a week. Penelope was the last one to be led to a small room where Vincent Big Teeth lay in wait to question her. So, Penny, he said. Penelope. How long would it take him to catch a clue, or had his teeth whitener bleached his brain? He smiled, but she could tell under all that gleaming exterior that he didn't like her any more than she liked him. Penelope. His grin never faltered. Do you see yourself finding love here? Her mouth dropped open. No. You really don't like our bachelor, do you? She palmed her forehead. I don't know him, and I don't want to. She lifted her gaze to the camera. Look, I'm sure he's a great guy, but I'm only here to keep my sister out of jail for fraud. Had I been smarter, she'd be here instead of me. But, apparently, I'm a sucker for crocodile tears. Anything else you'd like to add? She rolled her eyes. No, I have nothing else to add. They stopped the camera, and Vincent pinched the bridge of his nose. Okay, you can go. Fantastic, Penelope said and bolted from the room. 12 weeks of this? It was going to be awful. Chapter 8. She actually said that? Finn asked. Angus sat in a deep blue upholstered chair, staring out the large picture window in his room. I mean, yes. He'd been slipping since the show started. He'd worked hard to tame his thick accent since moving to America 20 years ago, but when he was troubled, it was hard to keep it hidden. And troubled he was. He was certain Penelope was crying before she opened the door. The redness in her eyes was a dead giveaway. He hated she was being forced to stay on the show. He could only imagine what she was saying in her interview about the evening. What was worse, now she was going to try to avoid him. It was obvious she had no clue how television worked. Barb isn't going to like that. She was pretty happy about those initial ratings. There's no way she's going to let the two of you avoid each other. Finn popped the top off his soda and sat in the chair next to Angus. Angus ran a hand over his beard. No, she's not. Do you like any of them? Nah. He shifted in his seat, giving up trying to rein in his accent. Zora is a Bonnie, eh? Finn popped him on the shoulder. Angus exhaled slowly. All of them are Bonnies. Except Penelope. She's not exactly in the same league as the others. Finn noisily slurped on his drink. She was cute in her own way. A real way, which gave her the potential to be dangerous. But he knew Finn wouldn't appreciate that, since looks trumped everything for Finn, and Angus wasn't about to admit it even if he did. Maybe not, but she likes dogs, which is nice. Clara had taught Angus that there needed to be substance along with the attractiveness. Okay, well, hire her to be your groomer, but don't hang your hat on her coat hook. She certainly isn't interested in you. Nah, and the feeling's mutual. Finn shrugged. That's good, though, right? You didn't want to end up with anyone anyways. Angus shook his head. I don't like the idea of someone hating me when they don't even know me. That's why we're here in the first place. I know, but it was a nameless, faceless hate. I know everyone out there hates me, but living with someone who hates me, that's different. Finn finished his soda and set the can down. That's why you need to charm her. Do your Scottish charm thing. Lay that accent on and butter her up. You'll have her eating out of your hand in no time. I'm trying, but every time I get near her, something sets me off. It took every ounce of self-control I had to walk away tonight without arguing with her. Angus leaned his head back on the chair. A light tapping came from the door. Finn jumped up and answered it. Barb walked in and stood next to Angus. So, that Penelope Cooper. She's something, isn't she? Angus glanced at her and scowled. She grinned. Yeah, she's something. Why did you let that woman through? Asked Angus. Finn was taking his seat again and nodding in agreement with Angus. Barb shot Finn a glance. Finn, darling, don't sit. I need to speak to Angus alone, okay? Finn looked at Angus, who sighed and nodded. Finn's shoulders slumped. I'll go fix myself a midnight sandwich, and I'll be back. You want anything, Angus? Angus shook his head. Nah. Once Finn was gone, Barb sat next to him. I'm sure Finn has already said this, but in case he hasn't, if you bring Penelope Cooper around, the rest of the world will follow. They trust her because she's real. She's not going to take what you say as gospel. You're going to actually have to work to show that you've changed. I'm trying. Love, you and I have known each other a long time. I remember the first time I saw this scraggly, lanky boy from Castle Bay, Scotland. There was something so special about you. There still is, but it's buried under all this baggage that you keep carrying around. Barb. His tone held a warning. No, Angus, I've held my tongue long enough. You need to start slaying some demons and exorcise Clara. Barb covered his hand with hers. This anger that boils under the surface isn't good for you. It's burning you out and changing you. Do what you have to do to be free of her, love. Angus looked away. I don't know how. I'm going to make a suggestion, then. Start small. Tomorrow morning, I want you to make a conscious effort to set your anger down and try having a genuinely good time with these women. Let them see the man I know is still in there. The kind, funny, caring man you've always been. I don't know if I can. Don't let Clara win. That woman, what she did to you, well, I think it would have gone a long way toward breaking me too. You didn't deserve what happened to you. Are you sure? Barb squeezed his hand. Positive. Will you at least try tomorrow? I'll try. It'll be harder if I don't keep my distance from Penelope. That woman infuriates me. Barb laughed. I think that's what we call chemistry, love. Nah. Not with her. If you say so. Is that why you picked her? Angus narrowed his eyes at Barb. Finn bounced through the door. Is the big bad talk over? Barb looked over her shoulder. We were just talking about the chemistry between him and Penelope. What chemistry? The woman hates him, Finn said. I don't think so. I think she wants to hate him, but Penelope Cooper is a sweet girl. Not just sweet, but coma-inducing sweet. That girl doesn't have a mean bone in her body. She's putting on a good show too. Barb caught Angus's gaze. You aren't the only one nursing a heartache, and she's been nursing hers longer than you. Angus jerked his gaze to Barb. Her? How? Barb shrugged. I don't know. I just know it broke her. She's never been in another relationship. He moved to the edge of his seat. Suddenly, Penelope Cooper had become the most interesting woman on the show. How long? Since she was in her early 20s. Do you know anything else? Barb shook her head. She wouldn't talk about it, but the look on her face? Oh, she was wrecked. The bed squeaked as Finn sat down hard on it. So, she's been hurt. That doesn't mean anything. Barb looked over her shoulder at Finn. Finn, Angus is going to have to sort this out on his own, and since I'm the one calling the shots on this show, you're going to go home. I think he's leaned on you long enough. Angus gritted his teeth. She was going too far with this. Nah, Barb. He stays. No, Angus, he doesn't. I'm standing firm on that. You need to think for yourself and figure some things out. If he's here, I'm here. You know that, said Finn as he stood and crossed his arms over his chest. Not this time. Pack your bags, Finn. You're going back to LA. Barb stood and looked at her watch. The studio's private plane will be ready by the time you arrive. You've got an hour. Angus stood and faced off with Barb. He stays. I need him. Love, if you want to stay on the show, you'll let him go. I know you hate me right now, but you've grown too dependent on him. You need time to figure out who you are again, and Finn can't be here for that. I'm putting my foot down. He goes, or you both go. You'd pull the plug on the whole thing? Finn asked. You bet I would. Barb smiled. Angus, I'll go. Maybe it'll be good for you. Angus felt like a bear caught in a trap. He was barely keeping his anger in check. Fine, he said and fell back into the chair. Go, Finn. You too, Barb. Leave me alone and let me figure out what I'm going to do. Barb winked at Finn and then focused on Angus. You throw a tantrum all you want. You're moving on if it kills me. She paused at the door. Make sure you're on that plane, Finn. I'll see you tomorrow, Angus. Good luck with the interview. Then she left, shutting the door behind her. He groaned. Interview. He'd forgotten all about it, and he didn't have a choice. Vincent was waiting for him. Why had he agreed to do this? Was his career really worth going through all this? Angus linked his hands together as he sat in the small room with Vincent. It was a little warm, if he was honest. Almost as though they wanted him to sweat. Angus, now that we've had the introductions. What are your thoughts? Talk about a loaded question. To be honest, I'm a little overwhelmed at the moment. I'm used to being filmed, but this is a little more intimate than I'm used to. Vincent bobbed his head. I guess it would be a lot different. After meeting the 4 bachelorettes, are you feeling hopeful about finding your soulmate? Soulmate? Angus choked out a laugh. It's a little early, don't you think? Give me a few weeks and ask again. Well, Cupid strikes where he strikes. He was absent tonight. Angus brought his hand to his mouth, swiping it across his lips. To tell the truth, I don't take any of this as a game. My family is close. My parents have been happily married for decades. Marriage means something to me. So, if I propose to anyone, it'll mean I'm planning to spend the rest of my life with her. He hadn't meant to say all that, but it was true. Not that he'd thought much about it since Clara. Just being on the show was uncomfortable for him. She'd brought his career and his heart to ruin. He wasn't sure he'd ever be ready for love again. Chapter 9. When the alarm went off, Penelope groaned. She was used to a routine at home and it worked. Staying up well past midnight the night before had thrown her internal clock into a tailspin. She stretched long before throwing the covers off and pushing out of bed. If Barb kept her word, there would be omelette ingredients in the kitchen. Still dressed in her pajama pants, t-shirt, and robe, Penelope shuffled out of the room and into the kitchen that made the ones in Better Home and Garden look cheap and dated. Stainless steel appliances, natural stone countertops, and a large island made it drool-worthy. It was certainly better than her modest can-touch-both-sides-at-the-same-time kitchen at home. With a little digging, she found everything she needed to fix her breakfast. It sizzled in the pan while she got a pot of coffee going. I thought I was the only one who would get up this early, said a man Penelope hadn't met yet. She stared at him, wide-eyed. Sorry, I'm one of the cameramen, Jeff. He shook her hand. Hi, she said as her heart rate returned to normal. He smiled. That smells great, but you know you're going to have meals either catered or cooked for you, right? She shrugged. I like to cook for myself. Okay. Mind if I have some coffee? Not at all. We're filming now, in case you were wondering, but it probably won't end up being used. Drinking coffee with the camera guy isn't television worthy. You mean you don't use stuff like this in outtakes or whatever? Well, sometimes, if it's interesting, but most of the time, it ends up cut. Her mouth dropped open. You don't have cameras in the bedrooms, do you? Jeff shook his head. No. Sleeping is good for the soul, but not for television. He chuckled as he poured himself a cup of coffee. Penelope laughed. I can see your point. I think I have enough ingredients if you'd like an omelet. No thanks. I haven't gotten tired of the donuts and breakfast sandwiches yet. Okay, well, I'm going to take my food and eat on the patio. See you later. She picked up her plate and mug and drifted out onto the patio. The morning was almost too chilly as she curled up in the chair she'd used the night before. The sky was still dark, and the faint glow of the patio lights didn't dim the brightness of the stars. The quiet was stark. Her favorite spot at home was the beach before sunrise with the waves crashing onto the shore, making her feel like she was alone with the ocean. This was just as relaxing. Out in the middle of nowhere, in the dark, peace settled over her. She was surprised by how happy she was at the moment. Steam from her food drifted up, and she dug in. Eating alone used to bother her, but since Tom, she'd learned to enjoy the solitude. May I join you? Angus asked. Penelope jumped and dropped a fork full of omelette on her lap. As she scooped it up, she grumbled. I didn't think anyone would be awake this early. Normally, I wouldn't, but I don't sleep well the first night in a new place. He crossed his arms over his chest, and his gaze swept from one end of the patio to the other. Penelope's gaze drifted to Angus. By the looks of his disheveled hair, he was telling the truth. She was startled as he caught her staring at him. Is there a problem? She stuffed a forkful of omelette in her mouth to give her brain time to catch up. No. Then why were you staring at me? Fine. Truth be told, red hair is my kryptonite. I've always loved red hair. Angus grinned. Kryptonite, huh? Shut up. She shook her head and looked away to hide the wide smile spreading on her lips. He chuckled. She figured she may as well be honest. She put her half-eaten omelette down and took a sip of coffee. It's not like you don't know you're attractive. And saying you aren't makes me a liar, so yes, I find you attractive, but that doesn't mean anything. I find George Clooney attractive. I don't have a shot with him either. Not that I want a shot with either of you or anything. The last sentence rushed out, and she squeezed her eyes shut as heat raced across her cheeks and all the way to her ears. Oh, for the love of all things holy, she needed to stop talking. A tiny grin stretched on his lips. I see. Inwardly, she groaned. She didn't need him flirting or looking great or smiling at her like that. Her plan was to get through the next 12 weeks unscathed. How was she going to do that when he was being charming? I thought we'd agreed to leave each other alone. You stay in your corner, and I stay in mine. Angus shrugged. I changed my mind. Plus, I'm told that if I can show you I've changed, maybe the rest of the world will think so too. Penelope narrowed her eyes. Good luck. We could be friends, you know. I don't want or need any friends. I have my dog. She'd almost said sister, but Paige was less friend and more pest. She looked down at her hands. Thoughts of Tom floated like a salty breeze through her mind and turned acrid. George will never lie to me, the rest of the sentence lodged in her throat. She quickly stood. I have to go. You stay in your corner like we agreed. She grabbed her plate and cup and stormed off. Him and his stupid hair and face. Besides, he was only being nice to win her over. Penelope stopped in the kitchen and deposited her dirty dishes in the sink. If they didn't need to be washed, she'd hide in her room. She filled the sink and started washing them, when she heard the padding of footsteps behind her. I promise I'm not a horrible person, Angus said. Penelope braced her hands on the sink and exhaled. It wasn't his fault Tom had broken her heart. For a moment, she battled with what to do or say, and then she turned around and faced him. When she looked up, his ice-blue eyes locked with hers. Tingles danced like ballerinas in the pit of her stomach. Oh, good grief. I have a feeling you aren't, she stuttered, but why does it matter so much what I think? I'm nobody. A silly dog groomer from Destin, Florida. Angus leaned his hip on the counter and gave her the toothiest smile ever known to woman. Penelope's mouth turned into a desert, and she felt ambushed. Her own body was plotting against her. He tilted his head. If we can't be friends, can we be civil? Oh, he was charming, and he sounded sincere. Warning bells screamed in her head. We can be civil, but I want to stay as far away from you as possible. Angus looked at her, puzzled. I know I've behaved badly in the past, but I thought I was doing pretty good here. He was doing better than good, but they were being recorded. He had to be good. Knowing Barb and her love of all things Penelope and Angus, their entire conversation would be featured on the next episode. I'm sorry. I have to go. I'll come back later and do the dishes. Penelope darted from the kitchen and back to her room. She collapsed on the bed and pulled the covers over her head. If she had a kitchen in her room, she'd bolt the door and not come out until the 12 weeks were up. Chapter 10. The real filming had barely begun, and Angus was already done. He'd tossed and turned all night. Finn was gone. Barb was pushing his buttons, and Penelope Cooper was making him crazy. When Angus shuffled into the kitchen, he'd figured no one would be up yet. Finding out Penelope had beaten him was a shock, and he'd felt compelled to seek her out. What shocked him even more was how comfortable he felt being around her. Definitely better than sitting in a restaurant with all 4 women, but that's what he was doing later that day because that was the film schedule. First, a group date, followed by individual dates over the next week, all to be aired as the 2nd episode. At the moment, Zora was glued to his right side while Amber was on his left. Jeannie was sitting next to Zora with Penelope sandwiched between Jeannie and Amber, directly across from him. She looked as miserable as he felt. Only he was better at hiding it. Zora inched closer, if that was possible. I just have to say, I'm such a sucker for red hair. And pigs might fly. He could be wearing a rainbow color toupee, and she'd love it as long as he was walking a red carpet. Thank you. Now, Penelope. Her admitting red hair was her kryptonite. For some reason, that little nugget of knowledge put a smile on his face. Then she'd babbled about him being attractive, which made her unbelievably cute. Another shock. How could she be so cute when she was so infuriating? Amber smiled. That's one of the reasons I signed up to do the show. I'm a sucker for it too. And those blue eyes. Penelope rolled her eyes and then trained her gaze on her plate. She was probably kicking herself for admitting she was a fan of his hair too. At least she'd said it that morning, otherwise, she'd have never told him after hearing them fawn over it. What he wouldn't give to have 5 minutes alone with her. She hated him, but, apparently, he was a glutton for punishment. With a giggle, Jeannie nodded her head. Same. A huge sucker for red hair. Angus felt claustrophobic with the way Zora and Amber were leaning in on him. As much as he wanted to retreat, he couldn't. The audience wanted to see him getting to know these women. He cleared his throat. Why do you want to have a relationship with me? Especially after all the bad press I've received. I'd bet money it was all a publicity stunt so that when this show came on, people would tune in to see how the bad boy gets tamed, Zora said. Angus nodded. Right. He wished that was true. If it were, he wouldn't be in the middle of this ridiculous show. That doesn't answer my question, though. Why me? Zora smiled and lifted an eyebrow. Because I think it would be fun to be with you. Fun? As in he was shallow, and a real relationship wasn't even a possibility. Not that he wanted one, but he hated being seen as just a novelty and not a person. Amber shrugged. You're attractive, funny, you've got a great smile, and I think as I get to know you, things will blossom from there. Angus smiled at Amber and turned to Jeannie. I think to answer that, I'll need to get to know you. As for the reason I applied to be on the show, I think there's more to you than what you show the world, but I guess I'll see, Jeannie said, giving him a cute smile and a shrug. At least that answer didn't leave him feeling like a piece of meat. His initial reaction to Jeannie was on point. She was a sweet woman, and attractive. Maybe she was right. 12 weeks was a long time, and they did have farming in common. Not that he wanted a relationship, but maybe they could come away as friends. And you, Penelope? You said your sister signed you up. Why do you think she did that? Angus asked. He had 3 brothers, and he couldn't imagine any of them doing what Penelope's sister had done to her, even knowing Turan hated his guts for choosing Clara over his family. She lifted her gaze to his, swept it around at the cameraman, and then brought it back to him. Those deep green eyes held such grief that he wished he hadn't asked. I wish I knew. She pulled her gaze from his and trained it back on her plate. Well, that was great, Zora said as she rolled her eyes. Penelope exhaled, and Angus thought for sure she'd say something in response. Instead, her shoulders rounded, and she kept her head down. The rest of the evening, Penelope stayed to herself, and Angus let her. Whatever had happened between her and her sister didn't need to be aired on national television. Having his row with Turan paraded in front of the public wouldn't sit well with him either. Once the date was over and they were back at the house, Angus was given the schedule for the individual dates. He was to spend time with each one throughout the first 2 weeks. Jeannie would be first, then Amber, Zora, and Penelope. He'd thought Penelope would go first because of the initial ratings, but with her aversion to all things Angus, it didn't surprise him that she was last. The next evening, his date with Jeannie had them going to dinner and a carriage ride. Their conversation was entertaining, and she was easy to like, but the romantic attraction just wasn't there. If he was looking for a relationship, he may have tried a little harder too. His date with Amber had them skydiving. The skydiving was exciting, but he'd picked Amber because he wasn't interested in her, and nothing about their date changed that fact. She was pleasant, easygoing, and perky. Arm candy for sure, and that was about it. Zora was the most difficult for him. Their date consisted of driving into Helena and touring the Holter Museum and then eating dinner. For some reason, she struck him as fake. She laughed too hard at his jokes and touched him too much, which made him uneasy. She wasn't arm candy, she was poison. Much like Clara, it seemed. When his date with Penelope rolled around, he was caught off guard by how much he was looking forward to it. She was annoying, argumentative, and aggravating. And yet, there he was, standing in front of her door with a smile on his face. It wasn't even fake. He was genuinely excited about the evening. Chapter 11. It was either go on a dinner date with Angus, or Barb would file charges against Paige. Avoiding him had been easy while he was focusing on the other women, but now it was her turn. Penelope actually debated about whether to let Paige roast this time, because going on a date with Angus was dangerous. He was charming, smooth, and attractive. 3 qualities that held the potential to make her weak in the knees. She'd also considered wearing the frumpiest clothing known to man, but she'd changed at the last minute. Going on national television looking like she'd dumpster dived for her outfit wasn't the way she wanted to present herself. Plus, they'd given her a purple floor-length empire waist gown with a bead-embellished bodice to wear. It was a little lower in the front than she would normally pick, but everything was hidden well enough that she wasn't totally self-conscious. They had even sent in someone to do her hair and makeup, which was ridiculous. Sticking her in a fancy dress and an updo wasn't going to make her any more appealing to Angus. He wasn't interested in her, and she knew it. A knock came at the door, and butterflies swirled in her stomach. There would be cameras, cameramen, and zero privacy. It wasn't a date, it was a show. She could handle it. She rested her hand on the doorknob as she took a deep breath. Not a date. An outing. Penelope? Angus's voice filtered through the door. One more deep breath, and she pulled the door open. And just as she suspected, there were all the trappings of the show. It didn't stop her from gaping at Angus. That red hair combed just so, a smile that beamed, and smelling even better than he had before. Wow. The word slipped off her tongue before she could stop it. I mean, she said and stopped. I mean just what I said. You look like a heartbreak on 2 legs. I can't say you don't either, he said, his Scottish accent thicker than it had been. That's some dress. Yeah, right. She wasn't nearly as skinny as the other 3 women. They'd probably filled out their dresses much better. But she wasn't going to be a jerk tonight. She'd keep him at arm's length, but she could do that and still look herself in the mirror. She smiled. Thank you. His eyebrows lifted. No smart remark? I'm trying a new approach. Maybe if I'm nice, you'll leave me alone because I'm boring, and then the audience will get tired of me. Angus tilted his head. That's the only reason you're going to be nice? To be boring so I'll leave you alone? She hung her head. I don't hate you. I don't even know you. She lifted her gaze to his. I don't want to know you. Why? I don't want a relationship. I like my simple life. I have a routine, a business, and a dog. What you have might work for you, but I don't want it. I don't want all this attention or those. She waved her arm toward the cameras. His eyebrows knitted together, and his eyes turned stormy. Could we just be civil long enough to plow through this date? That's all I'm asking. Just a few hours, and then I'll drop you off right back here. We'll end exactly where we started. Penelope nodded and stepped into the hall, shutting the door behind her. A heavy silence settled between them as they reached the limo, and it lingered the entire drive to the restaurant. The show had rented an Italian place, which would have been fine for most, but she'd have to be careful with what she ate. It did make her wonder if Angus was the one who chose the place. Did he know she was diabetic? Maybe they'd told him and he'd forgotten. Either way, she'd keep it to herself. No point in adding to the level of discomfort of the date. Outing. Angus cleared his throat as he put down his menu. Do you think we could talk? This silence isn't golden, it's painful. She picked something to eat and set her menu down. Sure. What would you like to talk about? I know you didn't audition for the show, but has it really been that bad? There was a hint of sadness in his voice, like he was taking her rejection of being on television personally. With a smile, she cast her gaze to the table. Actually, it hasn't. I like how quiet it is of a morning. I like sitting outside at night in front of the fire. I like that I can't use my phone, so I'm disconnected from the world. I could live here if it weren't for the fact that I love the beach so much. When she looked up, Angus's lips were slightly parted, like he was stunned she'd answered him. He seemed to recover and smiled. I like the quiet too, especially at night. Do you know what we're doing after this? No one would tell me. Before he could answer, a waiter filled their water glasses and took their orders. Once the waiter was gone again, Angus said, I was hoping to surprise you. What? Not once had a surprise ever gone well for her. Well, not since Paige decided to declare her an enemy. I hate surprises. This is a good one. I promise. I guess I'll take your word for it. She didn't mean for her tone to sound so sharp. I'm sorry. That came out harsh. I'm sure it'll be fine. Angus took a sip of water and leaned forward with his arms on the table. I know the tabloids paint me as a bad guy, and for a while, I was. But I swear I'm not that person. He said it with such conviction. But he was an actor. There were cameras zooming in and out. Cameramen were walking around. How was she supposed to know which face was the real him? She raised an eyebrow. And how exactly am I supposed to know that? You make your living pretending to be someone you're not. Your entire career is based on not being yourself. How could I possibly ever know the real you? His shoulders sagged. I guess you can't. After that, they ate their meal in silence, and again it stretched as they left the restaurant and headed to whatever surprise lay in wait for her. When the limo stopped, she'd been so lost in thought that she didn't even know they'd arrived at their destination. The driver opened the door, and as Penelope stepped out, her mouth dropped open. A theater? And they're putting on La Bohème? Performed, in Italian? She turned and faced Angus as her heart pounded. How? He smiled. I did a little digging and found that you've always wanted to see this. It just happened that it was playing tonight. It's the local theater, so they're not professionals, but I thought you'd like to see it. Penelope was stunned. You did the digging, or Barb? Me. What could she do now? This was the nicest thing anyone had ever done for her. He had to be playing her. Had to be. But should that dictate how she treated him? Without a second thought, she circled her arms around his neck and whispered, "Thank you." The instant Angus wrapped his arms around her, she realized she'd made a grave error. Tingles erupted and coursed through her when his breath tickled her neck as he whispered, "You're welcome." She quickly stepped back and avoided eye contact. That hug had thrown her, along with the fact that she'd done it in the first place and that her traitorous body had liked it. She opened and closed her mouth a few times, searching for words that seemed just out of reach. Maybe we should go inside? Angus smiled as he pressed his hand into the small of her back. Zaps of electricity spread from his hand, climbing her spine so quickly that she shivered. Are you cold? He asked. She flattened her hand against her stomach and shook her head. No, she said as she worked to keep her voice even. They walked through the gathering crowd, past the ticket booth, and into the theater where he led her to a second-floor box. Over the next 30 minutes, the show set up their cameras, but Penelope wasn't going to let the fact that she was on camera take away her enjoyment of this play. Chapter 12. Angus watched Penelope as she enjoyed the opera with rapt delight. She sat on the edge of her seat with her arms folded over the railing, hanging on to every note and every word. When she'd said thank you, she'd meant it. The look of shock on her face when she realized where they were and what was playing would stay with him long after the show. For the first time that he could remember, he'd given someone something and they truly appreciated it. If he wasn't mistaken, she'd even been a little tearful. He was still trying to process the hug she'd given him. It was genuine and sweet, and it had lit him on fire. Every nerve he had felt bare and raw with the voltage that passed through him. The tickle of her breath as she whispered her thanks. The softness of her skin. The way she fit against him. He was supposed to leave the show with a career, not a relationship. But that didn't stop the errant thoughts. When the first act ended and intermission began, Penelope turned to him with a smile so wide he felt blinded, the first genuine smile he'd seen her give. That was incredible, right? You could feel it in the music. I don't even know what they were saying, but it was so powerful. He'd seen something incredible, all right. Her. It was really good. Why did you do this for me? Why? Barb had urged him to figure out how to get through to her, so he'd broken down and called her sister. He'd put on a fake accent and pretended to be someone with the show. Finding La Boheme playing at the local theater company was a total stroke of luck, and whoever was smiling down on him had his eternal gratitude. Mostly because Penelope Cooper had the best smile he'd ever seen. He was glad Barb had pushed him. We got off on the wrong foot, and I thought this might help fix it, Angus said. She pulled her bottom lip in between her teeth and nodded. It almost seemed as though she was debating with herself. Just as she opened her mouth to speak, the lights dimmed, and the music began as the second half of the opera started, cutting off whatever it was she wanted to say. Once the opera was over, they returned to the limo with their entourage. Angus had to admit, the cameras were getting to be a little much. He wanted to talk to Penelope, just Penelope. She braced her hand on the seat, her gaze not quite meeting his. I'll never be able to thank you enough for taking me to see this opera. I've seen it on film, but seeing it in person, I could feel it all the way to my soul. Her gaze lifted to his, and tears pooled in her eyes. Thank you. I just didn't want you to hate being on the show. The minute it left his lips, he regretted it. That wasn't what he meant to say, but she was beautiful, genuine, and dangerous. One lethal shot of her, and he'd be done. It was better this way. And just like that, the light left her eyes. We had an agreement to avoid each other. I'll be keeping my end from this point forward. She turned her gaze to the cameraman. Penelope will be signing off now. She hugged herself as she scooted close to the limo door, putting as much space between her and Angus as she could. Penelope, She held up her hand. I'm done for the night. Angus leaned his head against the seat and let his eyes glaze over as he stared out the window. One stupid, thoughtless sentence had destroyed what was otherwise a great night. Of course, he could try to fix it, but like she'd said, how would she ever know who Angus really was? Did he even know anymore? A confessional tonight? Did it come with a priest? Because that was the only way Angus was going to feel any better. Vincent crossed his ankle over his knee. That was some blowout in the limo. Did you think she'd be that upset? After all, you were just trying to make the show a little more pleasant for her. Vincent lifted his eyebrows, expectantly waiting for an answer. Angus thought these interviews were supposed to be light-hearted. I don't know what I expected. Lie. He knew she'd be hurt. He'd been trying to figure out why he'd said such a stupid thing to begin with. After his breakup with Clara, he'd stayed away from anything meaningful. The idea of getting close to someone again was frightening. What if they turned out to be like her? He knew his heart couldn't handle being crushed like that again. Do you think maybe she was getting into the spirit of the show? Maybe playing it up a little? Vincent asked. Angus hadn't thought about that, but now that Vincent mentioned it, there was that fear. Maybe she was just pretending herself. What if she was just using the ruse of being a simple dog groomer to get close to him? He shook his head. No, I don't think so. Truth. He was a decent actor, and he knew what good acting looked like. Her tears were real, and so was her heartbreak. I think she was genuinely upset. Well, I guess we'll see how this plays out over the next few weeks. The camera quit rolling, and Angus stood. Maybe he did need to ask for a priest the next time. Chapter 13. As soon as they got to the lodge, Penelope was instructed to change and go to the interview room. Why did they have to do this tonight? She was emotionally shot. What if she babbled like an idiot? Vincent grinned as she entered the room. Welcome, Penelope. Yeah, I'm plumb tickled to be here. Her voice was as flat as week-old roadkill, and she felt about as good. Did you enjoy the opera at least? This one she couldn't lie about if she tried. I loved every second of it. It was so moving. Vincent tilted his head. Even knowing that Angus only took you so you wouldn't hate the show? She hated to admit it, but finding out that was his reasoning had cast a shadow over the entire thing. Her eyes stung as tears threatened. This was bait, but she wasn't hungry. It was kind of Angus to consider my feelings and take me to the opera. I knew there was a reason behind it, but I still enjoyed the opera. That's not how it looked in the limo. You seemed upset when he said that. Are you saying you weren't? Penelope's eyes slid shut as she hung her head, her thoughts caught in a rip current. There's no denying Angus is beautiful, but I thought I'd seen something real from him. I let my guard down, and I've been proven wrong. I wasn't so much upset with him as I was myself. She lifted her gaze to Vincent. I don't know what you people want from me. Most of the time I feel like a rag being wrung in someone's hands. Her heart ached like 1,000 arrows were sticking in it. Another reason to avoid Angus. If he could hurt her so easily, falling for him would be like volunteering to stand in front of a firing squad. Well, that seemed genuine. Right, audience? Tune in next week as we take a trip to a dude ranch for a little camping. With that, Penelope stood and left the room, going straight to her bedroom. How was she going to survive 10 more weeks of this? Long after the date with Angus, Penelope lay awake, thinking about the opera, him, and how hurt she was when he admitted he'd only done it because of the show. That's why she'd kept her distance from him from the beginning. Getting caught up in the show, forgetting why it was being filmed in the first place, and thinking Angus MacLachlan might care at all about any of them was too easy. A trip to see an opera she'd always wanted to see was nothing to him. It just happened to be playing. Right. And even if it was, the reason he took her was to get ratings. Like a fool, she'd hugged him. Whispered a thanks. What would the audience think of her when they saw the show? How easily swayed was the girl who knew it was all a game. Penelope stood, pulled on her robe, and shuffled out of her room. For the life of her, she couldn't understand why she felt so glum. Who cares why he took her to see it? She'd gotten to see a live version of La Bohème. On the back patio, she folded into a chair overlooking the expansive backyard, her knees tucked to her chest. The chill in the air almost made her reach for a blanket, but not quite. If she got too cold, she'd start a fire, but for the moment, she could handle it. With her head leaned back, she let her thoughts wander again. Why had she let Paige get her into this mess? Why hadn't she insisted on Paige either getting her out of it or taking her place? If she had, she'd be sitting on the beach in Destin, talking to George. Mind if I join you? Angus asked. Penelope yelped as she jumped. I don't care what you do as long as you don't expect me to participate. Angus sat in a chair across from her. I didn't set it up just for the show. I did it because I wanted to. There was no other reason than that. I said it because, I don't know why. She chuckled. Sure. He sat forward. It's the truth. She leveled her gaze at him. And how on earth would I know that? How exactly did you find out about La Bohème? I called your sister and pretended to be part of the show. Did she know it was you? His eyes closed, and he sighed. No, I used an American accent. Now that's the truth. You pretended. The whole thing was pretend, she said, her voice trembling as the last word fell off her tongue. Angus scrubbed his face with his hands. He caught her gaze and held it. No, it wasn't. The only reason I pretended when I called her was because I had to. She couldn't know who was calling because of the show restrictions. Do you know how hard it was to convince Barb to let me call her? Penelope stood, and he jumped up to face her. I swear it. I did it because I wanted to, he said. You took something that was precious to me and tainted it. You didn't do it for me. You did it for you. To win me over. Do you think I'm so stupid that I don't know why I'm still here? Ratings. You win me over, you win everyone over. The poor dog grooming idiot who would be so stupid to think that someone like you might actually take an interest in her. There are cameras everywhere, and yet, for a second, I forgot. That's not true. You have to know that's not true. I said something stupid, but nothing about tonight was fake. I wanted to take you because I knew you'd like it. He took a step toward her. You're the most real person I've met in a long time, and this doesn't have to be a slice of purgatory. He seemed sincere. Looked sincere. But it was all a game. He couldn't care less about her, and she knew it. More than likely, this would be front and center footage for the next episode. I'm forced to be here to keep my sister out of jail or sued or both. That doesn't mean I have to like you or the show. I'm going back to my original plan. I'm keeping my distance from you. Penelope whirled around and ran for her room. She was done with Angus. If Barb wanted to go after Paige because she was avoiding the man, then that's what she'd have to do. Penelope was over this show. Chapter 14. At least Penelope was honest. She'd stayed as far away from Angus as possible. The last few days, he was supposed to be cozying up to each of the women and talking about the dude ranch they would be visiting, but any time she saw him coming, she'd bolted. Zora and Amber were all too willing to be as close as possible. Jeannie, of course, was gracious and respected his personal space. Of the three, Jeannie was his favorite. Her beauty wasn't just outward, which made her all the more attractive in his eyes. Part of him wished there was a spark there. Barb wouldn't tell him much about how the last episode was received, but she promised she would warn him if the ratings were down and they needed to change something. By the lift in her step and the smile she gave him as she left, he guessed she was pleased with the results. He couldn't decide if he was excited or terrified to see the series when it was all over. It was probably a good decision to keep the group from watching the episodes while they were still filming. He was curious to see what they'd filmed of Penelope while he wasn't around. That morning, Barb had gathered all of them in the great room, and then they'd taken a limo to a 600-acre dude ranch for a 2-week stay. For the next group date, they were spending the day horseback riding and then camping out overnight. It was the part of the show he was looking forward to the most. Over the course of their stay, he'd have individual dates with each of the women. When he was a kid, he helped one of the neighbors with their horses. It fostered his love of animals and the desire to be a veterinarian. Sometimes, he still wondered if he'd chosen the correct career. Well, ladies, this is where I leave you, Barb said. I don't ride horses, and my idea of camping is a 5-star hotel room. Everyone, including Penelope, chuckled. Ever since their date and subsequent midnight talk, she'd plagued him. The hurt in her eyes, the disappointment in her voice. He hated that he'd been so stupid and said he'd taken her there for the show. It was the furthest thing from the truth. Are you staying at the ranch? Asked Zora. Barb nodded. Yes, I'll be here in case the crew needs me. Even out here, you're being filmed all the time. Don't forget that. She smiled at the cameramen gathered around. Barb motioned to Jeff. If you should need anything, he's your man. Jeff smiled at the group and saluted with 2 fingers. And this, Barb said as an older gentleman strolled to the outskirts of the group, is Callum McPherson. He's going to be leading the group on the trail to the campsite. Listen to him, and keep yourselves out of trouble. She winked at Angus. Angus grinned. Zora inched closer to him. I've never ridden a horse. You promise to keep me from falling off? You bet. There will be no falling off horses while I'm around, Angus replied and tipped his hat as he caught Penelope rolling her eyes. He couldn't help it that Barb wanted him to be charming. Callum clapped his hands and rubbed them together. Okay, this is how it works. I'm lead. Stay on the path. Don't be afraid of these horses, they're trained pros. Let them do the work. They know these trails, and if you let them do their job, we'll have no problems. At the campsite, stay with the group. This is a ranch. There are wild animals, and if you wander off, there's a good chance you'll get lost. Everyone clear? The group chorused agreement and then followed Callum to the stables where horses had been saddled for the entire group. Angus helped Jeannie mount her horse first. Although, growing up on a farm, she probably didn't need it. It was more for the show than her. She caught Angus's gaze. Do you like to ride? I did. I haven't ridden in a long time. How about you? I grew up on a farm, she said as she threw her leg over the horse. That doesn't mean you like riding a horse. She chuckled. True, and yes, I do. Did you like growing up on a farm? Jeannie nodded. I did. It made me value hard work and reaping the benefits of those efforts. That's true. When Angus glanced around, he noticed Zora, Amber, and Penelope still on the ground. We'll talk more on the ride. Okay. He stopped by Amber. Would you like some help? She smiled that red carpet smile. I'd love it. Have you ridden before? A little. When I was younger, I took a few lessons. She set one hand on his shoulder and the other on the saddle horn, swinging her leg over. I enjoy it. Angus nodded. That's good. I need to go help Zora and Penelope. We'll talk more on the ride to the campsite. Sure. I'm looking forward to it. If only he was. He tipped his head and flashed a smile as he strolled to Zora. She looked a little terrified until she saw him approaching. He was chum in the water, and she was a circling shark. She gave him a dazzling smile and said, "What a gentleman." I try. He may have helped her onto her horse a little quicker than the others. Either that or knowing who was next put a little pep in his step. He paused on his way to Penelope and watched how she handled the animal. She was stroking her horse's nose and cheek. She said something to it, but he couldn't hear what. When it nuzzled her, she giggled and ran a hand down the length of its neck. Angus wished he was a little closer so he could hear what she was saying. Whatever it was, she thought it was funny, and that pricked his interest even more. He wondered how she learned to handle horses so well. He shook his head. The woman didn't want anything to do with him, and here he was about to walk into a junkyard covered in meat sauce while it was being guarded by a Doberman. Need any help? He asked. Penelope startled and looked at him wide-eyed. No. I'm okay. Have you been around horses before? Her eyes cut left and then right, no doubt counting the number of cameras pointed at her. She sighed, and her shoulders slumped. I have. I have a friend whose mom runs a horse sanctuary, and Paige and I would help out sometimes on the weekends. A horse sanctuary? Why did that surprise him so much? And intrigue him too. She nodded and quickly mounted her horse. Yeah, it's a great place. Not only does she help horses, but she uses those horses to help special needs kids. Really, the entire area benefits from it. Fewer horses are slaughtered, and kids learn the value of a life, she said and pulled on the reins, leading her horse away from him without a glance back. He yanked his hat off and slapped it against his leg. She was completely unfazed by him, something new to him. Man, she was stubborn and exasperating. What really chapped him was that he liked it. She wasn't the kind of woman to put up with a man's nonsense. As he strode to his horse, his thoughts wandered down a path not meant to be walked. When was the last time he'd looked twice at a woman? A few before Clara maybe, but since then? None. He'd been burned hard by her. She'd been sweet and kind, but it had been skin deep. His family saw her true colors, but every time he thought of ending it, Finn would encourage him to keep it going. It almost seemed as though he and Clara were working together, because the second Angus even mentioned breaking up with her, she'd act like a newborn lamb. He wasn't ready for another mess like that. Guarding his heart needed to be his top priority. Once Angus was on his horse, Callum led the group into the hills of the ranch. Barb had picked a beautiful place. Rolling hills, multiple streams, and trees as far as the eye could see. The air was crisp and clean. It almost made Angus wish he'd known about the place after his breakup with Clara. Maybe if he'd hidden out at this ranch, his career wouldn't have been ruined. Before he knew it, Amber and Zora had him sandwiched between them. At least they were outside, so it didn't feel as claustrophobic as their group date at the restaurant. "Are you okay now, Zora?" asked Angus. "I'm fine. Mostly, I was worried that the horse wouldn't like me or something. I love horses." "I've ridden a few times," Amber said. Zora laughed. "Oh, I love horses, but I only love them when I'm not riding them. I'm a city girl. Give me congested streets, sidewalks full of people, and a huge selection of restaurants, and I'm happy." "How about you, Angus, city or farm?" "Both, really. I grew up on a sheep farm. Pop still runs it with my two younger brothers, Rory and Taran. When my pop passes, they'll be taking over the farm." Zora studied him. "I never would have pictured you as the farm boy." Angus shrugged. "I guess I can see why you think that." "I think it's sweet," Amber said. "I'm going to see how Jeannie and Penelope are doing. I'll be back in a while." He pulled back on the reins until he was riding next to Jeannie. "Everything okay?" She nodded. "So far, so good. This girl is sweet. She's so well trained that it's effortless to ride her. I suspect it's a good thing for the ones who aren't as experienced. I doubt Barb would have appreciated this ride turning into an unexpected rodeo." He gave the cameraman a glance and winked at the camera as he rode next to Jeannie. Jeannie laughed. "No, I suspect not." "So, what kind of farm did you grow up on?" Angus asked. "Pig. I swear that when I moved away, I thought I'd never get the smell out of my hair." She curled her fingers around the tail of her braided hair. Angus snorted. "I've been to one. I thought the same thing, and I was only there a few hours." "Do you go back often?" "Every chance I get. Mom and Dad are getting older, and the older they get, the harder it is to run. My younger brother, Harry, is going to take it over this coming year so they can retire. The 7 of us have worked and saved. We're going to buy them a small house in the city where we can keep an eye on them. Dad's health has really been declining since his heart attack last year." "I'm sorry to hear that." Again, Angus wished he felt some chemistry with Jeannie. She was incredibly sweet, and conversations with her were easy. Jeannie's lips curved up. "My dad is the kindest man I've ever known. I always measure other men against him." Angus didn't know how to respond. "I have a feeling the two of you would get along. I wasn't kidding when I said I think there's a good person hiding under all that temper." He swallowed hard. "I'd like to hope so." Jeannie tilted her head. "I'm usually right about people." The horse might be walking, but his heart was galloping at the uncomfortable turn the conversation had taken. He was glad Jeff was taking up the rear of the group and a different cameraman was riding next to them. I need to ask Jeff something. I'll be back." "Okay." Angus pulled on the reins, turning the horse around, and urged her into a trot until he was next to Jeff. "Everything okay, Angus?" Jeff asked. "Just needed a moment." "Already?" Up ahead, Penelope seemed to be in her own world, glancing left and right. And smiling. It was much like the night he'd taken her to the opera. In her own world and seemingly at ease. It looked good on her. Angus watched her with intensity. As much as she tried to drive him away, something about her pulled him to her. It was almost as if he wanted the punishment of rejection. "She's a sweet girl," Jeff said. "Who?" Jeff leveled his gaze at Angus and cocked a brow. "Really?" Angus took a deep breath and let it out slowly. "Okay, so what makes you say that?" "She offered to cook me breakfast. I haven't taken her up on the offer yet, but if it tastes as good as it smells, she can cook. Or at least she can cook omelets. Man, it makes my mouth water just thinking about it. She won't have anything to do with me." Jeff chuckled. "I know. Makes it hard to figure someone out when they're actively avoiding you." Angus groaned. Go talk to her. Different setting. Maybe it'll help." Angus nodded and nudged the horse forward. The moment she saw him, her entire demeanor changed. She wilted when she saw him coming. Chapter 15. Penelope closed her eyes as Angus sidled his horse next to hers. She'd hoped, going on the group date, that she'd be saved from spending time with him. After their talk a few nights ago, she'd made good on her promise to keep her distance from him. She had no idea why he was trying so hard when he knew she wasn't interested. So far, Zora and Amber were the only two fighting over who would get his attention. Jeannie seemed to be taking the laid-back approach. "Are you okay?" asked Angus. "I'm fine." With his gaze cast down, he said, "I really wish you didn't hate me." That wasn't how she felt about him at all. More like she had a glimpse of how easy it would be to get swept up and away by him. What was wrong with her that she couldn't be civil to him? "I'm sorry if I've given you that impression. I don't hate you. I'm just, well, I don't want to be here. Being filmed all the time. It's nerve-wracking." He was nerve-wracking. Angus nodded. "This is nice, though. It's so peaceful. Like all your aches could be soothed away by being out here." She took a deep breath. "It smells so alive. The pines, the grass, the crispness in the air. You can taste how clean the air is. It is nice out here. Do you think you'll like camping?" Penelope smiled. It didn't take much to get lost in thought when it came to camping. She smiled, and her vision blurred. "My dad would take us camping every summer in North Carolina. We'd go fishing, sit around the campfire, and tell scary stories, and I loved it. Paige didn't. She liked the city and the excitement. By the time the week was over, she was nearly stir-crazy, but I found such joy sitting outside." She could feel Angus's gaze as she debated the wisdom of telling him more. "Paige doesn't know it, but right after Mom died, my dad and I went camping. Only a few months after that, he had a heart attack. This place makes me miss him. He would have loved it here." She took a deep breath and glanced at Angus, then the cameraman and all the other mounted cameramen. "This is why I don't want to be here. It's too easy to forget I'm being filmed, because I'm used to being left alone. I don't want my life to be used for ratings." Angus shrugged. "What's so bad about telling people you love camping and the outdoors? Or that you miss your dad?" She took a deep breath, trying to keep herself calm. "Because it's too easy to forget none of this is real. I'm a real person," he said just above a whisper. She grimaced when she saw the hurt on his face and in his eyes. "I'm sorry." "That's not, I wasn't, I know you're a real person. I didn't mean to hurt you. It came out wrong." Every time she opened her mouth, she made it worse. Why couldn't he just leave her alone? He held her gaze, and she nearly withered. "What did you mean, then?" "I mean, I'm sorry for hurting you. I'm not myself here, and I'm being insulting to you, and I don't want to. That's why I want to avoid you." As hard as she tried, she couldn't keep the frustration out of her voice. She needed to stop talking. "Can we just enjoy the quiet and get to the campsite?" "Look, Penny." "Tom." The hot anger traveled from her face to the tips of her ears. Smoke had to be billowing out of them like a chimney. "Don't ever call me Penny again. I wasn't lucky then, and I'm not lucky now. I've never been. What? Lucky? What are you talking about? Don't call me Penny. My name is Penelope. Angus stared at her in shock. Okay. I'm sorry. You're seeing this all wrong. Tom would say the same thing. You're seeing this all wrong, Penny. What would you do without me? I take care of you. You're a smart girl, but this is a big city. Besides, if you really loved me, you'd trust me. Tom's words curled around her like a snake, squeezing out the air in her lungs while silencing the logical part of her brain that told her Angus wasn't Tom. Fury fueled by old memories bubbled up like thick tar and covered her. Not everything is about you, Mr. Celebrity. Did it ever occur to you that I've had my heart broken? I've seen how charming you can be. I've been charmed before. Stupid trusting Penelope falling for the lies, and tears pooled in her eyes when she caught sight of Jeff. She could feel the color draining from her face, and she was afraid she'd be sick. Leave me alone, Angus MacLachlan. I may not know you, but I know you're kind. She urged the horse into a trot until she rode next to Callum. Where's the campsite? His eyebrows knitted together. Straight ahead 2 miles, there's a sign. From there, take a left and go another 2 miles. It opens to a clearing. You can't miss it. Can this horse run? Sure. Good. Penelope kicked her heels in, and the horse took off. She let it run until they got to the sign and then let the horse walk the rest of the way to the campsite. Her eyes widened as it came into view. The place was gorgeous. In the distance, she saw snow-topped mountains, and she could almost taste the snow in the air. A stream ran along the edge of the clearing. The smell of pine in the air made it feel so fresh and clean. It was like being in another world. Penelope dismounted and led the horse through the small brush to the stream. She sat on a rock while the horse had his fill of water. She'd almost told the world about her relationship with Tom. Thinking about him made her head swim. In her heart, she knew Angus was nothing like him. She'd run from him since she'd arrived because she couldn't bear the thought of getting caught up in everything and getting hurt again. Angus was charming and good-looking. She found herself absolutely attracted to him. He had dogs, he could ride horses, he seemed to enjoy being outside, and given the chance, she had no doubt there would be other things she liked about him. But she couldn't give him that chance. She ran the reins through her fingers and rubbed the horse's nose. I get the feeling he's warm and kind. I don't know. I run from him like he's a monster. I keep hurting his feelings with my stupid big mouth. I'm not trying to. It kinda pops out. I'm scared of him, but I doubt he's anything like Tom. Especially when I hurt him so easily, and I'm a nobody. Have you seen his eyes and how sad they look when he's hurt? How easy would it be to fall in love with someone like him? To forget it's a show, an actual television show? Penelope swiped at a tear that rolled down her cheek. I guess you don't have any advice for stupid girls, do you, buddy? The horse shifted on his feet and nuzzled her shoulder. Yeah, I didn't think you would. She sniffed. I wish Paige would have left me alone. She sat on the rock until she heard voices coming from the mouth of the trail. I guess I can't hide here, huh? If only she could hide. Penelope sighed and led the horse back out. Time to rejoin the show, she whispered to herself as she spotted Angus dismounting. Penelope looked around. No one was watching him. The camera crew was getting the reactions to the campsite from Zora, Amber, and Jeannie. She smiled as she watched him. The way his face lit up as he ran his hand over the horse's face and nose made her rethink her reactions to him. If the horse liked him, maybe he wasn't as horrible as she'd made him out to be. Penelope swallowed hard as an invisible black fog rolled around her, pulling her back to reality. Tom. All the times she'd dismissed his darkness. All the times he'd said hateful, hurtful things. Angus was a pretty face, just like Tom was. No, he was beautiful. But Angus wasn't Tom. Maybe she could keep her cool and stop being an emotional freak around him. As if she'd called Angus's name, he turned his ice-blue eyes on her, and they locked gazes. Penelope's breath caught. Tall, blue eyes, red hair, just her type. Paige couldn't have been more right. If she wasn't standing in a campsite filled with people and cameras, she'd be in a ball on the ground. Whatever she thought about Angus couldn't be trusted, especially given her history with unreliable judgment. She pulled her gaze away as tears threatened to pour again. When she looked back, he was talking with Jeannie. That was good. Maybe if he was giving Jeannie attention, he'd leave her alone. At least Jeannie was nice. He deserved someone nice. Didn't he? Penelope led the horse to the corral where the rest of the horses were being blanketed for the night. They take great care of these horses, Angus said. She'd been so lost in thought that he'd caught her by surprise. When she whirled around, her feet tangled together, and she lost her balance. Whoa. Angus held her by the elbows and steadied her. You okay? He was so close she could feel his breath on her cheek. Her mouth parted slightly, and the sudden intake of air filled her nose with his scent. She needed to leave. Now. With a slow nod, she handed him the reins to her horse. Yes, thank you. It took restraint to walk away instead of run. She took a deep breath. That couldn't happen again. Chapter 16. Once the crew responsible for setting up the location had them settled in, Callum led them to a river not far from the campsite. The entire place was green, cold, and clean, and in more ways than one, it reminded Angus of home. A few sheep bleating, and he'd get the full effect. From the edge of the river to about 1.5 feet in, he could see rocks lining the bed. A few feet more, and the water grew deeper. They were warned to stick to shallows because there was a drop-off and it wasn't a straight line. With the way the river was rolling, Angus could tell the current was quick. Callum then gave them a brief lesson on fly fishing. Angus could have taught them himself, though, since he already knew how. A movie he'd been in had him playing a character who fly fished, and he'd enjoyed it ever since. Eyeing the cameras really quick, he tried to ignore them as he cast his line into the river and slowly reeled it back in. Not the easiest type of fishing, but certainly relaxing. At least, to Angus it was. The only thing niggling him at the moment was Penelope. He wasn't sure what she'd been about to say on the trail ride that morning, but he couldn't shake the look of horror on her face as she looked from him to the cameraman. Catching her staring at him from across the campsite shocked him. Those intense green eyes of hers were nearly a siren's call, and it took willpower to stay rooted in place. Then at the corral, he'd caught her before she fell. Again, her mesmerizing green eyes stared at him as his gaze had traveled to her full pale pink lips parted in surprise as he held her. What was it about Penelope Cooper that was throwing him? She'd avoided him and made it abundantly clear she wanted nothing to do with him, and he couldn't seem to free himself from her gravitational pull. His wandering thoughts were nailed down as Zora inched closer. This is pretty fun, huh? I mean, not lounging by a pool or shopping kind of fun, but still okay, she said as she closed the rest of the distance between them. What about tangled line didn't she get? I'll take this over the other. This is my idea of a good time, Angus replied. Zora shot him a smile. Oh. The bad boy has an outdoors aside? He fought the urge to roll his eyes. I'm not a bad boy. I've never been a bad boy. I made bad choices, yes, but overall, I'd say I spent most of my time in the choir. Try as he might, he'd been unable to keep the frustration out of his voice. I'm sorry. I didn't, I apologize. She palmed his arm. It's okay. Apology accepted. Apology accepted but not given in return. Angus struggled to find something about Zora to like. Why had he picked her? Because he was trying to pick women he didn't like. Well, he'd done a bang-up job with her. Thank you, he said and put some space between them before casting his line out again. Penelope squealed. Ah. I've caught something. Of course she'd picked up on it quicker than any of the other women. Her line yanked hard, and she pulled back on the rod, stepping further into the river. The line jerked again, and the rod bowed so the tip was dipping into the water. Jeannie laughed. It must be huge to be pulling like that. Penelope nodded and smiled. I think so too. When it jerked again, she took another step forward, and just as Callum reminded them about the drop-off, her foot slipped, and she was pulled under. With a gasp, she broke the surface a few feet downstream from where she'd been standing. She sputtered and paddled as the current carried her. Time froze for Angus as he ran down the riverbank and plunged into the freezing water after her. He grabbed her by the straps of her hip waders, wrapped his arm around her waist, and held her to him with her back against his chest. As he reached land, Callum pulled Penelope out of his grasp, and several of the crew huddled around, helping Angus out of the water. I'm fine, he said. Just get us some warm clothing. He pushed through them and walked over to Penelope to help Callum get her out of her water-filled hip waders. Someone placed a blanket around his shoulders, and he yanked it off, wrapping it around Penelope. Couldn't they see she needed it more? You okay? She asked. For a second, he was stunned into silence. She was asking if he was okay? He wasn't the one dragged down the river. I'm fine. Are you okay? JJ just cc cold. Her teeth chattered so hard it was a wonder they weren't breaking. Angus picked her up. Where are those dry clothes? She needs them now, he said as he strode back to camp. As he reached her tent, one of the crew handed him a set of sweats. He stepped inside, set her feet on the ground, and said, You need to get dressed. Okay? I'll be back to check on you in just a second. She nodded. Okay. He stepped back out, and Jeff handed him clothing and his phone, mouthing, It's Barb. Barb? Angus said as he put the phone to his ear. What on earth happened? She asked. Penelope slipped and fell in the water, and I went in after her. He stepped inside his own tent and peeled his wet clothes off. That's what the safety crew is there for. So you don't have to do your own stunts. She paused. But that's my boy. This will make a great show. He pulled the sweatshirt over his head and put the phone back to his ear. I'm going back in her tent to make sure she's warm. Give the phone to Jeff. Angus quickly dressed and handed the phone to Jeff on his way to Penelope's tent. He stopped just outside. Penelope, are you dressed? Yes. Her voice was so soft he almost didn't hear her. He strode through the opening of the tent and found her crumpled atop her wet clothing. No point in putting on dry clothes if you're just going to lie on the wet stuff. Cloudy, unfocused eyes met his. I'm just so sleepy. He lifted her up and set her inside her sleeping bag. Her body was still ice cold to the touch. She needed body heat. What would she do if she found him in her sleeping bag? Mind if I stay with you until I'm sure you're okay? She shook her head. No. Angus left the bag unzipped and slipped in to lie down next to her. He curled around her, tucking her hands against his chest. I'll only stay until you're warm. I promise. With a soft sigh, she snuggled closer. He was sure the other women would have something to say, but he'd have done the same thing if it was one of them. Mostly. He would have gone in after them. He would have carried them back to camp. He'd have wrapped them in a blanket and put them in their sleeping bag. What he wouldn't have done was this. His heart had stopped the second her head went under, and it hadn't restarted until she was pulled to safety. For some unknown reason, the one woman who wanted nothing to do with him had a hook in him. He didn't want to like her. The show was to get his career back, that was all. But here he was with Penelope flush against him, and it was the rightest thing he'd ever experienced. As soon as she was warm, he gently untangled himself, zipped her sleeping bag up, and left her tent. His head was a mess. He liked the way Penelope felt against him, but was it possible that he was having this reaction because she was the only real person around him? No, Jeannie was real. They both came from large families who farmed. She was attractive, sweet, pleasant to be around, friendly, and genuine. He'd thought that from the very beginning, but he couldn't make a spark happen that just wasn't there. He found the other women sitting by the campfire drinking coffee. Grabbing a cup from the nearby table, he poured himself a cup and joined them. "Is she okay?" asked Amber. "She'll be fine," he replied. "At the moment, she's sleeping." Zora lifted an eyebrow. "You sure dove in after her pretty quick." The subtle implication wasn't missed. "The water is freezing, and it doesn't take much for hypothermia to set in. I had to be quick." And it was Penelope. The one person in a sea of people who wanted nothing from him. Zora waved her hand around at the crew. "Isn't that what they're here for?" Jeannie set her cup down. "I think it was selfless and brave. That was really awesome." Zora rolled her eyes. "I'm sure you would have done the same for any one of us." "I would have," he said. "I saw her fall, and I reacted." Amber took the opportunity to cozy up to him and lean her head on his arm. "It was brave. I think it was great." "What horse manure?" The only one remotely genuine was Jeannie. Amber might have believed what she was saying, but Zora was jealous or possessive or whatever she was. And none of them had him in their grasp like Penelope. He was falling for the dog groomer from Destin. He hated this show. With them staying on location at a dude ranch, their interviews were being done remotely. A small tent was set up far enough away no one could eavesdrop. They'd set it up so that they could chat via video with Vincent. Tonight's interview had him anxious. He could only imagine the questions he'd be asked. Vincent smiled. "How's it going out there?" "It's good. I hear you had quite the exciting day." Just a little river mishap." "Nothing but a dip, and it was done," Angus said. Maybe downplaying it would keep Vincent from getting too personal. Vincent scoffed. "That's not what I was told." The screen flickered, and video snippets of Amber, Zora, and Jeannie played, each giving their account of what happened. To hear them tell it, he'd dived into a tsunami during a Category 4 hurricane, not a rolling river. When Vincent reappeared, his eyebrows were reaching his hairline. "The ladies seem to think you were pretty brave. Risking your life. They may have even sounded a bit wistful that they weren't the ones rescued." "I wasn't risking my life. It was a river. That's all." "Still, a selfless act." "Did it feel pretty good being the hero?" Angus rubbed the back of his neck. "You've painted this all wrong. It's because of me that we're here. I'm responsible for the people here. Penelope fell in, and I went in after her. That's the story. Nothing heroic about it. We'll see what the audience thinks about that." "And Penelope? Is she okay?" She was still asleep when I was told it was time for this." Vincent grinned. "That's good to know. What were you thinking while you were holding her in the tent?" "I think all of us are dying to know." Angus worked not to squirm. Not that anything happened, but, no, that wasn't true. Something had happened, he just didn't have the words to give it voice yet. "Nothing at all. I was only in there to make sure she was warming up and that she was okay." "Well, we're all glad to know that our bachelorette is doing well." Vincent smiled to the camera. "Don't go anywhere. Coming up, snippets of next week's episode." He cut the cameras, and the tension was instantly better. Angus scrubbed his face with his hands and stepped out of the tent. Why had he gone along with giving these interviews? It was as though he'd been on autopilot when Barb was developing this thing. He was going to have to be more careful about being in her productions from now on. Chapter 17. The savory smell of something cooking pulled Penelope from an incredible dream. It was the strangest thing. Angus was lying next to her, smelling like rain and pine, and he was so warm. It had been a long time since she'd craved being close to someone. Well, not just someone. Angus. After unzipping her sleeping bag, she sat up and wondered where the sweats had come from. She vaguely remembered being brought to her tent and dressing in them. The one thing that was crystal clear was the dip she'd taken in the river and how cold she'd been. Penelope pulled on her shoes, slipped on a coat lying just inside the tent, and walked out. The tip of the sun was just above the horizon. The air had turned colder, and her mouth watered as the same delicious smell hit her full force. The first person to see her was Jeannie. She bounced over to Penelope and smiled. "How are you feeling?" "A little foolish for forgetting about the drop-off, but I'm fine." Amber joined them. "Talk about getting your own episode." Penelope hung her head. "Yeah, because my goal in life is to show the world how stupid I am. Or to have Angus rescue you, thereby having all the focus on you," Amber said. Penelope tilted her head. "What? What are you talking about?" "Angus jumping in like a hero and rescuing you," Zora said as she came from the side. Amber crossed her arms over her chest. "That's what I was wondering. Maybe someone was needing a little attention?" Penelope's shoulders sagged. I didn't. One minute I was reeling in a fish, and the next, I was floating downstream. I don't even remember how I got out." Zora lifted an eyebrow. "Angus dove in after you. He pulled you out, carried you to your tent, and stayed with you for quite a while." A thin smile spread on her lips. "Must have been real cozy in there." "I don't remember." "I promise I don't," Penelope said, wishing she could crawl under a rock to get away. "If you'll recall, I don't even want to be here. I've begged them to send me home." She squeezed through them, stomped to the campfire, and sat on one of the logs surrounding it. And that's why she didn't want to be on a show like this. Stupid drama and jealousy and backbiting. She'd fallen into an icy river, and out of the three of them, only one seemed concerned about that vital fact. A bowl filled with some sort of meaty stew appeared under her nose, and she looked up. "I thought you might be hungry," Angus said softly. With the light of the fire, she could see a small smile. It held a warmth she hadn't seen from him yet. She wrapped her hands around the bowl, and the warmth spread through her fingers. "Thank you, but you should pay attention to them." She hooked a thumb over her shoulder. "They're desperate for it." He sat about a foot away from her. "Oh, I'm well aware of their desperation, but they've had my attention. I want to know how you're feeling." "I'm fine." She chewed her lip. "I'm told I have you to thank for rescuing me." Shrugging, he stuffed his hands in his coat pockets and said, "You're my responsibility while you're on this show. You wouldn't be here if it weren't for me." Of course, his actions were once again part of the show. Everything was about the show and his image. She was still grateful he had rescued her, regardless of his reason for it. Penelope took a few bites of her food, and it took a control she didn't know she had to keep from scarfing it in the most unladylike way. It was as good as it smelled. Whatever they'd used to thicken it wasn't affecting her blood sugar either. Typically, she could feel it pretty quickly if it were going to. This is really good. I may have shown myself to be a glutton." He chuckled. Cameramen slowly moved their cameras around. Maybe she'd sell her camera and get a flip phone when she got home. She finished her stew and set the bowl down. "Thank you. You'd missed dinner." Before she realized what she was doing, she moved to where she was only inches from him and palmed his arm. "No, thank you. I was told what you did for me. Jumping in, pulling me to safety." "I'm sorry, but I don't remember much about after I fell in." "Are you okay? You didn't get hurt because of me, did you?" "Nah, I'm fine. I was mostly worried about you. Too bad you didn't reel in that fish." "Me too." She'd messed up the group date and his fishing trip and created chaos for the crew. Why did she always have to be so stupid? Her vision grew cloudy as she silently chastised herself. "I'm sorry I ruined the group date. I should have remembered about the drop-off." Angus tipped her chin up with one finger. "You don't strike me as the kind of woman to seek attention, so I doubt you did it on purpose. I'm just glad you weren't hurt." "Oh wow. This close, it was all she could do to breathe. Her gaze drifted to his lips, and her pulse jumped. It would be nothing to kiss him, and there was no doubt in her mind she'd enjoy it. She needed to get away from him, or she'd be a shell by the time he was done with her. I need to stay away from you. Far, far away. He dropped his hand and sighed. I don't hate you. I don't. She stood. I just can't be around you. Angus came off the log and faced her. What did I do this time? Penelope raked her hand through her hair. Nothing. There are 3 women who want nothing more than your attention. They want to be here. What could she say? They wanted him. They didn't. They wanted what his fame brought. They wanted red carpets, parties, and hobnobbing with other famous people. Just be careful. I don't want to see you get hurt. Penelope, wait. But she didn't stick around to hear him finish. She sped to her tent and zipped it closed. She was done. He'd been too close, and she'd been so tempted to kiss him. He was about as close to perfect as anyone she'd ever seen. Add the heroism of pulling her out of a river, and he moved into the knightly realm. Only she didn't need to dwell on that. There were 3 other women vying for his attention, and Penelope needed to keep herself out of it. An accident had them showing their claws, and she wasn't interested in fighting for a man. If she were, she'd still be with Tom. No, she was doing the right thing. The smart thing. Staying away from Angus was for the best. Not only for her, but Angus as well. Zora, Amber, and Jeannie would be the excitement this show needed. She would do better at keeping her distance from this point forward. The last thing she needed was Angus's name stamped on her heart. What a way to kill a camping trip. A tent, a camera, and Vincent. Penelope, how are you feeling this morning? He asked. She shrugged. At least he got her name right. A good chunk of my pride is missing, otherwise, I'm fine. Do you remember what happened? No, not really. Just falling and then waking up later. Vincent held her gaze a moment. Well, how would you like to see it? Penelope started to shake her head, but the video fired up. Her heart pounded as the entire fiasco played out in front of her eyes. Angus had hit the water seconds after her. There was no way he'd even considered that he might get hurt or washed away with her. He'd just plunged right in. Then he'd carried her to camp, made sure she was taken care of, and stayed with her until he was sure she was warm. A sprig of hope bloomed like a flower growing through concrete. Angus had taken such good care of her and was so gentle. Her cheeks warmed as she watched him hold her in her sleeping bag. So it hadn't been a dream. Maybe he was genuine. Was there a real chance he could truly care about her? Her judgment had proven off in the past, but maybe she wasn't as stupid as Tom made her out to be. How could she have known anything was wrong with her last relationship when the lies were so well told? The video stopped, and Vincent smiled. Pretty heroic, wouldn't you say? The lump in her throat prevented anything other than a nod. Too bad you were too out of it to appreciate all that one-on-one time. He wriggled his eyebrows and grinned as she shook her head and rolled her eyes. Another video played with Zora and Amber giving their account of events and then their opinions of her. When it stopped, she was fighting back tears. That sprig of hope had withered. She sniffed and wiped her nose with her coat cuff. I wasn't seeking attention. Angus and I have nothing going on. I don't know him. She hung her head. What he did was selfless and brave. I don't know what else to say. She pushed out of the chair and darted out of the tent. Now she was going to have to live with at least 2 women who thought she was an attention hog. Her initial thought was correct. She needed to stay away from Angus. Amber and Zora, they could claw each other's eyes out if they wanted. Penelope was out. Chapter 18. While more exciting than he'd liked, the trip to the ranch had been relaxing and fun. It would have been even better if Penelope hadn't nearly drowned. The individual dates he'd gone on were okay. He had a bit of an ornery streak, and his date with Zora had them mucking out stalls. She'd been none too happy with him, but they'd gone to a nice restaurant at the end, and that seemed to make up for it. She'd tried for a kiss, but he couldn't do it. In his mind, it would have been like kissing Clara, and his lips were never touching hers ever again. The dates with Amber and Jeannie went as expected. Amber was a milder version of Zora, and Jeannie was the girl next door that every boy loved and every girl was jealous of. Her personality was bright and cheerful. He'd even caught himself trying to like her, which hadn't been his plan at all, but she was so likable. Penelope, the woman, was pure aggravation on legs. And no matter what he did, he couldn't shake her from his mind. There was something about her that called to him. He liked that she challenged him. She didn't take what he said as gospel. She was normal and down to earth, and for some reason, those qualities seemed to be just what his soul was crying for. Since they'd returned to the lodge a week ago, they'd gone on a sightseeing tour of Helena for a group date. It was a 3-day trip with shopping, a concert, and a fireworks show celebrating a local hero returning from military service. To mix things up, Barb had given him control over the next individual dates. For his own peace of mind and so he didn't feel rushed, he gave himself 2 days with each bachelorette. It wasn't until his second day with Zora that he kicked himself. He'd picked her because there was no chance of a relationship, and the more time he spent with her, the less of a chance she had. If Clara had a twin, it would be her. Amber, well, she was Amber. If he was looking for a red carpet date, she would be perfect, but he wasn't looking for a relationship with anyone, and if he was, she'd never make the list. At least, not anymore. He'd taken Jeannie to a state park. It was relaxing. They walked trails and rode horses, and if he had to picture a perfect date, it would have filled the bill. He'd also need to stick his hand in a light socket to get even a tingle. Today, he had a date planned with Penelope, and he could already feel the tension building in his shoulders. He was going to have a fight on his hands, and he knew it. Of course, they could threaten to go after her sister and that would fix it, but he hated that. He wanted her to want to go out with him. "I'm not going." He closed his eyes as Penelope's voice drifted through his door. "And it begins," he said as he threw his covers off and got out of bed to pull on some clothes. The second he opened his door, he could hear all 4 women engaged in what seemed to be a battle. "What's going on?" he asked as he stopped in the great room. Penelope's gaze caught his. "I'm giving my date to one of them." Zora smiled. "I'm good with that." Angus exhaled sharply. "I'm not." "Why not?" "They want to date you," Penelope said. She raked her hand through her hair and shook her head. "I'm so tired." He narrowed his eyes. "Can someone explain to me what's really going on?" Amber crossed her arms over her chest. "Nothing." Jeannie cut her eyes from Zora to Amber. He thought she'd speak up, but she shoved her hands in her jean pockets and clamped her lips shut. His diving in after Penelope had turned Zora and Amber into jealous, unlikable creatures. Not that they showed those colors in front of him or that he'd been shown any footage, but he'd heard whispers. It had started the night she came out of her tent and thanked him for rescuing her. Penelope's shoulders sagged. "I'm not going on a date with you." "Don't you think I have a say in this?" Angus asked. "No. Because it takes 2, and I'm not playing. It's like being on a seesaw by yourself." He raked his hand through his hair. "Do you really want your sister in trouble?" She narrowed her eyes. "If the only way you can get me to date you is by threatening my sister with jail time, perhaps you're a little more desperate than I thought." Hot anger hit him square in the chest. "Penelope, I've put up with a lot from you. But this date isn't optional, and you know it." "I'm not going." "I saved your life." She scoffed. "I knew that was going to come back to bite me." "Of course you'd use that as a way to manipulate me." She turned to Zora and Amber. Angus had forgotten they were even there. Penelope waved her hands at him. "See? That's why he jumped in after me. Not for me. For ratings. To hold it over my head." He doesn't have a thing for me. I'm not his favorite. Are you happy? Zora cocked her hip and smiled. I'm only happy because you've hurt him yet again. Maybe if you do that enough, he'll send you home. Angus knitted his eyebrows together. Even if Penelope had hurt him, it wouldn't have been on purpose. He had the feeling that Penelope didn't operate like that. She genuinely cared about people. This show was hard on her, and she was having trouble adjusting. Penelope's mouth dropped open as she turned her gaze to Angus. Her eyes turned glassy. She said and stopped, tears spilling down her cheeks. I'm sorry, I wasn't ta. She squeezed her eyes shut, took in a shaky breath, and said, I can't do anything right. Amber traded looks with Zora. It was almost as though they'd worked together to provoke her. Turning, Penelope kept her gaze from his. I'm not going on a date with you. Do what you have to do. The moment she was gone, Angus set his hands on his hips. I'm not really sure what just happened, but if I'm not going on a date with her, I'm not going at all. So, whatever you hope to gain out of this isn't happening. He stormed to his room and shut the door. He and Penelope were making progress. It was slow, but progress nonetheless, and those women had something to do with her not wanting to go on a date with him. If they'd made her miserable, there was a good chance she'd actually wanted to go and they'd forced her to back away. Hopefully, he had set them plenty straight so they wouldn't try that again, but he had a feeling they'd be just as catty on the last day as they were on the first. That evening, a dateless Angus stepped into the interview room. He'd tried everything in his arsenal to get Penelope to go on a date with him, but she wasn't going. Vincent shook hands with him. It's good to see you, Angus. Do you like being back at the lodge? It's a nice place, but I'm more at home on a ranch. How was the group date? Angus carefully considered his words. He still had 6 weeks of filming left, and he needed to keep viewers tuning in. It was fun touring Helena. I enjoyed my time with them. It's going to be hard to choose when the 12 weeks are up. You've gone on 3 individual dates since you returned from Helena. Are you closer to picking Mrs. MacLachlan? It's too soon. There are qualities I like about each of them, but I'll be taking it slow with the final pick. Penelope is becoming quite the challenge, Vincent said, his voice laced with the typical talk show fake sadness. Does it bother you that she seems to want nothing to do with you? As if Angus would answer this honestly. I knew from the beginning that it wasn't going to be easy. It's just part of the show. Well, she's certainly not easy, but the fireworks are fun to watch. Did it hurt to hear her say you'd used pulling her from the river as a way to manipulate her? A lot and deeply. It cut a little. And she'd regretted saying it. His theory that Zora and Amber provoked her seemed more like what happened. In fact, she'd been speaking to them when she said it. But in this industry, I've learned to let things roll off. That's the spirit. We're halfway through filming. Anything you want to say to the audience? Keep watching. You'll be as surprised by what happens as I am. They cut the camera, and Angus stood, shaking Vincent's hand. Halfway through, and it already felt like he'd been filming a year. By the end, he'd be so over it that he might very well retire from acting. Chapter 19. Penelope pulled at her collar as the interview with Vincent started. What could they possibly ask her? She'd avoided Angus for 2 days, and it had been a challenge. He wanted her to go on a date with him, but she wasn't budging. Barb even stepped in, threatening Paige. It still wasn't enough to get Penelope to go. With the cameras rolling and Vincent eyeing her, she felt like a microbe under a microscope. Why was he just staring at her? Add a blinding light, and it'd be an interrogation. Finally, Vincent broke his silence and asked. You really don't want to be here, do you? I think I've established that. A video played of her fight with Angus from a couple of days before. The look on his face when she said that he'd rescued her for ratings made her ache. She knew that wasn't true. The only reason she'd said it was for Amber and Zora. Those two had been giving her nothing but grief since he'd rescued her. Snide remarks about her being unfit to be on Angus's arm. Little digs about her hair and weight. That Angus couldn't possibly see anything in her, so, obviously, he only rescued her for ratings. They'd provoked her that morning, Zora and Amber ganging up on her, making her miserable. All they could talk about was her date and how it was unfair since she got all that time alone in the tent with him. It had heated her like a kettle, and she'd blown her top. Vincent stared at her as the video stopped. "What do you think about that?" Penelope hung her head. What could she say? Anything and everything was being used against her. She'd hurt Angus, and he deserved better. Her heart was on the floor. I shouldn't have said it. I only wanted Zora and Amber to leave me alone. But you did see the look on Angus's face. You hit pretty hard with that accusation. Do you really think he'd risk his life for television ratings? He was kicking her while she was down and then stepping on her with spiked shoes. I saw it. I hurt him. That's not the kind of person I am. I don't like hurting people. If you could say one thing to Angus right now, what would you say? Without a doubt, her words would be used. I would say I'm sorry. That's it? Vincent tilted his head, his eyebrows drawn. That seems a little lacking, don't you think? She rolled her eyes and twisted her fingers in her shirt. It was lacking because she wasn't saying it to Angus personally. Why did everything have to be so hard? I'd say I'm sorry. I'm sorry you felt shoved into a corner to do a show like this. I'm sorry my sister hates me. I'm sorry I didn't tank the interview with your producer. The words poured off her tongue fast and furious. She cast her gaze to the floor. I'm sorry I keep lashing out at you. Vincent chuckled. That's a lot of sorry. And this is why I don't want to be here. Everything's a joke, pretend, or usable for ratings. I have no idea how to navigate this kind of thing, and, no, I'm done with this interview, she said. Angus deserves better than this. He is a person, you know. She stormed away and straight to her bedroom. This whole thing was stupid. Could it get any worse? Probably, and she hated to think about the depths the show would sink to. The night air was cold and biting, but Penelope would take that over the claws waiting for her in the house. After the interview, she'd stayed in her room until she was sure everyone was in bed before venturing out to the patio. It was the only place she felt safe. She had zero desire to deal with Zora or Amber. They were positive that Angus was giving her special treatment. Telling them to go jump in a lake so he could rescue them hadn't gone over well. Although, she may have left the rescue part out. The patio door opened, and Penelope checked over her shoulder. Sure enough, it was Angus. Was she wearing a collar with a bell? He took the seat next to hers and slouched in it. A little late to be haunting the halls, eh? She shrugged. It's quiet. I can think. When I was a lad, I'd sneak out at night and lay out in the field. Even when it's so cold I could feel it in my bones. It was me, the stars, and nothing in between. She cut a glance at him. The only thing I'm missing is the rush of waves. He smiled. Is George your thinking partner? A laugh popped out. Yeah, he is. I'm missing him too. I miss mine. They just want me and nothing else. I think that's why I have 4 of them. Penelope chewed her lip. She didn't need to be talking to him, but that interview hit her in the heart. I owe you an apology. I'm struggling here, trying to find the real underneath the pretend, but I don't think you jumped in the river after me for ratings. And, even if you did, it was still brave. Stupid, but brave. You have a weird way of delivering apologies. She let her head drop back and exhaled sharply. Why do you keep talking to me? He chuckled. I have no idea. I couldn't sleep, and you were out here. Seemed the polite thing to do. Why couldn't he leave her alone? And then it dawned on her. There were alarms on their doors. The truth was most likely that he'd been woken up and told to talk to her. Penelope stood. I'm suddenly tired. He quickly stood. What did I do this time? Nothing. Then why can't we have a civil discussion? She hugged herself. I don't want to talk to you. I don't want to get to know you. I don't want anything. He raked his hand through his hair. You are the most aggravating woman I've ever met. And if you met my agent, you'd know I don't throw that around. What can I do to just have a normal conversation? Wake Jeannie up. I'm sure she'd be thrilled. Angus threw his hands in the air. I don't know what to do. I've tried everything. Penelope hugged herself a little tighter. Good night, Angus. She didn't wait for a response because she didn't care. They were both being forced into a situation neither of them wanted to be in. It was the nice thing to do to give him an out. Maybe that was the tactic she needed to employ from now on. Couldn't fight if the other person wasn't playing. Chapter 20. With a deep breath, Angus sat up in bed. He'd tried everything he could think of, but with Penelope's determination to keep her distance he was beating his head against a brick wall. It didn't matter what he did or how he approached her, she'd tuck tail and go to her room. He imagined their interactions were keeping the audience entertained, but his patience was wearing thin. The next big outing would be the planned trip to Hawaii. Barb had insisted on it. At first, he'd hated the idea of a romantic trip, but now he was thinking the change of scenery would help. Maybe it would shake things up and he could start over with Penelope. Everyone, including the crew, was packing. A secluded beach house had been rented for 2 weeks, and during the stay, each woman would have 1 full day with him, as well as 2 group dates. It would be a chance for him to get to know each of the women better in a new setting. The very notion put him on edge. Hawaii with Jeannie would be okay. Zora and Amber were a nightmare. The only person he could see himself enjoying time with was Penelope, and how could he spend time with someone who wanted nothing to do with him? And worse, why did he want to be around her while knowing that? He knew why. While encounters with Penelope were infuriating, he found them interesting and entertaining. Her face would go from pink to red, and she'd storm off. At first, he was completely frustrated with her, but as the weeks passed, he found her temper more and more charming. It gave him something to look forward to. Angus shoved off the bed, showered, and packed. They'd be leaving early and filming the whole trek. He rolled his shoulders and pulled his luggage with him to the door. Aside from the intrigue of cracking Penelope's shell, he was finding it more and more difficult to put on a smile every day. As he entered the great room, the women greeted him with warm smiles, minus Penelope, who was missing. Are we all ready? He asked, as if he didn't care she was noticeably absent. Jeannie nearly danced with excitement. I sure am. I've always wanted to go to Hawaii. Me too, said Amber. Hawaii's nice. Hawaii with you is nicer. Zora held his gaze. Zora turned him off in every way. He wasn't even sure why he considered her eye candy in the beginning. The more he was around her, the less attractive she became. He thought her profession was noble, but she was aggressive and annoying. The way she held his gaze, how she'd find a way to always sit next to him, the way she'd touch him, it was all too much for someone he barely knew. He'd even gone so far as to beg Barb to send her home. Her and Amber, but with only 4 women on the show, it wasn't feasible. Jeannie was too sweet and boring. Not Angus's words, Barb's. And Penelope? It'd be the odd couple only without the cooperation to actually be seen together. Is Penelope already in the limo? She says she's not coming, Jeannie said. Angus pinched the bridge of his nose and exhaled. I'll go talk to her. Barb's kinda already talking to her. Amber shrugged. He glanced at the 3 women, debating whether to join Barb or not. He strode to Penelope's room and stepped inside. She just needed to play ball a while longer. You can't just walk into my room. Penelope glared at him. Barb shook her head. Angus, love, I'm taking care of it. What do I have to do to get you to stop being so difficult? Angus asked, his tone gruff. Angus, love, I said I'm taking care of it, Barb said, adding a little force to it this time. Why am I being so difficult? I'm not doing anything. I don't want to go to Hawaii. With you or anyone else. I want to stay here, Penelope pleaded, turning to Barb. Please, I'm begging you. Don't make me go. Barb slipped her arm around Penelope's shoulders. Listen, darling, we're going to Hawaii, and you don't have a choice. I see your bags are packed, so why the sudden heel digging? You know what? Never mind. I'll go. I just don't want a day to get to know him. I know all I need to know. I'm perfectly fine giving my day to someone he'd like to spend time with. As long as that person isn't me. Was he really that bad? What is it with you? What have I done to you personally that makes you behave like this? I'm not going on a date with you, Penelope said, leveling her gaze at him. Barb glanced at Angus and back to Penelope. We'll discuss that when we get there. Fine. Penelope snatched her luggage handle and sidestepped Angus, making a quick exit. What can I do? Angus began pacing. I've tried everything. He fought to keep his voice down. Barb stood inches from him. Remember, win her over, win them all over. Do you want your career back or not? Angus inhaled and closed his eyes. His heart thrummed so hard he could hear it in his ears. He'd tried to be charming, friendly, and easygoing, but all of his efforts were shot down. He'd saved her life, for crying out loud. It seemed nothing he tried worked. His shoulders sagged. The fighting was wearing him thin. Of the things he liked doing with a woman, arguing wasn't one of them. Maybe he'd try being lanky Angus. The fresh off the boat Scott who was so real she wouldn't be able to help but see him as a person. Just for her. Trying so hard was going completely against his decision to guard his heart during the show, but he couldn't find the will to stop searching for a way into her good graces. With renewed determination and a new strategy, Angus walked back into the great room and flashed a broad smile. Everyone ready now? Everyone but Penelope seemed eager and ready to go. She wouldn't even cast a side glance in his direction. In the limo, she sat as far away from him as possible and looked out the window. On the plane ride to Hawaii, while Amber, Jeannie, and Zora sat around him, chatting, Penelope sat off by herself, refusing to speak to anyone. Her hair was like a curtain as she looked out the window. Once they arrived at the house, she disappeared into her room the moment she was given the chance. After they'd all had a chance to drop off their luggage, they rode to a nearby restaurant that had been rented out. The local eatery boasted itself as a top dining place on Maui, so, of course, that's where Barb had sent them. So, Angus, Jeannie said, about these days with you we each get. What will we be doing? It's a surprise. Zora and Amber pouted. That sounds like fun, Jeannie said. Again, emphasizing how likable she was. He shrugged. The only thing I know is that it will be a way for us to get to know one another better. Zora leaned in close to him. Well, that I'm looking forward to. Me too. I've always wanted to come here. Sun, surf, swimming. Amber's eyes widened. I wonder if we'll get to go snorkeling. Jeannie's eyes lit up. Oh my gosh, I've always wanted to do that. Penelope sat opposite him at the table, staring down at her closed menu. How about you, Penelope? What are you looking forward to while you're here? Asked Jeannie. The end, Penelope replied without looking up. Amber rolled her eyes. Jeannie leaned over. Penelope, we're being filmed. He saved your life. The least you could do is pretend, she whispered. We're trying to have a good time. Lighten up, okay? She nodded but remained quiet. When it came time to order, without ever opening the menu, Penelope rattled off a meal like it was something familiar. While Angus chatted with the three ladies, he'd glance at Penelope. There were a few times when he thought she was on the verge of crying. Although, he couldn't be sure because she'd never look at him. Once dinner was over, Penelope sat as far away from him as she could in the limo. The car had barely come to a stop when she jumped out and ran into the house. The rest of them agreed to meet on the back porch for a small nightcap after they'd changed. As he approached the glass doors leading out, he paused and took a deep breath. The smell was incredible. The salt in the air was so thick he could taste it. The sunset looked like a painting with reds, pinks, and golds. Waves crashed in the distance with whoosh after frothy whoosh. It was called paradise for a reason. Then he heard the women begin to talk, and he hung back, wondering what they really thought. That Penelope girl has to go. I swear she is such a downer. Always fleeing the scene like Angus is a leper, Amber said. And he jumped in freezing water to save her. What a loon. Angus angled himself so he could see them but remained out of sight. Amber tucked her hair behind her ear. She doesn't want to be here. I don't understand why they don't just send her home. It's obvious she's miserable, Jeannie said. At least she sounded sincere. Amber shrugged. Zora glanced from Amber to Jeannie. Because as hard as she tries, she likes him. He's charming, attractive, and funny. Those traits, no matter what you tell yourself, are hard to resist. She leaned forward and picked up her wine glass off the coffee table. And, as Amber said, he saved her life. She's avoiding him because she likes him and she knows she doesn't have a chance. Angus worked his jaw. Penelope didn't have a chance. More like she had the best chance. She might be avoiding him, and he might be frustrated, but that didn't change that he liked her. If I knew someone wanted to go home that bad, I wouldn't make them stay, Jeannie said. She brings in viewers because she's a regular person. Unlike us. Amber's tone was mocking. Jeannie shook her head. She brings in viewers because she's not completely gaga over him. I was honest when I said I liked him. I don't get the feeling there's any chemistry there, but I'm hoping our date changes that. That was a relief. She felt it too. Hopefully, she wouldn't be too disappointed when he didn't choose her. Zora chuckled. It's probably best she wants nothing to do with him. She'd just get her feelings hurt. I don't think he's that shallow, Jeannie said. Angus quietly stepped back and cleared his throat so they wouldn't realize he'd been eavesdropping. Hello, he said as he walked out. Hi. It was a chorus of sweet greetings and smiles. Did you want a drink? Asked Zora. I'm good. I'm so excited about tomorrow, Zora said. I can't wait to see what the surprise is. I bet it's going to be simply amazing. Angus sat and chatted a while, until he looked over his shoulder and found a lone figure sitting on the beach. If he were guessing, it was Penelope. A chance to be alone with her with none of the other women around. Maybe this was his chance for a new start. Ladies, I've enjoyed this, but I think I'll turn in. He stood, and they stood with him. 3 single kisses on the cheek and an exchange of goodnights made it possible for him to ditch them and sneak around to the beach. As he walked back into the house, he stopped Jeff. Do you think you guys could keep a low profile when it comes to Penelope? I'm going to try to talk to her, and if she sees you guys, she'll never give me a chance. Jeff shrugged. I think we can do that. There are some dunes we can stay behind to make things less obvious. We'll film from there. I'm not trying to trick her. I'm honestly interested in what's going on with her. You don't have to explain anything to me. I felt like I did. Go talk to her. We'll stay out of the way. Angus paused a moment. Thanks. Chapter 21. Mind if I join you? Asked Angus. Yes. No. Oh, she didn't know. 3 mixed drinks had left Penelope feeling friendlier than she had in years. Normally, she didn't drink. Diabetes and sweet alcoholic drinks didn't mix, but she was so emotionally wrung out when the limo stopped that she just didn't care. She'd walked straight through the house and along the beach to a bar where she'd downed them before she could change her mind. Sure, why not? Her words weren't exactly slurred, but he'd be an idiot not to realize she was tipsy. "Are you drunk?" he asked as he sat down about a foot from her. She took a deep breath. He smelled as good as he looked. As always. Define drunk. One drink too many. With a chuckle, she said, "Oh, well, that's a loose definition." Angus laughed. "I guess it is." His laugh was warm, and her stomach fluttered. She should have told him no. The silence lingered for a moment longer. "Had you eaten at that restaurant before?" he asked. Penelope looked out over the ocean. The foamy waves lapped at the sand, and the stars sparkled. Her throat constricted, and she swallowed hard. "Yep. About 2 years out of college, I stayed here 2 weeks." She'd been fighting tears all night. From the moment they'd pulled up in front of that restaurant, her heart had ached. That must have been nice. The urge to talk was at war with her promise to never tell anyone. She clamped her mouth shut and renewed her promise to keep her secret. "I'm not talking to you, Angus MacLachlan. I'm right about you. You might very well have changed, but I'll never know for sure. I'll never know you. I'll know the face you show the world, but I'll never know if it's really you." "Fair enough," he said, just loud enough that she could hear him over the water. The look on his face made her pause. He looked hurt. He had jumped into freezing water for her. Inwardly, she cringed. She'd hurt him again. When Tom had broken her heart, she was determined not to let that change who she was, but it had. She'd hidden from the world. It was easy to be kind when you were alone. This whole situation had thrown her out of her comfort zone, and now she found herself being cruel and mean. Penelope scooted closer to him and held his gaze. "I'm so sorry. I'm not deliberately being mean to you. I'm just," she sighed. "Regardless of who you are or what you've done, you don't deserve to be treated as horribly as I've treated you since the show started." His mouth parted as though he was shocked. "I am trying to be a better person. I know. Or I think I do. It's so hard to know." Angus nodded and continued to keep eye contact. "I guess I can see your point. You said you have 4 standard poodles. Was that true?" They live with me in LA. I have an acre for them to run on." "A whole acre," her tone was soft and wistful. "George would love that. My house is small. About 1,000 square feet. I live on the beach. When my parents died, they left my sister and me the house. Paige lives in Pensacola, but I wanted to stay on the beach." She sighed. "George wouldn't know what to do with an acre. I take him for walks and so does my neighbor sometimes." Her mouth had hit the Autobahn at 100 miles per hour. "I think I like you drunk." "Me too. I'm not so uptight." He grinned. "You said it. Not me." She took a deep breath. "I wasn't always like this. I was funny and outgoing, and I had friends. I cared about how I dressed. I carried myself differently. I was confident. I had plans," and Penelope caught herself and stopped. "What happened?" "It doesn't matter. I am who I am. Sometimes when a person gets broken, they can't be fixed." No disagreements from me." Penelope moved even closer as she studied him. Now she was nearly shoulder to shoulder with him. "That's why you behaved so badly. You got your heart broken, and I bet you didn't have anyone who cared enough to help you through it. I can't begin to imagine what it would be like to have my mistakes shown to the world. All those stupid tabloids. Not that I read them, but you can't exactly escape them when you're in line at the grocery checkout." Angus nodded, and when he spoke, his voice was thick. "I have a mate from my childhood, but Finn isn't what I'd call a roper. He lets me do what I want. Paige was left at the altar by a guy named Tyler. It crushed her, but she had me. For months, I held her while she cried." She chuckled as she thought back to that 6 months. I even went out and bought china at the thrift store so she could throw it. I didn't realize breaking plates could be so therapeutic. He held her gaze and smiled. Guess I should have had someone like you. You don't mean that. Angus, I might be drunk, but I'm not stupid. I'm a nobody. Amber, Jeannie, and Zora, they're your speed. They're poised and beautiful. Arm candy. When you arrive at red carpets, they'll smile for the camera and make you look good. What if I don't want to look good? Penelope snorted. Too late. One corner of his mouth twitched up, and he chuckled. Is that so? Like you don't know. As she yawned, she put her hand over her mouth. Drinking makes me sleepy. Do you drink often? First time ever. I'm diabetic. Angus's eyes widened. I had no idea. Are you going to be okay? So far, I'm fine. I'll pay for it tomorrow, but I don't really care right now. I hate this place. Hawaii? It's beautiful. How could you hate it here? There are ghosts of Penelope's past here. Everywhere I look, I see her laughing and happy, and then it just shatters. Her voice trembled. The tears she'd staved off all day trickled down her cheeks. I'm sorry. She took a deep breath. It doesn't matter. I'm here. I can't go anywhere. In the process of talking, they'd gotten closer, and she was inches from him. He wasn't even touching her, and his warmth was a magnet, making every one of her nerves hum. And you seem insistent on proving to me that you've changed. I wish you'd direct your energy to one of the other girls. They're desperate for your attention. Maybe I don't care for the other girls. Right, she said softly. Why was he so persistent? She was a fish, and this reality show was a barrel. Once it was over, he'd have his choice of women. Even if something were to happen between them, the second he had the opportunity, he'd find someone else. Penelope looked away and then back at Angus, locking gazes with him. I don't know what happened to you, and I don't want to know because I certainly don't want to trade stories. But I'd love it if you'd leave me alone. You don't want my friendship or anything else. I know you don't. You want your career back. You really hate me, don't you? No, I don't hate you at all. She was terrified of him. You want me to believe you've changed. Fine. I believe it. But, please, I'm begging you, stop directing your charm in my direction. I've had enough heartache, and I can't handle another notch on my belt. Even in the dark, Angus had an effect on her. The way he smelled, the way the wind tossed his hair across his face, and the way he was looking at her made her tipsy heart race. There was something about him, and there was no way he didn't know he was something special. The proximity of his lips to hers was too close for her comfort. Penelope shifted away to put distance between them. He closed the distance. You seem to make a lot of assumptions about me when you've not even taken a moment to get to know me. I don't need to know you. We could be friends, he said softly. She scoffed. Right. I suspect all your friends come with benefits. You'd be wrong. His voice was gruff. Penelope had never liked fighting, and the past 6 weeks had left her feeling emotionally spent. She was never going to get rid of him. He wanted the world to see that he'd changed, and she was what they'd used to measure it. He wouldn't leave her alone until he'd accomplished his goal and won his career back. In that moment, all her fight dissipated. She surrendered. Penelope wilted and sighed. Okay, Angus. You want to prove you've changed. We can be friends or whatever. Penelope stood. You got what? Yeah, I'm sure. He wasn't certain if it was the talk last night or if she was sick, but something felt different about her. Like her heart had been broken again. I'm sorry if I hurt you last night. I promise I wasn't trying to. I don't think you can break what's already broken, she said softly. Penelope peered up at him through a fringe of lashes, looking tiny and fragile. Her vulnerability made his stomach drop. For the first time in a long while, Angus hurt for someone else. It took all his self-control not to take her in his arms and hold her. "What can I do to help you?" Penelope answered with a heavy sigh. "I promise I'm not pretending. I'll see you tomorrow." She stepped back and shut the door. Chapter 22. Zora held Angus's arm tightly. "This is amazing." Angus tried to keep his thoughts corralled, but his conversation with Penelope the night before had kept him up most of the night. He knew she'd been hurt, but he never expected her pain to feel so much like his own. It made him wonder who had hurt her and how. "Angus?" "Yes, I'm sorry. I had trouble sleeping last night," he said over the whir of the helicopter. They were taking an aerial tour, and Zora kept pointing out things she found interesting. She gave him an exaggerated pout and palmed his cheek. "I'm sorry. Maybe we can sneak away somewhere and grab a nap." The way she said it gave him the impression that a nap was the last thing on her mind. "We've got dinner reservations we need to keep." "I'm not that hungry." That wasn't happening. And even if it was, it wouldn't be with her. "I am." He declined the invitation as gently as he could. Zora nodded. "Okay." She snuggled up against him and continued pointing and talking. Angus's thoughts drifted to Penelope again. She'd called herself common, but he wasn't finding her all that common. When she'd sat so close the night before, the temptation to kiss her had thrown him. He'd dated a few women since Clara, but there'd been no real connection. He'd only used it as a way to forget how much he hurt. Then he'd begun tearing up hotel rooms, spitting on photographers, and yelling at anyone he thought had slighted him, including a young fan that had really done nothing more than ask for an autograph. From that moment, the press hounded him, following him everywhere he went. Every little thing he did was blown up, making him miserable and his fans hate him. When the helicopter landed, he waited for Zora to step off and followed her out. They dashed to the limo, and in the quiet of the car, his ears buzzed from flying so long. Zora fussed with her hair for a moment. That wind was insane, but the view was so worth it. It was incredible. "Have you ever done that before?" "I did a long time ago." "With a woman?" "No, when I was filming my first movie. I'd never visited Hawaii. My co-star, Sam Minkus, and I took this tour. It never really gets old. So, I have to ask. What are your thoughts about each of us so far? Is there one of us making a bigger impression than the others?" She crossed her legs and leaned back in the seat across from him, attempting to be sultry, he suspected. "We're only halfway through. I don't know any of you well enough to make that determination yet. I've enjoyed my time with each one so far." "I do know that." Zora smiled. "Well, except Penelope. She's harder to read, Her eyebrows shot up. "Harder to read? Try impossible. She should be sent home. It's not like she wants to be on the show. Why keep her here?" He didn't like the direction this conversation was going. "I don't make that call. She won the contest, so the producer has the decision where she's concerned." Zora tilted her head. "But she frustrates you." "I didn't say that. She's just different." She rolled her eyes and crossed her arms over her chest. "You seem to be trying pretty hard to win her over. Are you sure there isn't a bit of a chase reaction there?" Angus bristled. "What do you mean? Chasing Penelope?" "Oh, you know, she doesn't want you, so you have to have her?" "That's not my personality at all." If anything, what drew him to Penelope was how down-to-earth she was. She'd never tried to be anything but herself. But chasing was his personality. Maybe that's why he was irritated. Zora had hit too close to home. He'd chased Clara. Pursued her until he got her, but once he got her, he was hers to the point that she'd turned him to ash. Did he want to make that mistake again? No, but Penelope wasn't Clara. She might be running from him, but it wasn't because she thought he was a toy to be played with. She'd been hurt, and she was trying to protect herself. What if he caught her? What would he do then? Zora narrowed her eyes. Okay, if you say so. Why don't we talk about something else? Okay, tell me about growing up in Scotland. No, I have a good family. I usually go back a few times a year to see them, but this last year I haven't been back at all. Mum and Pop are hardworking people. They taught me to do the same. How did they react when they saw all that publicity? Inwardly, Angus deflated. They'd been disappointed. They handled it well. Gave me an earful and told me to straighten myself up. He needed the conversation directed away from himself. Did you have patience when you left for the show? Zora blinked. Patience? Patience. Nursing. Did you have any patience you had to leave when you came on the show? Oh, no. I just lost an elderly man to Alzheimer's and was actually in between patients. I was really close to his family. His daughter and I were pretty close in age, and we spent a lot of time together. He couldn't put his finger on it, but something about Zora didn't ring true. It almost seemed as though she pretended to hear him wrong. He was going to ask Barb to do another check on her. Angus had figured sitting through dinner with her was going to be exhausting, and his suspicion was right. He listened to her babble on about this and that during their meal while his thoughts remained on Penelope. If he'd had his choice, she'd be the one he was having dinner with. She may not like him, but for some reason, he liked her. If nothing else, Penelope struck him as the type to be a loyal friend. Was she actually going to be his friend from now on like she'd said on the beach? And if she was it only going to be an act for the show? He didn't know if there was even a way to tell the difference. Now he understood her reluctance to trust him. He'd been in the industry for years, and he was questioning reality. Once dinner was over, they rode back to the house and ended the date on the back deck. Jeannie and Amber were there sipping on drinks. As Angus and Zora joined them, they became animated. How was the date, you two? Jeannie asked. Of course, compared to Amber, Jeannie seemed like she genuinely cared. Something about Amber put him off. Like Zora, she was trying too hard. Being too polite and too sugary sweet when it didn't fit her personality at all. It was informative and fun, Angus said. He was finding conversations with these women dull and predictable. It was no wonder Penelope distrusted him. If he'd come across like this, he couldn't blame her. It was so great. The helicopter ride was unbelievable. The views were indescribable. And Zora flashed a smile at Angus. He's a complete gentleman. Good to know, said Amber as she shot him a flirty grin. The conversation drifted from topic to topic until it landed on Penelope. Angus wasn't paying attention until they mentioned her name. Suddenly, the conversation wasn't as dull as he thought. Penelope didn't come out of her room all stinking day. It was so nice. No grumblings. No complaining. No nothing. The house was so peaceful, Amber said. Penelope didn't come out of her room? What if she was sick? He tried to keep his concern from showing. Do you know why? Asked Zora. I don't know. Jeannie shrugged and took another sip of her drink. Angus cleared his throat. Well, I think I'm turning in for the night. Good night, Angus, Jeannie said. Don't go. Amber batted her lashes. Zora stood and hugged him, and in return, he gave her a kiss on the cheek. Angus said goodnight and went directly to Penelope's room. He knocked on the door twice before it opened a fraction. She looked terrible with dark circles under her eyes and pale skin. The previous night hadn't sat well with her. Are you okay? He asked. They said you haven't been out of your room all day. She cracked the door a little further and leaned her head against the frame. I'm okay, but I don't feel good. Underneath her oversized, loosely hanging blue bathrobe, she wore a faded t-shirt and a pair of sweatpants. Her hair was pulled up into a bun that looked like it was closer to falling down than it was to staying up. Didn't anyone check on you? No, but it's okay. I've been difficult and moody. I don't blame anyone for keeping their distance from me. I deserve it. He stepped closer. Could I make you some hot tea? It might help. No, I'm going to go back to bed. I'm going to pay for my stupidity for a few days. He leaned in, resting his shoulder against the doorframe. Are you sure? The idea of giving an interview didn't sit well with Angus. His emotions were in turmoil. Zora's accusation of chasing Penelope had hit him even harder after checking in on her. The haunted look in her eyes. The sadness clinging to her words. She'd lifted her gaze, and he realized that maybe he had been chasing her, but for reasons he'd been unwilling to face. Even in the beginning, when the show was a mere suggestion, he'd been bound and determined to keep his heart protected at all cost, but seeing the pain in her eyes, they'd been a mirror, and he'd seen himself. The war between desperately trying to keep himself from getting hurt again and the intense longing of wanting to be loved was anguish. And not just loved by anyone anymore. Penelope. He wanted someone who could understand the grief of heartbreak holding his heart because she'd be gentle with it. Despite all her blustering, underneath all the attitude, she was sweet. He had a feeling she was not only running from him to keep herself from getting hurt but also to keep from hurting him. A new experience for him for sure. Angus? Are you with us? Vincent asked. He blinked. I'm here. He smiled. Where were you just now? With a deep breath, he pushed the thoughts away so he could get through the interview without bearing his soul on national television. Nowhere as important as here. With a slight narrowing of his eyes, Vincent nodded. So, you and Penelope. That little talk on the beach was interesting. Did you know she'd lost the crew to go have those drinks? Huh. She'd managed to lose the crew. Maybe he needed to get a few tips from her. Not that he needed to drink, but the break would be nice. Nah. I had no idea, but the drinks didn't agree with her. I hope she feels better in the morning. Was she right? Did you have your heart broken? Is that the reason behind all the wild behavior? Yeah, she'd hit the target with those words. He didn't want to answer this question. I think everyone knows what happened. Surely you'd been in love before. Everyone knows relationships end. We move on. I should have. Instead, he said and swallowed hard. Guys, I'm tired. I'm done for the day. He didn't wait for approval or a good evening. He just stood and went straight to his room. His flashlight of introspection seemed to burn a little more, and he wasn't sure he could withstand the self-scrutiny anymore. Chapter 23. For the second day in a row, Penelope didn't set an alarm, and yet, she still woke up before anyone else. She did appreciate the solitude it gave her. That was the only thing that propelled her out of bed and into the kitchen. Those drinks 2 nights before were still messing with her, making her feel off. Those were her first and last drinks. They tasted great, but the aftermath wasn't worth it. That was the last time she'd ever do that. She'd never had drinks before, and she'd overcompensated for them, leaving her blood sugar low. When she'd first found out she was type 1 diabetic, she balked at taking insulin. It took a few hospital stays and a threat from her mom for her to get on a schedule. It wasn't the needles or the medicine. It was the dependency that killed her. She liked controlling her disease with food, or as much as she could. Part of the reason she took such a small amount of insulin was because of how regimented she was about what she ate and by learning how her body reacted to certain foods. Normally, she made coffee last, but she needed caffeine almost as much as she needed breakfast. With it brewing while she cooked, she could enjoy the coffee with her food. Hey, Penelope, Jeff said. Hey, she mumbled. You doing okay? No. But Jeff didn't need to hear about her problems. I just need breakfast. Jeff poured himself a cup of coffee and sat at the bar. I think I'd like to take you up on that omelet offer. Not today or while we're in Hawaii, but maybe when we get back to Montana. Sure. You'll need to let Barb know I'll need extra ingredients that day. I'll take care of it. Would you mind making some for the entire crew? She half-heartedly chuckled. No, I don't mind. I'll make you all one. Just make sure you have all the veggies you want. The longer she waited to eat, the worse she felt. Okay, great. What's great? Asked Angus. Penelope's shoulders sagged. She did say she'd be his friend, so she needed to act like one. Jeff tapped the counter with his finger. I guess it's time for me to get back to work. Talk to you later, Penelope. He walked out of the kitchen with a wide grin. Oh yeah, staying in her room the day before, she'd been given a reprieve from the filming. Maybe she needed to drink a little more. Are you feeling better today? Angus stopped next to her and leaned his hip against the counter. I'd be lying if I said yes. Why did he have to stand so close? And why did she care so much? She poured herself a little coffee, added some sugar, and chugged it. With no cream, it wasn't her favorite way to drink it, but maybe it would help how she felt. Angus looked at her curiously. You drank that like a shot of scotch. She didn't like admitting she didn't feel good to him, but it wasn't as if she could hide it. I'm a little shaky. I was serious when I asked if I could help last night. Why are you up so early? You haven't been up this early in a while. He shrugged. I don't know. Maybe I wanted to talk to you. Penelope glanced at him. Stop trying so hard. I told you, you win. We're friends. I'll make sure everyone knows you've changed. But you don't really believe that. She desperately wanted to believe it. Her heart galloped. She didn't know if it was because of low blood sugar or Angus MacLachlan looming over her in a fitted t-shirt and pajama bottoms. Did he roll out of bed looking that good every day? Her thoughts lit up like dynamite at the thought of seeing his smile each morning. For a moment, her vocabulary stayed just out of reach as she stared up at him. She shook her head to clear the crazy thoughts. I've already said we can be friends. That's not how. Angus ran a hand through his hair and glanced around. When he spoke again, his voice was low. You were right. My heart was broken. I let bad behavior destroy everything I'd worked for. This was all a big show to help my image. If I could go back and change it, I would, but I can't. What do I have to do to convince you I want to be friends with no ulterior motive? The piercing way he held her gaze and the intensity in his voice tugged at her. He's an actor. Her head and her heart were having a screaming match, and it was giving her a headache. After she'd missed so many things with Tom, it was hard to trust herself, but the sincerity in his voice was hard to ignore. Penelope held his gaze. She was broken. What were a few more shards? Okay, Angus. I would love to be your friend. I will do my best to keep an open mind and stop rushing to judgment. He gave her a smile that made her heart do a cartwheel. I'm wondering if you're a good actor too, Angus said. I'm not. I'm a horrible actor. Except when she kept the whole truth about San Diego from Paige. Would you tell me about yourself? Penelope felt lightheaded but ignored it. What do you want to know? What's your favorite color? She looked at him, puzzled. It's a legitimate question. He grinned. I tend to like beachy colors. My favorite is ocean blue. I like green, he said, paying particular attention to her eyes. Her hands shook as she picked up the knife to finish chopping vegetables. It slipped, and she sliced her thumb. Ow! Between her shaky hands and the sharp cutlery, she should have known better than to try to fix anything more than scrambled eggs. Penelope reached around Angus, turned on the faucet, and stuck her hand under the water. Her blood sugar had dropped too low. I should have stuck with something simple. Angus took her hand and pressed a towel to it. When she tried to pull away, he tightened his grip. What's your favorite movie? Seahawk with Errol Flynn. Black and white films? Not necessarily black and white, just the era. Things were simple. The bad guys were easier to spot. She glanced up. What's yours? Anything with John Wayne, but my favorite is the quiet man. Penelope nodded, unsurprised by his answer. I like that one too. Favorite food? Her head hurt. She was hungry. And he was out of her league. Why are you doing this? Why do you want to know all this stuff? In a few weeks, this show will be over, and we'll never see each other again. She tried to pull her hand free again, but he kept a firm hold on it. Those brilliant blue eyes locked with hers. Favorite food? She caught her bottom lip between her teeth. Why did he have to be so insufferable? And why did she like that he didn't give up? A good cheeseburger. Anything my mum makes. The talk of food made her stomach grumble. I need to eat. Angus's eyebrows furrowed. Hey, guys, she needs a bandage, he said as he held her gaze. I think your shaking has worsened. Hold that towel on the cut while I cook. She shook her head, and it made the room spin. No, him cooking for her? She couldn't let him do that. Penelope almost said, fine, but that would have been a lie. In fact, she was far, far from fine. The little amount of sugar in her coffee had helped a little, but it wasn't enough. The longer she went without something to eat, the dizzier and more confused she felt. Sit down, Penelope. Angus pushed her down on a stool. I can cook my own food. Do you want blood in it? Her stomach twisted at the thought, and she shook her head. I hear you need a bandage. Jeff walked in carrying a first aid kit. It took him only moments to get a bandage on her thumb. Thank you, Jeff, she said. He smiled and winked as turned to leave. Anytime. She liked Jeff. He was funny and easy to be around. And she wasn't attracted to him. Angus cleared his throat and looked over his shoulder while he stirred the eggs. Have you gotten to know him? He asked, nodding toward the door Jeff had walked through. Yeah, a little. We talk in the morning while we drink coffee. Well, he drinks coffee. I drink coffee-flavored cream. He's nice. Penelope crossed her arms on the table. You know, I've wanted to move to Scotland since I was little. Angus set a bowl of eggs in front of her and sat down on the stool next to her. Why Scotland? Thank you, she said and took a bite. I have no better reason than because it's pretty. His lips twitched up. But I'm biased. There have been so many times I've thought about selling my business and moving there. Every time I thought I could, I couldn't. Why? Penelope gobbled down the rest of her food and slid the bowl away. As she closed her eyes, she stretched her arm out on the table and rested her head on it. The chill of the natural stone countertop seeped through her bathrobe. She sighed. After Tom, I couldn't trust myself anymore. I made so many mistakes. I thought it would crush me if I made another one. Grogginess settled in her brain like a pea soup fog, making everything hazy. She didn't feel good, and this horrible dream she was having made her ache to the core. Dreams of Scotland, her failed relationship with Tom, and talking to Angus. And there were cameras directly in her face. Surely it had to be a dream, otherwise, she wouldn't run her mouth so freely. Tom? Angus asked. Yeah, he was good at pretending too. I was never good enough, though. He reminded me of that often. She peeled herself off the table, slid off the stool, and stood inches from him. The dream drifted from heartache and hurtful memories to longing as she let her gaze roam over his face. Those freckles, blue eyes so clear they were like mirrors, and lips as perfect as she'd ever seen. His red hair demanded to be touched. Would it be as soft as her imagination pictured it? She threaded her fingers through it, the silky texture sending goosebumps down her spine as he looked at her, wide-eyed. You are the most beautiful man I have ever seen in my life. Her eyes slid shut as she breathed him in. Spicy nutmeg with hints of violet and mandarin orange made her wonder if he'd taste just as good as he smelled. When she opened her eyes, those incredible ice blue eyes locked with hers. She was transfixed. How he could look so rugged and polished at the same time mystified her. As she threaded her fingers through the length of his hair again, she tilted her head. I was so busy being afraid that I didn't stop and really look at you. But I see you. I know what it's like. To hurt. To ache so deeply that it feels like you're being crumpled in someone's hands. I lost everything too. I wish I could soothe that hurt for you. Her hand dropped to her side as she looked down at the floor and back up, unshed tears threatening to pour down her cheeks. I feel like I'm going insane here. I don't know what's real and what's not. All these cameras and knowing millions of people are watching me like I'm a novelty. Is this a dream? I'm so lost. A lump formed in her throat as she choked out the last word. A current of cold air raced down her spine, and she shivered from head to toe. Angus stood. Just stay right here. I'll be back in a second with a blanket, okay? She nodded but immediately forgot what Angus said. The dream had ended, and her heart ached deeper than it had in years. Penelope trekked back to her room. This time, she set the alarm to wake her to eat in 4 hours. She needed to get her blood sugar stabilized before she made a bigger fool of herself. Chapter 24. Angus cast his line into the ocean. Barb had scheduled a deep-sea fishing date for him as a way to make up for the fishing date that had been cut short. It was fun, but he liked fly fishing better. She'd also given him a day off from interviewing. The last one had left him raw. Standing a few feet away, Amber already had her line in the water. They'd had breakfast and then set out to spend the day on the open ocean. It was so much more relaxing than the aerial tour. This water is so pretty and inviting. Makes me want to dive right in, she said, smiling brightly. He nodded as he stuck his rod in the holder and sat back in the trolling chair. I agree. So far, his day with Amber had been pretty good. She was a lot less aggressive than Zora. That was a plus all the way around. But like Zora, Amber didn't keep his thoughts from drifting to Penelope. When he'd seen her the morning before, she hadn't felt well, and it was backed up by the way she behaved. Her piercing green eyes had rooted him to his seat. When she'd finger-combed his hair, his breath had caught. It was a simple touch. One he'd experienced from many women over the years, but combined with her stare that went all the way through him, it had made his heart race like nothing before. Angus had also been called beautiful before, but it wasn't a side comment in the way she'd said it. Then she'd closed her eyes and taken a deep breath. It was like she was drinking him in, and it sent a thrill down to the pit of his stomach. I see you. His breath had caught again. He'd learned over the last 20 years that people only saw what they wanted to see. Not her. Not with the way she stared at him. If she asked him what happened, he'd tell her. No one knew the real story, but he'd hand her his bare heart if she wanted it. The vacuum of the moment died with her shiver. He'd stepped out of the kitchen to get her a blanket, and when he'd stepped back in, she was gone. The last thing she said, the way she said it, still haunted him. I'm so lost. Those 3 words had made it difficult to sleep the night before. All he'd wanted to do was pull her to him and tell her it was okay. The next time she'd made an appearance, she ate a quick bite and went right back to her room. It seemed she was keeping her distance again. His opinion of her had already begun to shift, but in the last 2 days, he was thinking about her in an entirely new way, and it hit him hard to think she might be back to hating him. Amber waved her hand in front of his face. Hi. Seagulls hovered in the air next to the boat as the sun reflected off the clear water. He held a hand up to shield his eyes while he answered her. I'm sorry. It's easy to get lost in thought out here. And he wished Penelope was with him. Have you been deep-sea fishing before? A few times, but mostly I like it for the quiet. Amber stuck her rod in the holder of her chair and walked to him with her hands clasped behind her back. You like it quiet? You seem surprised. I am. I mean, with all the parties and stuff you get invited to, I figured you'd love the noise. Angus shook his head. I didn't attend any of them until last year. What happened? Like he'd tell her. Maybe if Penelope asked. I let things get to me that I shouldn't have. She tilted her head, pouting. You aren't going to tell me what really happened, huh? To tell the truth, I don't like talking about it. It feels like a bad dream, and I'm trying to move on. Amber nodded. I guess I can understand that, but you really haven't told me anything about yourself. What makes you, you? What do you want to know? His mouth parted in surprise as she sat in his lap. Well, do you enjoy my company? Asked Amber. Because I enjoy your company. I do. You haven't tried to kiss me or anything. She smiled sweetly. Angus pressed his back into the chair. He had no desire to kiss her. Amber was beautiful, and a year ago, he'd have been more than happy to drown his sorrows with her. But now he found himself comparing each woman to Penelope. Amber was a trophy to be shown off. The kind of woman who was good for events and parties. Penelope was beautiful too, but she was the kind of beautiful that kept you warm and grounded. The kind of woman who loved and you felt it miles away. Amber leaned in, inches from him. See, I'm right here, and you seem like you're a million miles away. She stared at him, her golden brown eyes locking with his. He swallowed hard. I'm here. I'm not sure I'm ready for that yet. She narrowed her eyes. Do you have feelings for one of the other girls? Nah. At least, not yet. His heart raced, and not in a good way. He felt trapped. Then kiss me. How do you know if we have any spark when you won't even kiss me? Amber chewed her bottom lip and draped her arms around his neck. I won't tell, if that's what you're worried about. Angus took her arms in his hands and pulled them from around his neck. I'm not worried. I want to take things slow. He was wrong about her. She was just as aggressive as Zora, only Amber wasn't as vocal about it. For the rest of the day, an uncomfortable tension hung in the air. His refusal to kiss her had landed him in the doghouse. Throughout their dinner, he tried to ease the rebuff, but Amber pouted. The only way to make it up to her was to kiss her, and he wasn't willing to do that. Yes, others had taken opportunities like these and used it for their advantage, but after being used by Clara, he couldn't do that. Affection wasn't a weapon he was willing to use. The moment they got to the house, Amber stomped down the hallway and slammed the door to her room. Jeff gave Angus a heads up that Jeannie and Zora were on the back deck and he felt obligated to join them a moment before he went looking for Penelope. Was that a door slamming? Asked Jeannie. Angus nodded. What did you do? Zora teased with a flirty smile. I'll let her tell that. I just wanted to say goodnight. Zora cocked an eyebrow. Don't you mean you wanted to placate us so you can run off and find Penelope? For the second time that day, he felt cornered. What? Don't play dumb. We saw you sitting on the beach with her a few nights ago. Then the night before last, you nearly tripped over yourself to go see her. Yesterday, you spent the day fretting over her. You're like a dog with a bone. You want what you can't have. It's the oldest story in the book, said Zora. These catty women. Why had he agreed to do this show? The only thing positive he could see in it all was meeting Penelope. Maybe and no, not maybe he was chasing her at the start, but not now. Not after their talk on the beach. Or their encounter the day before. Something in him had changed. He wasn't chasing her anymore. He was being pulled to her. He clenched his jaw. I don't know what you're talking about. I went out to the beach to have a minute, and she was out there. I came back from the date to find she'd been sick the whole day. I wanted to know if she was okay. And yesterday she wasn't feeling good. That's all. Jeannie held his gaze. It does feel a little like you're chasing her. You barely give the rest of us the time of day lately. Anger was beginning to boil, and he knew he needed to settle himself down. Angus took a deep breath. What exactly are you two getting at? Zora looked at Jeannie, who was shaking her head. Okay, I think you've got it bad for her. Another conquest. I'm hoping she succumbs quickly so we can get on with the show. What does that mean? Zora's eyes twinkled with mischief. We're just over halfway through the show, and it seems like we're no longer needed. Fury burned in his gut. He was done with the conversation. I'm just trying to be a better person. All 4 of you are needed. Nothing has changed. Jeannie sighed. He's right. She's had a hard time since we got to Hawaii. It would make him look like a horrible person if he didn't show some interest in her problems. He appreciated that. Thank you. That's exactly it. If you say so, Zora said. Good night, ladies. Angus walked back into the house and paused outside Penelope's room with his hands on his hips, taking a few calming breaths before tapping on her door a few times. When she didn't answer, he figured he'd find her outside near the ocean and changed into something more fitting for the beach. She was easy to find. There was plenty of moonlight to see she was barefoot and wearing a pair of thin pants and a long-sleeved, billowy shirt that hung off one shoulder. He knew cameras weren't far away, but he appreciated that Jeff was taking extra care to keep his distance when it came to her. Angus knew he had a duty to Barb and the show, but his heart was being pulled in a singular direction. A frustratingly complicated woman who intrigued him and who he couldn't get enough of. Chapter 25. A 2-day reprieve was all Penelope was able to milk out of her night of drinking. Although to be fair, 3 drinks didn't really qualify as a night of it. She'd managed to ditch the crew for a couple of hours. Barb hadn't been thrilled. There'd been a real threat of Paige getting in trouble if she did it again. Before Vincent even opened his mouth, he played that beach scene. As it ended, he turned to her and smiled. Seems you got cozy with our celebrity bachelor. Yeah, 'cause nothing says cozy like running away. Only that had been at the end. Until then, it was rather intimate. His teeth gleamed as his lips stretched into a wider smile. Yes, but you didn't run away at first. It was a very sweet moment. One that our viewers loved, along with this one, he said, and another video played. Penelope's lips slowly parted as she watched herself in the kitchen with Angus. Her heart kicked against her ribs so hard that she thought for sure she'd have a heart attack any second. Vincent lifted his eyebrows. I can tell by the look on your face that maybe you are a little surprised by this footage. Not a little. A lot. I thought I was dreaming. My blood sugar was crashing, and I was in a fog. She wiped her eyes to keep tears from streaking down her cheeks. That was some dream. Do you often have dreams where you're running your fingers through our bachelor's hair? More tears, and this time she let them roll down her cheeks as she tried to process that she'd been awake, touching Angus and acting plumb out of it. I hate this show, she said as her lips trembled. Not Angus, I don't hate him. I hate these cameras, these questions, this process. I hate all of it. He deserves better than this. She tore out of the interview room and raced to her room. It would have hurt less had they hit her with a truck. May I join you? Angus asked as he sat beside her in the sand. Penelope jumped and turned away from Angus. Sure. Her voice was thick, and it trembled. Are you crying? Instead of sounding like a blubbering idiot, she remained quiet. Her emotions were a mess. She thought she'd been dreaming, but seeing herself behaving like a drunk zombie horrified her. Angus, sitting on that stool in the kitchen, had looked startled. When she thought it was a dream, she'd wished she had the courage to tell him in person what she'd told him in that dream. That the reason she'd been using a 10-foot pole was that she couldn't handle being crushed again. But now that she knew she had said it in reality, she was embarrassed. He took 2 breaths that seemed to match the rhythm of the waves. I don't know why people think it's not okay to cry. Like they think you're weak or frail. Or pathetic. She took the sleeve of her shirt and wiped her eyes. What's made you so upset? Like he didn't know? She really wished he would stop. If you're really my friend, you'll leave me alone. I thought real friends helped when their friends were in trouble. She looked at him. Her eyes hurt, and her nose was red. Being in Hawaii made her emotions run amok, and to top off everything, she'd made a fool of herself with him. The poor guy had probably never witnessed a diabetic episode. Who knows what he thought about how she behaved? Angus, please. Not now. Not tonight. Maybe you'll feel better if you get it out. She scoffed. And tell millions of people. He nodded. Or you could just tell me and forget they're watching. Penelope pursed her lips. Okay, you first, then. Let them watch as you get it out. He took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. I fell in love with my agent, Clara. Your agent? The words came out in a breathy rush. Oh, a lot of things made sense now. Angus nodded. Not just fell in love. It was a consuming fire. She was everything to me. My first real love. I thought she loved me too. Said she did. I was filming in New Zealand for several months, and the location was remote, so I had no idea what was happening. When I returned stateside, I learned she'd hooked up with the new fella, Timothy Gallows. Penelope inhaled sharply. Oh no. I discovered later that she had been seeing him behind my back for months. And roles she'd typically get for me, she was getting for him. She used her connection to me to build his portfolio and career. It cut me deep, and I felt foolish because I never saw it coming. If there was one thing she understood, feeling foolish was it. The nervous laugh, the slight tremble in his voice, and sharp inhale of breath made the ache radiating from him feel too real. If he was faking this, he was the best actor in the world. She scooted across the sand until she was inches from him. I'm so sorry. I wouldn't wish that kind of pain on anyone. One moment, but a lifetime of consequences. And your friend didn't do anything to help you or stop you? Nah, he lets me get away with a lot when it's not directed at him. Some friend. He'd had no one to hold him when his heart was broken. She was stunned by how much she wanted to put her arms around him. How long did you date her? Well, we started dating a little while before she became my agent. Officially, we dated for a year, but we were off and on for another 12 months. It's been a year since we finally broke it off and I started acting out. I thought it was the best way to get back at her since I was stuck in her contract, but I only hurt myself. Penelope braced herself with one hand in the sand and rested her chin on her bare shoulder, a thin smile playing on her lips. It's kinda late, but I can go get china if you want to throw it. His laugh was deliciously throaty and warm. I may take you up on that. Her heart skipped a beat. I don't think I've heard you laugh like that before. I like that laugh. Her eyes widened at the realization that she'd voiced the confession. Did it matter? It wasn't like he didn't know he was sexy. Does that mean you don't hate me as much anymore? What did she have to do to make him understand it wasn't hate making her keep her distance? I've never hated you. I'm scared of you. I know all of this is a show, but I think it would be fairly easy to get caught up in the excitement and forget that. And for some reason, despite my initial assessment, I get the feeling you're so much more than you present to the world. It would be easy to fall for you. Plus, of course, the red hair. Have you had anything to drink? She chuckled. I wish I had that excuse. Why? Penelope rolled her eyes and looked away. Because I'm finding you very likable, and I don't want to. She really didn't want to like him, but being in his atmosphere was like fighting a giant. Only she didn't have a slingshot. Really? I wouldn't have guessed you found me likable. You'd have guessed wrong. Glancing at him, she twisted her fingers in her shirt. They showed me the video of yesterday morning. Me, showing what an idiot I am. With a shake of his head, he said, No, you weren't. I thought it was sweet and genuine. My only regret was stepping out of the kitchen to get you a blanket. You were gone when I got back, and then you avoided me the rest of the day. My blood sugar was in chaos because of those drinks. That's why I'm careful with what I eat and how often I eat, so I don't behave like that. It was low yesterday, and even the little bit of sugar I drank in my coffee didn't help. Angus held her gaze. Is that what I need to do if it happens again? Give you a little sugar? She nodded. It helps. And thank you for cooking me breakfast. You were sweet while I made a fool of myself. Penelope drew in the sand with her finger. How was your day with Amber? His eyebrows knitted together. You're inches away from me, and you're asking about another woman? Why? During the conversation, she'd shaved off distance between them. He was so close, smelling so good, and a more kissable set of lips couldn't possibly exist. She tried to move away, but he caught her around the waist and kept her still. Don't. Angus, I think I've given you the wrong impression. What impression is that? That she'd somehow forgotten where she was or that she was being filmed. This is still a show. I'm still me. And there are 3 women vying for your attention who are much better suited for you than I am. What makes you say that? She exhaled sharply. Angus, come on. They're them, and I'm me. I'm not putting myself down. I know what I'm not, and I'm not them. His face was so close to hers. Whatever cologne he was wearing smelled beyond good. She was doomed. You must think I'm pretty shallow. Her heart thrummed in her ears. Not shallow, just, I don't, she whispered. Millions of butterflies settled in her stomach, and they tickled like crazy. This was what she was afraid of. That she'd be dumb enough to fall for whatever game he was playing. I think we're too close. I disagree. Why are you doing this? I haven't done anything. I'm just sitting here. This would never work. Maybe if she showed him there was nothing between them, he'd leave her alone. If he left her alone, she'd survive this show and leave undamaged. A snap decision, and Penelope was kissing him. She was sure he would push her away as soon as her lips touched his, but he didn't. Instead of the quick, bland kiss she hoped it'd be, it was like holding a lit sparkler against her mouth. Tingles traveled over her lips and down her spine. The longing and need for someone to love and to be loved settled over her like a warm blanket. Not just any someone either. Him. Oh, she was in so much trouble. Penelope pulled away. Words were caught in her throat. Angus held her gaze. You do realize you kissed me. It was a good way to prove there's nothing here. He smiled. Who are you trying to sell that to? You or me? Both? It was nothing. If that was nothing, I eagerly await a kiss that's something. Her heart hammered in her chest. If she got her heart broken, it would be her own stupid fault. What if she could make him angry enough to push her away? How does it compare with the other 3? Angus tucked a piece of her hair behind her ear. If you think you're going to get a rise out of me, you're wrong. I haven't kissed any of them, and I have no desire to. This was a mistake. Let's test that theory. Kiss me again. At that moment, all she wanted to do was kiss him again. She was absolutely attracted to him. There was a magnetic pull she felt when he was near. It made no sense because she barely knew him. No, Penelope used all her willpower and stood. Good night, Angus. She turned and made a mad dash to the safety of her room. Chapter 26. How many? Angus asked. The crew had taken up residence on the 2nd floor, while Barb took the 3rd. He'd been called to Barb's room so they could talk in private. The top floor had been converted into an entire master suite. Light, airy, and spacious. A large, dark wood canopy bed faced a row of floor-to-ceiling windows. A fireplace divided the room, and a large soaking tub in the second half of the room faced another set of floor-to-ceiling windows that opened to a large balcony with seating for 2. In truth, it made Angus a little jealous. Barb gave him a pinched look. So far, 5. Angus sat down with the letter hanging loosely in his hands. It had been more than a year since his stalker had sent him a letter. Long enough that he'd forgotten all about them. Do you think it's the same person as last time? Why start this up now? They were all the same. He belonged to them, they were his biggest fan, and they loved him. Then they'd gone after Clara about a year back. He and Clara had been broken up until that. He'd sworn her off, and when she'd called, he'd rushed to her. It was only a couple of weeks before they broke up for the 1000th time. He'd caught her with someone else again. That had been the beginning of his fall from favor. I'm guessing your interest in Penelope has rekindled their attention. Penelope. His lips tickled just hearing her name. That quick kiss had set his blood boiling. He hadn't been kidding when he said he couldn't wait for another kiss. Her idea of nothing was better than any something he'd ever had. You like her? Barb caught his gaze and smiled. He didn't want to discuss it with Barb. What about these letters? There's an undercurrent of threat in them. We've beefed up security, and we're running background checks for anyone coming onto the property. Do you think they're in Hawaii? I'm not taking any chances. The rest of your special days just got a little more crowded. Angus groaned. Penelope's going to hate that. He knew there would be filming, but he was looking forward to an entire day with Penelope. Especially after that kiss. She already hated being filmed. A bodyguard would make her even more uncomfortable. Oh, you really like her? Barb giggled. He ran his hand over his beard. She's different. I can't explain it. The more time I spend with her, the more Clara becomes a bad memory. The door swung open. A bad memory? That's not very nice. Clara's perfume preceded her entrance into the room. She dropped her bag next to the wall and shut the door. The woman had her entrances timed like a pro. Leave, Clara. This isn't a meeting you need to attend, said Angus. My star client gets threatening stalker letters, and it's not a meeting I need to attend? I'd say it's most definitely in my interest to attend, especially since I was the one attacked last time. Angus hated that he'd signed that contract. It had given him a noose around his neck and Clara the chain to yank it. And he couldn't get out of it. It was either play by her rules or quit acting. The most recent question he'd been asking himself was if his career was really worth being a puppet. It's just a letter, and Barb is taking care of security. Your money wagon is fine. I doubt they'd come after you this time since we haven't been together. Barb stepped between them. Clara, dear, why are you here? I thought we decided you'd steer clear of Angus while he was shooting this show. Clara shrugged. Her hair floated over her shoulders as she leveled her gaze at Barb. He's my client. I have every right to be here. Aren't you tired of this? Why aren't you concentrating on Timothy? Barb asked. I can multitask. Besides, he's somewhere in Indonesia shooting a new film. I'm bored. Her silky sweet voice made Angus sick. He stood and shook his head. I don't know what I ever saw in you. How could I have ever fallen in love with you? I dismissed so many little things because I loved you, but you never loved me. You love you. You can be at these meetings if you want to, but this, he wiggled a finger between them, you and me, is done. I'm done being angry. I just don't care anymore. Her mask of confidence slipped for a moment and returned just as quickly. Then Clara lifted an eyebrow. You say that, but we both know it's not true. She slinked toward him and draped her arms around his neck like they were alone in the room. You belong to me, Angus MacLachlan. You always have, and you always will. Before she could kiss him, he pulled away and put distance between them. We're done. We will never be together again. I don't want you or anything you have to offer. Clara's lips curled into a snarl. You are mine. I might be yours according to a contract, but that's where it ends. Angus hadn't felt so good in a long time. Clara had done this dance so many times before, and each time he'd been plenty stupid to give in. This time he had a real reason to say no, Penelope. She wasn't the only reason, but a good chunk of it. In the last year, he'd realized he wanted more than a pretty face. He wanted depth and heart and a feeling of home. Okay, then. She turned her attention to Barb. After these day-long dates, what's next? I'm still working on it. Do I get a clue at least? Barb squared her shoulders. As soon as I have a clue, you'll have a clue. And you're taking care of these letters? Clara asked as she lifted an eyebrow. Yes, we've alerted the authorities. Good. Clara walked to the door, scooped up her bag, and walked out, shutting the door behind her. Barb clapped her hands together. Oh, love, you did it. I've waited for this day for a long time. Angus ran a shaky hand through his hair. He took a deep breath and let it out slowly. His lips curved into a broad smile. I did, didn't I? There's that confident, wonderful Scot I've missed. The one with the gleam in his eyes and mischief on his mind. That sparkle she'd tamped out, I see it flaring again like a wildfire. Barb palmed his cheek. And as great as this is, you have a day with Jeannie, and I bet she's getting impatient. You'd better get going. Okay, but for Penelope's day, I'd like to do something simple. She doesn't like flashy, showy things. Would you give me that? Love, you got it. You set me up, didn't you? With Penelope? The corner of her lips twitched up. I may have. How did you know it would work? I didn't. I just crossed my fingers and hoped really hard. You were hurting, and I hated to see it. I know you love Finn, but he wasn't doing you any good by letting that thing with Clara continue. Someone needed to step in, and I figured, why not me? Angus crossed the room and gathered her into a hug. Thank you for putting up with me, Barb. And confirming what he'd been thinking about Finn. His longtime mate was either going to shape up, or he'd be shipped out. Love, if it was anyone else, I'd have sent them packing. You? You're one of the good ones. He stepped back and handed her the letter. Better go. Angus strode out of the room. He didn't want a day with Jeannie, but he'd give it his best. Then he'd find Penelope afterward and enjoy a moment with her. Chapter 27. As soon as Penelope was sure Angus and Jeannie were gone for their date, she ventured out of her room and onto the back deck. The beach at her Florida home wasn't private, so there were always people around when she sat outside. It felt strange to see the horizon so empty. She pulled a chair to the deck railing, sat down, and put her feet up, tilting the chair onto its back legs. The breeze tossed her hair and caressed her skin. Her blood sugar was under control again, and the sick feeling was gone when she woke up. So, you're the woman my boyfriend is chasing? Penelope startled and nearly fell back. What? The front legs of the chair hit the deck with a crack. She turned, to find a woman with shoulder-length black hair and a fitted white dress staring down at her. Like you don't know. I don't even know who you are. The woman tilted her head and regarded her. My name is Clara Brighton. Angus MacLachlan is mine. He may have given you some sad story about having his heart broken, but he's lying. His career hit a slump, and all of this was a stunt to get him back in the public eye. Clara? Angus's agent? No, that can't be true. He wouldn't lie to me. No. A thin smile spread on Clara's lips. Oh, I see that little mind just a-whirling. No doubt trying to reason away Angus's deception. Clara lifted one perfectly tweezed eyebrow. Do you really think he'd fall for you? He's Angus MacLachlan. He's gorgeous, wealthy, and connected. You are a dumpy, unkempt dog groomer. Can you really see yourself with him? Are you that delusional? Penelope couldn't catch her breath. Had she been blind and stupid again? Was it possible this woman was right? Her heart dropped to her stomach. Tom had lied during their entire relationship. She'd fallen for every single one. All the times he'd looked her in the eye and reassured her that she was letting her imagination get the better of her. That he loved her, and it was just her being stupid or insecure. Angus had seemed so sincere. Just like Tom in the beginning. Angus had looked her in the eyes, and she'd believed his whole story. Just like Tom through their entire relationship. I must admit, I didn't expect anyone to really fall for him. I figured you'd have read the fine print of the contract you signed. Then again, he is good at what he does. Amber walked out of the house and stopped behind Clara. What's going on? She asked. Clara narrowed her eyes. I'm setting this boyfriend-stealer straight. All of this is fake, asked Penelope, looking at Amber. Amber blinked and flashed a quick smile. Of course, all of this is fake. It's a reality show. It's all scripted. Didn't you know that? You knew all of this was fake? Penelope asked, her voice breaking on the last word. Amber rolled her eyes. Every bit. Penelope, we're all actors. I thought you knew that. Scripted? The whole thing? They were all actors? Even Zora and Jeannie? Barb? Clara chuckled. She's slower than I thought. Penelope was gutted. She was the only one stupid enough to believe the whole lie. She knew the part about Angus marrying someone was a show. The dinners, the dates, the whole premise. But she hadn't believed he was a show as well. I'm sorry. I didn't know. I had no idea. Her vision clouded as tears pooled in her eyes. She was so gullible and stupid. Clara crossed her arms over her chest. Well, now you do. Keep your lips and your hands to yourself. I swear I didn't know, Penelope said, barely above a whisper. Her mind was a tornado of jumbled thoughts as she tried to piece together the missed signs. She stood, hurried past Clara and Amber, and stumbled, shell-shocked, back to her room. She dropped onto the bed and pulled the covers over her head. She wasn't leaving her room until they agreed to send her home. Her heart was physically hurting, and her stomach churned. Angus had lied to her face. How could someone seem so genuine and be so fake? The scene with Tom played in her mind. The restaurant. Dinner. The public confrontation, humiliation. She'd loved him, and he'd been a lie too. Back in Destin, she'd worked to build herself a small slice of a life away from everyone and everything. Taking care of Mom before she died had helped. Spending time with Dad after. Trying to recover from the death of both within a short time. Then Paige had come home excited about her future, no wedding proposal, then heartbreak. It didn't give Penelope much time to dwell on her own heartache. She was able to seal it off and pretend it didn't happen. Now, all she could do was face it. She was duped twice. How could she be so stupid to believe him? Hot tears dripped down her cheeks and into her ears, tickling them. She'd been broken, and now she didn't even know. What shocked her most was how badly she hurt. She didn't even know him that well. She could only begin to imagine the grief had the charade gone on longer. Surely, whoever was in charge would understand that she needed to go home now that she knew it was all fake. They didn't need her. Amber, Zora, and Jeannie could play the part better than she ever could. And it had all been filmed, all of it. Penelope rolled to her side, squeezed her pillow, and sobbed as quietly as she could. Angus MacLachlan had let her kiss him for ratings and to revive his career. The shame of being so easily manipulated overwhelmed her. The realization hit her so hard it made her breathless, and the room felt claustrophobic. Whatever they might expect to get from her, they could forget it. It was all fake, and if that was the case, they could find an actor to replace her. Chapter 28. How was the date with Jeannie, Angus? Vincent asked. It seems as if you two have a lot in common. Angus and Jeannie had returned to the house, and he'd been immediately ushered into the interview room. There'd be no questions about Amber since it didn't take a genius to know how the date went or ended. The day with Jeannie had been fun. She was classy and dignified. Not once did she throw herself at him or invade his space. It created a genuine respect for her. If only that translated to attraction. But the more he went out with her, the less there was. We do. Both from farming families, both have big families. She's sweet and kind and caring. I sense a but coming. No, there's nothing like that. It was a great date. He smiled, but he could attribute it to Penelope. Vincent chuckled. It looked like you two had fun scuba diving. Angus had enjoyed it. He liked Jeannie a lot, but there was nothing there. He wasn't going to attempt to find something with her at this point either, even though his view on being involved with someone seemed to be shifting. Part of it was Penelope. He knew if she saw him with someone else, she'd never trust him. He couldn't risk what was starting with her. Angus nodded. It was fantastic. I think Jeannie enjoyed it too. But you didn't kiss her, unlike another bachelorette. Heat rushed to his face. I didn't kiss her. She kissed me. Vincent chuckled. I didn't see any resistance, and from the sound of it, you enjoyed it. Angus said and rubbed the back of his neck. I've been a private person ever since I started in this business. I know I signed up for the show, but there are some things I'd like to keep. My thoughts on that kiss being one of them. A smile crept across Vincent's lips as a lone eyebrow rose. That must have been some kiss. If Penelope caught him talking about it, she'd put that 10-foot pole up again. After whittling away at it, he didn't want to start at square one. Angus pinched his lips together as a sign that he wasn't discussing it. Well, read into that what you'd like, audience, but it seems a flame is flickering for our bachelor. Vincent grinned. Stay tuned. Jeannie's interview is coming up next. He held up a finger. And don't forget to tune in next week to see how the date with Penelope goes. Angus was wondering about that too. It would be the highlight of the trip for him. First, Angus went to the beach to find Penelope. 2 nights in a row, he'd found her there, and when he didn't, a funny feeling settled over him. The beach reminded her of home, and it didn't make sense that she wouldn't be there. He strode back to the house and straight to her room. He knocked a few times before she whipped it open. Her eyes were puffy, her nose was red, and if looks could kill, he'd have been dead twice. He looked past her to her bed, and a nearly filled suitcase sat on top. She was leaving? Why? Penelope, what's going on? She turned her back on him, and he caught her arm. I just got back to the house. What happened? He'd walked into the middle of a storm with no warning. She yanked her arm away. I almost bought it. The sad star whose heart was broken and then cried a river for sympathy. You had me. It was the best lie you could have told, too, but I'm done. You want to bring Paige in on charges of fraud? Be my guest. Better yet, let her live here and pretend to be me. She's so good at it that you'll never miss me. Her words were a fist to the chest that left him winded. What are you talking about? I've told you no lies. None. I bared my soul to you, something I've not done with anyone, and I did it on camera. That wasn't easy. She stalked across the room, and her hands shook as she pulled more clothes out of the drawers, stuffing them in her suitcase. I'm so sure because you aren't paid millions upon millions to act, right? Stupid Penelope will buy anything. I'm done. But I didn't lie. I've told the truth. He stepped inside the door. What would make you think I'm lying? She tilted her head. I'm in awe of your talent. That you can stand there looking wounded and stunned is incredible. Like you have no idea what happened. The whole thing is scripted. Turning, she went into the bathroom. He followed her to the door. I look wounded and stunned because I am. I don't even know what I did wrong. How could I have done anything wrong when I wasn't here? With her arms loaded, she pushed past him and dropped her toiletries in her suitcase before slamming it shut. I'm done, Angus. There's no reason to keep going. Just drop the act. At least have enough decency to do that. Angus's chest tightened. He was losing her, and he had no idea how to fix it. Would you at least tell me what I've done so I don't know, please? You told me the two of you were done, but that's not what Clara said. What air was left in his lungs was sucked away. He closed his eyes and swore under his breath. We are not together. We haven't been together. I was telling you the truth. She's a manipulative, hateful, conniving woman, and she'd rather see me in agony than happy. I don't believe you, she said flatly and then zipped her luggage. Someone will drive me to the airport, or I'll walk. Either way, I'm leaving this island. Angus hung his head as he tried to wrangle his emotions. Clara had once again traipsed into his life and ruined everything that was good. I'm done, Angus. I don't hate you. I just want nothing to do with you or this show, she said, storming out of the bedroom. As he followed her out, he said, Wait. Will you just hold on for a minute? Zora, Amber, and Jeannie joined them in the living room. What's going on? Asked Zora. Penelope stopped dead in her tracks and turned. I'm going home. He's all yours. The three of you can have him. I'm done. There was so much venom in her words that he felt poisoned. Amber stuck her lip out. Ah, that's too bad. Penelope, what happened? Asked Jeannie. I mean, I know you haven't wanted to be here, but I thought things were turning around. Me too. And then they kept turning. The 180 was a 360. Before she could get to the door, Barb walked in. Penelope? Why are you packed? Because I'm leaving. Without another word, Penelope stomped to the door, opened it, and slammed it behind her. Angus, what on earth happened? Barb asked. I've been gone all day and haven't seen any of the scenes filmed today. He palmed his forehead with one hand while he rested the other on his hip. Clara. That's what happened. It never changes. Hold on, sweetheart. Let me go talk to Penelope. It's done, and so am I. I just can't. He slowly walked to his room and slipped inside. Penelope wasn't the only one finished. Whatever he thought he'd found was broken before he'd even had a chance to figure it out. But that was his life with Clara. She was the Black Plague. Getting mixed up with her was the worst decision of his life. If retiring freed him of her, maybe it was worth it. Maybe then he could have a chance to be happy. Chapter 29. The door to the lodge opened, and Penelope looked over her shoulder. Why couldn't they just let her be? She was done. What didn't they get about that? She didn't even slow her pace. I'm finished. I quit. I'm done. There's nothing else to talk about. Just leave me alone. What happened? Barb asked as she caught up to her. I know you've had your issues with the show, but would you please explain what's brought this about? Penelope stopped and glared at Barb. The gig is up. I know all of it's an act. Barb's eyebrows furrowed. What's an act? Who told you that? Penelope shook her head. Man, they were hanging on like a dog with a raw steak. Angus's girlfriend, Clara. You know, the one who broke his poor little heart? She and Amber informed me that all of this is a show and all of you are actors. I want you to get me whoever is in charge and send me home now. I'm done with all of this. Barb swore under breath. I'm in charge. Clara is not his girlfriend, and I'm not an actor. I'm the producer, and I'm the one who came up with the idea and convinced Angus to do the show. Crossing her arms over her chest, Penelope lifted an eyebrow. Isn't that convenient? Why should I believe you? Is that Clara woman in charge? If she is, I want her to send me home. I'm not playing this game anymore. If I was an actor, do you think I'd be standing here with not a camera in sight? Penelope jerked her head around, letting her gaze sweep the lawn. She was right. There were no cameras. She'd been so mad that she hadn't paid any attention. That doesn't mean you aren't an actor. Barb took her by the arms. Sweetheart, there are no cameras because I'm the boss. They do what I tell them to do. But Clara is a liar. Why would you be so quick to believe her? Penelope opened and closed her mouth a few times. Why? It was a good question. She shrugged. I don't know. She looked confident and important, Anne, because she expected to get hurt. She'd been expecting it, and she'd taken the first opportunity to close herself down again. Well, she's not. Barb's hands dropped to her side. That woman broke Angus's heart. Today he told her there was never going to be another chance for them to get back together. She's had Angus on a yo-yo longer than is humane. When he rejected her earlier today, she decided to use you to get back at him. For a moment, she stood in stunned silence. Once her brain caught up, she asked, So, you are the producer? You aren't an actor? Barb chuckled. No, darling. I'm good at a lot of things, but acting isn't one of them. And Zora, Amber, and Jeannie? Women Angus picked because he had zero interest in them. I know he told you this show was to help revive his career, but I'm the one who talked him into doing it. Begrudgingly, I might add, because he had no desire to be in a relationship when the show ended. Penelope's head spun. But Amber said she was an actor. And Penelope believed her so easily. I bet she did. She tried to kiss him while they were on their date, and he rebuffed her. And I can prove it. Barb put the phone to her ear. Jeff, send me that footage of Angus and Amber, yes, that one. Now. A ding went off, and Barb lifted her phone, tapping the screen as she stood shoulder to shoulder with Penelope. There was Amber, sitting on Angus's lap. When Amber leaned in, he took her hands and put distance between them. Barb turned to Penelope. I assure you, Clara and Amber both lied. They're jealous because Angus is spending time with you. Penelope palmed her forehead where a headache throbbed. Tears stung her eyes. This is all too much. All this backbiting and drama. If you want, I'll show you the entire day of Amber and Angus together. Amber is being petty because she was rejected. No, I've seen enough. I believe you. I don't know why I was so willing to believe them. Barb chuckled. I do. You're afraid. Penelope had no decent comeback, and she couldn't refute it. Fear didn't begin to touch on what she was feeling. One night. One kiss. And she was a blubbering idiot. It made no sense to be so caught up in someone she barely knew. But then, it was Angus. Just thinking about him turned her into jelly. And she'd kissed him. Which is why she'd avoided coming out of her room until she was sure Angus was on his date. Life wasn't supposed to be this complicated. At least, not her life. She'd worked to make it simple, and now it was a jumble of chaos and confusing feelings. Then there was Amber. How was she supposed to live in a house with that woman when she was being cruel? And Amber? Barb shook her head. I'm really sorry. I wish I could send her packing, but I'm afraid she'll need to stay. And I hate to tell you this, but it would be best if Angus didn't know Amber was involved. If he found out, he would boot her in a heartbeat. Unfortunately, the drama and catfighting keep people watching. The more invested they are in Angus, the better it is for him. Penelope grimaced. It was going to make living in the house a nightmare, but she felt like she owed Angus after the way she'd treated him. Okay, I guess I can handle that. I'm sorry you are at the receiving end of all that drama. Just don't let it get to you. Do me a favor. Let them think they got one over on you. I want to see their faces when they realize they didn't. Barb's eyes twinkled. Penelope shook her head. I don't like to lie. Barb rolled her eyes. Admirable, but I'm not asking you to lie. Just avoid them. It will all work out in the end. She dried her eyes and sniffed. Okay. I want you to walk back in the house looking like someone kicked your poodle. Slam your bedroom door and scream something. Barb winked. Penelope smiled and nodded. She slowly walked to the steps and let her gaze drift up to the door. It loomed before her much like the guilt building in her chest. She'd said horrible things to Angus. How was she ever going to make it right? He'd been telling the truth, and if she was being honest, she'd known it. Shutting him out was just easier than trusting him. With a deep breath, she stormed up the steps, through the door, and straight to her room. As she slammed the door, she yelled, "I hate this show." She walked to her bed and sat down hard, dropping her head into her hands. What were the chances Angus would forgive her? He'd poured his heart out to her. On camera, no less. He'd gone first, and this was how she repaid him. Throwing it back in his face and storming out. All the while, knowing deep down that she'd only been looking out for herself. Maybe Angus wasn't the only one acting this whole time. Chapter 30. The sun was dipping just below the horizon, but Angus didn't need a lot of light to enjoy the quiet comfort of the waves. He could understand now why Penelope liked it so much. Before he saw her coming, he felt her. His first instinct was to run, but he'd been the victim of Clara's games before, so he knew firsthand how easy it was to believe her. He had no idea what Penelope had been through, but if it had been anything close to what he had, it was no wonder she'd reacted like she did. It didn't make it sting any less, but the understanding helped dull the bite. She sat beside him. "Your agent is a piece of work," she said, keeping her face pointed in the direction of the ocean. He nodded. That she is. At least she's gone home now." She cast her gaze to the sand. "And I believed her until Barb set me straight." He barely heard her above the waves. "I know." By the look on her face, she was in turmoil. "I can't tell you how sorry I am." "I'm so sorry," she said, lifting her head and locking gazes with him. "For what?" "I believed the worst about you. I thought you had used me." She continued to hold his gaze. It would have been easy to make that leap, based on what she knew of him. "I understand. All of this started as a lie. I can't say I wouldn't have felt the same way." She covered his hand with hers. "No, Angus. You told me things that were private, from the heart, and I threw them back in your face. I was horrible to you, and you didn't deserve that. What I did to you was wretched and awful." Her voice caught as she pulled her hand away and cast her gaze back to the sand. "I'm sorry. I truly am." He'd been so hurt when he plopped down in the sand. First by Clara, and then Penelope. He was crushed that he'd trusted her enough to bare his heart and she'd flung knife after knife. But here she was, tearfully apologizing. Satan would have been wearing snow boots before Clara ever did that. Angus took her hand in his and threaded his fingers through hers. "I won't say your words didn't cut or that I wasn't hurt, but you had every reason to believe her. You called me out the second you met me. You knew what all this was. You had no reason to believe me. But I swear to you, I will never lie to you, Penelope. I think that's what's making this so hard. Deep down, I knew you were telling the truth, and I was still awful." She lifted her gaze to his, and tears clouded her eyes. "I've been accusing you of all sorts of sins while living in a glass house and throwing rocks out of knee-jerk reactions." Angus shook his head. "I should have known Clara would do something. It was my fault for not warning you. Every time I get even a wee bit close to happy, she comes in like toxic gas and kills it. I don't know why I didn't see it coming, but I think I'm still waiting for her to change." That's what it was. That's why he'd started the show wanting nothing to do with a relationship. He'd been holding out hope for Clara, a small lingering vestige of love for her because he was desperate for scraps. The emotion of the revelation came on so suddenly that he felt blindsided. He took a deep, shuddering breath and let it out slowly. "Are you okay?" I am," he said, touching her cheek and brushing his thumb across her lips. "Thank you." She knitted her eyebrows together. "For what?" "You didn't let me get away with going through the motions. You fought me. Made me take a hard look at who I am and what I want. I don't want leftovers anymore. I want all of it, and if I can't have that, I don't want anything. His hand left her cheek as he slid his arms around her and pulled her flush against him. He put his mouth to her ear and whispered, "Thank you." Slowly, she wrapped her arms around him. The people who really care about you will want what's best for you, not what's easiest. They'll fight you, Angus. I'm slowly coming to realize that. He released her and turned to face the waves again. I'm looking forward to having a day with you. Right. He smiled. I'm serious. I've been looking forward to it. I enjoy your company. Heartbeats passed before she sighed and said, I've been mean and hateful to you. I've got this monster in my past, and it keeps crawling from under my bed and attacking. You also kissed me. He glanced at her sideways and bumped her shoulder. Penelope huffed. You aren't going to let that go, are you? Nah, and I wouldn't be opposed to another. Not at all. He'd enjoyed that kiss, and he'd been hoping for more. Maybe he should have said that was the way she could make all this up to him. Nah, if she kissed him, he wanted it to be pure and unobligated. He wanted her, free of anything. You're not nearly as funny as you think you are. Angus grunted a laugh. I am too. Penelope shook her head, but her laugh was light and authentic. She quieted, and the silence lingered until it was uncomfortable. I was crushed when they told me it was a lie. I didn't want to be, but I was. It mixed with the old memories, and I don't understand how or why. I haven't known you long enough to react like that. Well, get to know me. He lay back and stretched out on the sand with his arms behind his head. It's cliché, but I'm an open book. Only to her. Penelope twisted in the sand and looked at him, her eyebrows knitted together. You had to know you couldn't fall in love and get married in such a short time. Why are you so insistent on putting a time frame on falling in love? She scoffed. Because it takes time to grow and become something more than infatuation. The way I see it, when you live with someone 24/7 for 12 weeks, that's equivalent to at least 84 dates. Most dates are, what? 3 or 4 hours? Do you really think you can get to know Zora or Jeannie or Amber well enough that you'll be able to propose by the end of this show, though? She couldn't be serious. Angus snapped into a sitting position, making sure he was as close to her as he could be. I have no desire to get to know them, much less propose. I'm continuing to play along because I told Barb I would, but as far as I'm concerned, the only person I want to get to know is you. Her lips parted as her breath caught. Angus held her gaze. You're going to ask me questions now. I'm going to give you the most honest answers I have, and at the end of the night, I'm going to kiss you. If you have a problem with that, you should go ahead and leave. For a moment, she stared at him, wide-eyed as her gaze dipped to his lips. What's your favorite thing in the world to do? He smiled. That was what he was hoping for. Other than acting, playing with my dogs. Who was the first celebrity you met, and what did you do? Stone Gallagher, and I babbled like an idiot. He chuckled as the memory flooded back. With each question, she relaxed more, softening against him. Are you glad you chose acting as a profession? Had she sensed his conflict over that? It was a question he'd been asking himself more and more over the last year. I've actually been thinking about that. I'm not as certain now as I used to be. Why? Angus shrugged. I've been miserable. I love acting, but being surrounded by people that I know want to use me up and spit me out has left me empty and alone. She held his gaze as she brushed her fingertips across his cheek and threaded her fingers through his hair. I'm sorry. She pulled her hand away and cleared her throat. What's your favorite type of music? Angus wished she wouldn't stop touching him, but seeing her open up was plenty reward for him. I don't really have a favorite. I have songs I like. I like the old crooners, Dean Martin and the like. Some 80s music. A few pop songs. I like 80s. That's my favorite. I like Dean Martin too. Love seemed less complicated back then. I agree. The hours passed as they talked. She'd dig her toes in the sand when she'd ask a question that seemed too personal, and then she'd veer in a direction that took the conversation to a lighter subject. With each question, he learned just as much about her as she learned about him: family, home, children, heart-penetrating questions. By the time she was finished, he felt as though he'd regained some of who he was before he started acting. Or Clara. Instead of kissing her like he said he would, he waited. The way she looked at him, the gentleness he felt coming from her, made him want nothing more than to kiss her. It was the intimacy of the conversation too. Someone genuinely interested in the things that held meaning to him. With each question and answer, the more tied to her he became. He'd wanted this. An exchange of experiences, longing, needs, beliefs, and wants. Something that went beyond just the surface and into the deepest part of what made him who he was. And he wanted the person he shared it with to give it back in return. He didn't just want her. The chase was fun, but he wanted substance. If nothing else, this show had taught him that beyond anything, he wanted depth and a feeling of home. And he needed her to meet him at least halfway, for now. So he decided to let her take the lead, hoping she'd kiss him. As he waited in silence, the air between them seemed to electrify. During their talk, they drifted closer. At some point, he'd pulled her legs over his lap and put his arms around her. He had no idea how long they'd been wrapped together like that. He liked that too. It felt natural and easy to get lost holding her. He tucked a piece of her hair behind her ear and cupped her cheek, and as he did, she closed her eyes and sighed, pressing her face into his hand. This was it. This was the piece he'd been missing. Someone as lost in him as he was in them. Pressing his lips to her forehead, he held them there, reveling in the feel of her body so close. He'd nearly forgotten the cameras watching them in the distance, detailing every movement, but at this point, he didn't even care. He leaned back and smiled at her. Peace. The one thing he didn't realize he'd been searching for all this time. He was at peace. Penelope's gaze roamed over his face, and the bubble they were in grew thicker, drowning out everything but the pounding of his heart. She reached a tentative hand toward him. Angus closed his eyes as she caressed his cheek with the back of her hand. Then her fingertips traveled from the side of his face to his lips, followed by the feathery touch of her lips until they hovered so near his mouth that it was torture. When she hesitated, he opened his eyes and found her staring at him, lips parted. The smell of her sweet breath mingled with the salty air, giving him goosebumps. The anticipation was creating such a need for her that he doubted she would ever be able to quench it. She combed her fingers through his hair, and then she brushed her lips across his twice before melting into him. The slow, intoxicating way she kissed him was unlike anything he'd ever experienced, and he couldn't stop the low, throaty moan that escaped. It had been so long since a woman had made him feel wanted or needed. Cared for and treasured. And he did feel treasured by her. Not because of what he could give her, but because he was Angus, something he thought he'd never feel from anyone. Her soft, fiery kiss made his heart thrum in his ears, and he pulled her closer. Angus wanted all of her. Long before he was ready for it to end, Penelope pulled away, breathless, and whispered, "I kissed you again." His lungs screamed for air as he touched his forehead to hers. "I'm not complaining. Just because I asked you a few questions doesn't mean I know you." Angus leaned back. "Then ask more." She froze for a split second. "I can't think of any more." With a low chuckle, he said, "I believe that means it's my turn." "I guess so." He wanted nothing more than to taste her again, and his mind headed in a direction that a cold shower would do little to fix. Angus mustered some self-control. "The day after tomorrow, we get to spend the day together. We'll pick this back up then, okay?" He brushed his fingertips across her cheek, into her windblown hair, and tucked a piece of it behind her ear. Holding his gaze, she said, "Okay." The breathless word made him regret calling an end to the evening. "I'll walk you to your room if you're ready to go back." "That's probably a good idea." Taking her hand, Angus pulled her up with him. When he dropped her off at her room, she slipped behind the door, and he walked to his room with his heart racing and a smile on his face. When he decided to join her that first night on the beach, he had no idea he'd be standing on a slippery precipice in a matter of days. But he was. Penelope had tilted his world and was quickly changing his thoughts on how he wanted the show to end. He was falling for Penelope. All he wanted now was a soft landing. Chapter 31. The alarm clock screamed, and Penelope slapped a hand over it to shut it up. Her late night, she had no idea what to call it, with Angus had messed with her routine. Tomorrow would be her date with Angus, and she didn't know if she was looking forward to it or dreading it. Her heart sped up, making the decision even more confusing. She hoped Barb got Amber back, the horrible woman. Why would someone do that to another? Because of a show? A man? It made no sense to Penelope. Instead of fixing an omelet, she was going to scramble some eggs and head out to the beach while it was still dark. She hurried to the kitchen and started the coffee brewing while she quickly stirred the eggs. She'd make sure she left enough coffee for Jeff when he woke up. "Hey," Jeff said as he stumbled into the kitchen. "Why are you up?" He shrugged. "There's an alarm anytime a bedroom door opens. Remember?" "Oh yeah. I'm so sorry. I completely forgot." He chuckled. "Now you really owe me an omelet when we get back." With a laugh, she poured them both some coffee. Her plan to sit on the beach was busted, but she didn't mind talking to Jeff. "I'll make yours the best I've ever conjured up." The freshly cooked eggs were hot, so she blew on them and took a few bites. Jeff blew on his black coffee and took a sip. "By the time we get back to the lodge, I'll be so done with donuts and junk that an omelet will taste like the best thing in the world." "Why not here?" We're so close to the end of this segment, we'll just wait." Penelope shrugged. "Okay," said, dousing her coffee with a generous pour of creamer. She took a small sip, making sure she'd added enough cream and sugar substitute. It tasted weirdly herbal on her tongue, but coffee usually tasted funny to her when she drank it after eating eggs without washing them down with water first. As she stuck the creamer back in the fridge, she took a big drink and set the cup down. Jeff grinned as the steam billowed from his cup. The crew is excited about the promise of omelets too. Most of the past week, we've talked about what we want in our omelets when we get back. Well, remember to tell Barb. I can't cook what I don't have. I'd make them now if I had the supplies. He perched on a stool across from her. Are you starting to feel more comfortable with all the filming? No, not really. I know you guys have been out there filming at night. Jeff held up his hands. Don't hate me. I'm just doing my job. I don't hate you. And I know it's your job. It just feels weird being filmed. Everything I say and do caught on camera for the world to see. I'm sorry. Penelope was going to respond, but her breath caught in her throat. She braced herself against the island. I don't feel good all of a sudden. What's wrong? She held her midsection as her stomach roiled. I feel sick to my stomach. I'm going back to my room. Sure. Do you want me to tell Angus? She pursed her lips. No. Jeff tried to stifle a laugh and failed. Okay. Back in her room, Penelope crawled onto the bed and held her stomach. She'd been fine, and then wham. Now it wasn't just her stomach, it was her whole midsection that hurt. Painful cramps laced down the sides of her torso and into her back. She rushed to the bathroom and threw up until there was nothing left. The cramps returned, even more painful, and she lay down on the cool tile of the bathroom. If she didn't feel better by tomorrow, she'd miss her day with Angus, and she didn't want to miss it. Not now. Not when there was a chance she could kiss him again. Oh, she was really sick. Again, the urge to vomit hit her, and she hurried off the floor and doubled over the toilet. She grabbed a towel and wiped her mouth as she poured herself a glass of water and took a gulp. The moment it hit her stomach, she threw up again. When she stopped, she slid down the wall and lay on the floor once more. The muscles in her stomach twitched and spasmed. It was becoming so painful that her eyes watered. Her mouth was dry, and she wanted another glass of water. But each time she threw up, it was more violent than the last. Penelope looked out through the bathroom door. The sun was just beginning to pour in through the window. She must have been in the bathroom longer than she realized. A spasm hit her, and she curled into a ball, groaning. The coffee had tasted funny. She wondered if the creamer was bad. Once she could stand up straight, she'd go check it out. Penelope? Amber called from the open doorway of her bedroom. Yes, Penelope ground out. Are you okay? I heard you throwing up. I think I drank bad creamer. She whimpered and held her stomach. What's going on? Angus asked as he walked in beside Amber. She had some bad creamer. I think we should leave her alone. Maybe Zora and Amber were playing a prank on her because they were sick of her being so temperamental. Or more likely because Angus actually seemed interested in her. Amber had already tried something, so it wasn't out of the realm of possibility. But would she stoop so low? No, it was more likely that the creamer was bad. The pain in her stomach eased, and as she groaned, she pushed herself into a sitting position, leaning her head against the wall. It still hurt, but the intensity had died down for the moment. Angus walked into the bathroom and squatted in front of her. His eyebrows knitted together, his gaze raking over her face. Are you okay? I think so. See, she just needs some time to herself, Amber said in an exasperated tone. I'll be fine. Before she could finish the sentence, another cramp hit her. She braced one hand against the floor as she held her stomach with the other. She's in a lot of pain for bad creamer. Angus swept her off the floor and into his arms. Putting his lips to her ear as he took her to her bed, he whispered, Hold on, we'll find out what's going on. Penelope rolled to her side as he laid her down, facing the door while she continued to hold her stomach. What's happening? Barb briskly walked into the room. Jeff said Penelope doesn't feel good. I don't know. Can you get a doctor? Angus said as he sat beside her. Penelope grabbed his wrist. No, I'll be fine. What's with all the noise? Zora asked from Penelope's open bedroom door. Jeannie stood next to her, looking concerned. Zora rolled her eyes and looked at Amber, who had her arms crossed over her chest. Well, if it isn't Penelope causing drama, Zora said. Barb turned and addressed the three women. Ladies, if you could give us some space, that'd be great. I'm sorry she's not feeling well, Jeannie said. She stepped out of the room with Zora and Amber following, but still looking on. Angus hovered over her, his eyebrows drawn together. When did you start feeling bad? Penelope took a deep breath. Just a bit ago. I felt fine when I woke up. Nothing out of the ordinary. I made coffee, and I'd taken a few bites of eggs. Did you eat or drink anything out of the ordinary? Any spices you don't normally use? Asked Barb. No, but my coffee tasted funny this morning. It had a weird herbal aftertaste, but I just thought it was from me leaving it open. Angus looked at Barb and back to Penelope. He had looked worried, and now he looked fearful. Wait. It was open? Did you leave it open? He asked. Penelope shrugged and grimaced as the pain returned. Her stomach felt like it was being stabbed with knives. Yeah. I probably left it open from yesterday, though. Her voice was strained. Do you remember if you did or not? Barb asked as she put her phone to her ear. Jeff, get me the doctor. I didn't think I had, but I know some of the crew drink coffee too, and they use the creamer. It was probably just an accident. Barb's voice was muffled as the next spasm hit with such a force that it left her gasping for air. Penelope curled into a tight ball as tears poured down her cheeks. Angus leaned over her and again put his lips to her ears. How can I help you? What can I do? Her vision was cloudy, but she could see clear enough as Zora and Amber zeroed in on how attentive Angus was toward her. They're watching, she said through clenched teeth. He glanced in their direction briefly. Let them. Penelope couldn't let him do it. Not when his career was on the line. Angus, no, she said, taking his hand and squeezing it. This is good. Leaning back, he clenched his jaw. He moved to shield her from the prying eyes and held her gaze. He covered her hand with his other. Not good enough for me. After treating him so terrible, calling him a liar, this was how he responded? Compassionate and sweet? She'd been so wrong about him. Whatever was causing her stomach to hurt needed to go away. Her day with Angus was tomorrow, and for the first time, she looked forward to being alone with him. Chapter 32. The show's doctor, Harold Yanko, sat on the edge of the bed beside Penelope. There'd been no need for him before now, and Angus was grateful Barb had been insistent on having him travel with them to Hawaii. When Dr. Yanko had arrived, he'd immediately started in 4 on Penelope to help rehydrate her. He'd also given her something for the pain, and she was finally resting peacefully. I don't think that was bad creamer, Barb. Angus had his arms crossed over his chest and chewed on his thumb as he stood in the hallway just outside Penelope's room. I gave the creamer to security. They took it to the police, and a lab is testing it. If it was poisoned, that means your stalker has changed things. We're going to have to be extra careful. Why would someone who is stalking me go after Penelope? He whispered. Love, we're filming, and it's not a secret. They see the two of you together every episode, Barb said. Sweetheart, this show isn't about you picking one of these women anymore. The feedback we're getting, the things being said on social media, says they love you and Penelope. So you think the stalker is jealous and, this time, dangerous. Willing to go after anyone who might be the subject of your affection. Angus's heart dropped to the floor. Penelope was in the crosshairs of a lunatic because he had feelings for her. The doctor finished with his examination, took out her 4, and joined them in the hallway. Is she okay? Asked Angus. She seems fine now. At this point, she might have had a really bad stomachache. Angus glanced at Barb. That seemed like an abnormal amount of pain for a generic stomachache, he said. The doctor nodded. I'm wondering about that too, but with her history of allergic reactions, it's possible it was just a bad reaction to the sugar substitute she put in her coffee. People have been known to develop an allergy to them, and they can come on pretty suddenly. I've got a blood sample, and I'm going to send it out for testing just to be on the safe side. Do you have any idea when you'll get the results back? Asked Barb. I don't, but for the time being, keep her hydrated and make sure she rests. I'll keep an eye on her, Angus said. If she continues to have pain or anything changes, take her to the emergency room. Call me, and I'll meet you there so I can monitor her and do a full workup to find out what's going on. Thank you, doctor, Barb said. Once the doctor was gone, Angus turned to Barb. Could you give me some space for the day? Barb smiled. I could arrange a fabulous shopping trip and spa day. And no filming? It's not right to film her when she's sick. I know you'd get big ratings, but I'll tell Jeff to have a mishap with the film. He took her hand and squeezed it. Thank you, Barb. She patted his cheek. The only man in the world who could get me to do it. A few moments later, Zora, Jeannie, and Amber quietly joined them in the hallway. When the doctor arrived, Barb has asked them to wait in their rooms. I'm so sorry, Jeannie said. Shrugging, Amber said, I thought she was overreacting. Yeah. Zora nodded as she looked at Penelope. I've never seen anything like that before. She was writhing in pain. Angus caught the statement and glanced at Barb. That was interesting for someone who was a nurse. She lifted an eyebrow and pursed her lips, and he nodded in acknowledgement. For the moment, they both let it go like they hadn't heard her. Penelope moaned and rolled onto her side, facing the wall. Poor girl. I feel so bad. Amber sighed. I'm sorry I was a jerk to her. I'll tell her when she wakes up. I was terrible. Did the doctor say what it was? Asked Jeannie, tilting her head. Of all of them, it seemed she actually cared. "No," replied Angus. Barb shared a look with Angus. "I don't know about you ladies, but I could use some retail therapy." "What about Penelope?" asked Jeannie. "She needs rest, and a quiet house will go a long way to giving her that. Plus, I'm not comfortable filming her while she's sick. I'm a lot of things, but heartless isn't one of them. The film crew will be following you three while you spend the day shopping. No better way to bond than shopping." Barb cast Angus a side glance. And that was why he loved Barb. She did have a heart. One of the few people in his circle who did. "Is Angus coming?" Zora asked. "Shopping?" Even if Penelope wasn't sick, that would be a fork in the eye. "He has a meeting he has to attend later this evening," Barb said. Never had he been more grateful for her quick thinking. Zora eyed her. "A meeting, huh? What kind of meeting?" And she was back. Zora was the witch's apple. Beautiful on the outside and nothing but poison on the inside. Barb smiled. "I've been holding off on this news, but he's had studios calling. One, in particular, is in preliminary talks about a new movie in the pipeline. Angus is their first choice." That was the truth. He knew the call wasn't, but were studios interested in him again? And did he want that? "Oh, a movie? That's great," gushed Jeannie. Zora kept eye contact like she had more questions. "Are you excited?" asked Amber. He had no idea about it, but he'd do a cartwheel if it would convince them to leave and got them out of his hair. "I am. It sounds like a good project to be on. I can't discuss details yet, but I'm eager for the possibility to get started," said Angus. "What will you do until your meeting?" Zora asked. "He'll be reading over the script that was just finalized," Barb said. "Uh-huh. Interesting. Penelope gets sick, we're being sent away, and you suddenly can't leave because you have a meeting." If Zora were nails, she'd be raking down a chalkboard. Surely there was another woman he could have picked that wouldn't have grated like she did. He ran his hand through his hair. "I don't know what to tell you. I certainly didn't plan on her being sick. What did this woman want from him? Did she think they'd have poisoned someone for ratings?" Zora nodded. "Okay. Ladies," Barb said, "why don't you get ready for the outing? I'd actually planned to have a shopping trip right before we left anyway, but it seems like now would be a good time. This little episode has left me traumatized." Amber and Jeannie followed Barb out. Zora crossed her arms over her chest and gave Angus one last look before leaving. Angus exhaled heavily. He was so glad they were leaving. He walked into Penelope's room, shut the door, and sat beside her. At least he didn't have to hide how he felt about her while they were alone in her room. He'd felt so powerless when she'd cried out in pain, wanting nothing more than to hold her in his arms and tell her it would be okay. With Jeannie, Zora, and Amber watching, he couldn't. They'd already been giving him grief about sitting with her on the beach. The last thing he needed was to give them more ammo about chasing her. Penelope took a deep breath and rolled onto her back. Her blue bathrobe parted, and he chuckled at the faded Van Halen t-shirt peeking through. Angus took her hand in his, rubbing his thumb across the back of it and then pressing his lips to her palm. If he was right, if the stalker was targeting her, he'd never be able to forgive himself if something bad happened. How had they managed to get through all the security and crew? A knock came from the door, and it opened a crack. Jeff stuck his head in. "Hey." Angus didn't like the look on his face. He stood and walked to the door. "Did you find anything?" Jeff slipped into the room and shut the door. "No." "What do you mean no?" "I mean footage is missing. Erased. There are cameras in the kitchen rolling 24/7. I checked through them, starting from just after breakfast the day before until Penelope opened the fridge today. 20 minutes are missing from yesterday." Angus gritted his teeth. "So, someone tampered with her food and then got rid of the evidence." "Yeah. Do you think someone on the crew could have done it?" I mean, it's possible, but we're all over the house. I'd have no idea who to point a finger at. I'm sorry, Angus. I don't know what to do. He slapped him on the shoulder. Not your fault. Is she doing okay now? Angus looked over his shoulder at Penelope. Seems to be. Good to hear. I've got to get back. I have Carrie, Troy, and Gary going with Barb. Me and 2 others are staying here. If she's up for the date, we'll be going with you, and we'll stay invisible. I appreciate that. Jeff opened the door, and Angus followed him out. I'm going to grab a shower while she's resting. Keep an eye on her until I get back, Angus said. You got it, Jeff gave him a 2-finger salute. Angus took one last look at Penelope and headed for his room. Chapter 33. Penelope groaned and slowly opened her eyes. Her midsection burned as if she'd done a bajillion sit-ups. You need to stay still. Angus brushed her cheek with his fingertips as he sat next to her on the bed. What happened? She tried to shake the grogginess by rubbing her eyes. We don't know yet, but it was more than bad creamer. She licked her lips as her gaze met his. How do you know it was more than bad creamer? Or a bad reaction to what could have been a prank? She'd keep that to herself, though. If it wasn't a prank, accusing Zora and Amber would only make them hate her more. Angus took a deep breath and told her about his stalker, the letters, and how they'd started up again. He didn't want to scare her, but she needed to know since she was the one targeted. At least, that's what he thought. Until now, there'd been no reason to mention it. He'd thought they'd stopped. That's awful. And this person has threatened you? Penelope asked. Nah, not until the letters started back up. But the threat isn't aimed at me, rather those around me. They had threatened Clara in the past after we'd broken up. But the letters usually weren't like that. What did they normally say? They'd talk about how much they loved me and my movies. They'd detail fantasies of us together, in disgustingly vivid detail. They broke into my house a couple of times. Police took photos and fingerprints, but they were never caught. I can't imagine what it was like for you. All that would have been scary enough. How are these letters different? The new letters aren't overtly threatening, but the tone is entirely different. Mostly, they still love me, and they'd take care of anyone who tried to hurt me. Wow, I mean, I'd heard of people becoming obsessed with celebrities, but now, hearing you talk about it, I'm sorry. It's okay. I just wanted you to be aware. Penelope shrugged. I bet it was the creamer. Maybe it had bacteria in it and I had a weird reaction to it. I hope it was, otherwise, we're going to have to be extra careful about who comes and goes on the set. Right. Penelope covered her mouth as she yawned. When she glanced out the window, she noted the bright sun streaming in. What time is it? A little after 4. Are you hungry? Not really. Don't you need to eat? What about your blood sugar? He had a point. Even if she didn't feel like eating, she needed something in her stomach. I don't really know what there is here. I stick with eggs in the morning. I have a friend who could bring us some burgers. The mention of burgers made Penelope's mouth water. Okay. You offered to make hot tea the other day. Does that offer still stand? You bet. I'll get the tea started and order some food. I'll take a quick shower while you're doing that, if that's okay. He wrapped a lock of her hair around his finger. I'll be back for you. She nodded. Okay, I won't be long. As soon as Angus was out the door, she went into the bathroom to brush her teeth and shower. Afterward, she put on a clean pair of pajamas. Her stomach wasn't ready for jeans yet. When she was finished, she meandered out, towel drying her hair. Just as she tossed the towel back in the bathroom, a knock came at her door, and she answered it. That was good timing, she said as Angus scooped her up. What are you doing? Taking you to the living room so you can eat. She glanced around. I think I can walk. I'm sure you can, but I have a selfish streak and wanted to hold you." He winked. Her cheeks burned, and she noted the lack of cameras pointed in her direction. "Where are all the cameras?" "They were taking a break," he said as he carried her out of the room and set her on the couch. "But they're back on now." She circled her arms around his neck. "Thank you." Angus wrapped his arms around her, took a deep breath, and put his lips to her ear. "I'm just glad you're okay." He leaned back and brushed a piece of her hair from her face. "I'll go get that tea." She waited for him to leave the living room and shivered. She was so tired and wired all at the same time. Whether it was bacteria or something else she'd experienced, it had worn her out. And she had butterflies and electricity skating over her nerves. Closing her eyes, Penelope curled her legs under her as she rested her back against the couch. The slight rattle of a cup bouncing against a saucer startled her, and she opened her eyes. Angus set a tray holding the tea on the coffee table. "You were supposed to stay still." "I'm comfortable," she said as Angus handed her the cup. "Thank you." He sat next to her on the couch. "Does your stomach hurt?" "Only when I move." She snorted and grimaced. "Did Barb tell you she wanted me to let Clara think she got to me?" His lips twitched up. "No, but it sounds like something she'd do." "How long have you known Barb?" "I met her when I first got to LA. She was my agent until she decided to try her hand at producing. I like her. She paused, trying to find a word that fit Barb. "Real?" His smile was warm. She nodded. "Yeah. She is. If I'd listened to her, I wouldn't be in this mess with Clara. She tried to warn me, but I wasn't thinking with my brain. Why does Clara keep hanging around?" "Clara likes to hurt people, and she likes seeing people in pain." Angus took her half-empty cup and set it on the coffee table. "It gave her joy to see me wallow and want her. What an awful human being. I'm sorry I was so judgmental toward you." Penelope sighed and covered his hand with hers. "I'm sorry I let tabloid headlines influence my opinion of you." "It's okay. I will admit that thinking you hated me was hard. I handled the general public, but you gave the hate toward my bad behavior a face. I didn't like what I saw. His behavior had been because he was hurting. And she'd been mean and cruel." The sudden guilt weighed heavily on her. Brushing her fingertips along his temple, she said, "I should have known you were hurting. I should have had the sense to treat you with mercy, but I was too caught in protecting my own heart." "You don't like seeing people hurt, do you?" he asked. She shook her head. "No." He took her hand and kissed it. "I think that's what I find most alluring about you." She laughed. "Well, it's not so great when you have a sister who uses it against you, which is why I'm here. Remind me to thank her when I meet her." He winked. Warmth spread from her stomach all the way to her ears. "Wait. Angus meeting Paige? I'm not so sure that's going to happen." "You never know," he said with a hint of mischief. She narrowed her eyes, tempted to press him. Instead, she decided to take advantage of the other women being gone. "Well, since we're here alone, you can get an early start on the questions if you want. I'm not sure if I'll have an answer for all of them, though." Her heart warmed as his lips spread into a playful grin. Angus held her gaze, his look turning almost pained. "They weren't filming while you were in pain, but they'll be filming this." She shrugged as he moved closer. "I figured as much." Cupping her cheek, he said, "I'm sorry." "It's okay," she said, taking a deep breath. It wasn't okay, but it was for Angus. And while she hated the cameras, how she felt about him outweighed it. "Now, your questions." She smiled. "Speaking of Paige, what's your sister like?" What a difficult question. She loved Paige, but loving her was hard. And she was being filmed. The potential to hurt her was right in her face. "I love Paige. She's outgoing, funny, genuine, sweet, and caring. Obviously, We look exactly alike, and she enjoys pretending to be me, which has led to some difficult situations more than once. And she doesn't know about what happened with your relationship? No. She doesn't even know I had one, she said softly. Right after it happened, my mom got sick. Then Dad died. She fidgeted with the cuff of her bathrobe. Penelope paused and cleared her throat. It was only a few months after we lost Dad that she showed up excited about being engaged. Then right as they were to get married, Tyler left her at the altar. It never seemed like the right time to tell her about my troubles. Plus, to be honest, I didn't want to tell anyone I was so foolish. A crew member walked in and handed Angus a white bag. He fished out a wrapped burger and handed it to her. She ate a few bites and waited for Angus to ask more questions. Will you tell me what happened with your relationship? Penelope's stomach hurt again, but it was a different kind of pain. It ran from her heart all the way to the pit of her belly. When I got out of college, I landed an internship with a prestigious accounting firm in San Diego. She took a deep breath. Putting what happened into words made her relive the whole thing over again. You don't have to. I understand. She waved him off and continued. Tom Peterson was one of the accountants, and I thought he was Superman. He ran charity drives and worked with the local food bank. At first, he was funny, charismatic, and kind. We started dating after I'd been there about 6 months. Over the next year and a half, I fell in love with him. It never felt like anything was wrong. He'd have to go here or there out of town for work. Auditing sometimes takes you out of town, and it can take days to sort through things. So, I thought nothing of it. Penelope's voice trembled. Angus took her hand. Hey, you don't have to keep going. She didn't have to, she wanted to. Not that she was a fan of the cameras. It was just time, and maybe it would help Angus understand why she reacted so badly when Clara lied to her. Not that she was excusing it, just explaining it. I've already started. May as well keep going. Swallowing hard, she slid her food onto the side table. Tom wanted to keep our relationship quiet because he was in line to become a partner, and he didn't want our relationship to be a topic of discussion when it came time to be interviewed. Dating co-workers was frowned upon. I loved him, so why not? I wanted him to have all the things he wanted. What did it hurt to keep quiet? The answer to that came in the shape of a public scene. A nervous laugh popped out. Tom surprised me with a trip to this island for my birthday. That restaurant where we ate that first night was our restaurant. We loved it and ate there nearly every night we were here. We were having dinner there 2 nights before we were supposed to leave. We were talking and laughing. She didn't forget that the crew was filming her entire sordid confession, but with every sentence, the weight of carrying it by herself became a little lighter. The door to the restaurant opened, and I don't know why, but I glanced over. This immaculately dressed tall gorgeous blonde woman walked in. Immediately, she crossed the room, stopped at our table, and gave me a withering glare. Next thing I know, Ariel Peterson is broadcasting to the entire restaurant that I'm having an affair with her husband. Angus's eyes widened, and his shoulders drooped. Oh, Penelope. She bowed her head. I hadn't slept with him, but, of course, she would have assumed that. Dating a married man is just bad as sleeping with one, though. No one would believe me that I didn't know he was married, but I didn't. He didn't have any pictures of her. He never wore a ring. But there I was, stupid Penelope Cooper, sitting in a restaurant with a married man, and I'd been dating him for a year and a half. What did you do? Tears spilled down her cheeks as the memories came flooding back. I bolted out of the restaurant and back to my hotel room. I was packing when Tom charged in. I wasn't arguing about it. He was married. It was over as far as I was concerned. He blamed me for Ariel finding out. I kept insisting it wasn't me. No one knew. The more I denied it, the angrier he got. Apparently, his yelling got the attention of some of the other guests, and hotel security kicked him out. I finished packing my things, bought myself a ticket back to San Diego, and handed in my resignation. Then I packed up my apartment and went back home to Destin. She took a deep breath. And that's the story of how Penny became a dog groomer. For the first time in 6 years, she felt so light. That story was out, and it felt so freeing. Angus wrapped his strong arms around her and kissed the top of her head. Not only was the story out, but with the way he was hugging her, it felt as though he was trying to infuse her with comfort. He rubbed her back. "I can't believe you never told anyone." "Actually, I tried, but when I got to the counselor's office, I just couldn't bring myself to talk about it." Leaning back, he narrowed his eyes. "Did Tom call you Penny?" His lucky Penny. That name conjured such painful memories that I wouldn't allow anyone to use it anymore. "Did he ever try to contact you again?" Penelope nodded. "Yes, he showed up at my house in Destin. He basically groveled an apology. He said he would divorce Ariel and wanted to work on things with us, but it was over for me. I couldn't trust him or my own judgment." "Have you dated anyone after him?" How pathetic was she? Keeping herself contained to her little world just so she could keep her heart safe. "No." "How long has it been since?" "A little over 6 years." "And you never told anyone this?" She shook her head. "There was nothing to tell. I was stupid and gullible. Telling people would have only highlighted how dumb I was." "That's not true. He lied, and he hurt you. In my mind, that whole situation rests on his shoulders. You should have seen the women looking at me in that restaurant. For months, all I had to do was close my eyes and I'd see the disgusted looks on their faces. The last thing I wanted was one more person to look at me like that." Angus nodded. "You may not believe this, but I understand more than you know." "I do believe that. That's why I told you. That, Anne, it's why Clara's lie hits so hard. I'd been fooled before, and every insecurity I had about you hit all at once. You're surrounded by beautiful women, arm candy, and I feel like a fish in a barrel. The second this show ends, the spell will be over, and this will all be a memory. You'll have the whole sea to choose from." For a moment, Angus was quiet, seeming to consider what she'd said. Slowly, a smile twitched on his lips, and he pulled her into his arms. "Sweetheart, you're right. I am surrounded by beauty. Yours. I don't know who put it in your head that you're not a woman to be longed for. You are a bonny lass, Penelope Cooper. The lasting kind." If he couldn't hear her heart walloping against her ribcage, he was deaf, because that was all she could hear. Without a doubt, she knew he wasn't acting. She believed what he was saying, and like water being poured on a dry plant, she was soaking it up. She had no words to offer. Angus set his cheek against hers, his beard tickling her skin. In the beginning, there might have been some truth to the fish in the barrel theory. He whispered so low she was sure the cameras weren't picking up what he was saying. He took her hand and flattened it over his heart. It was beating as fast as hers. But that's not a heart beating for a consolation prize. It's beating like that because a mate was lucky enough to stumble across the right barrel, and there was only ever one fish in it. Tightening his hold on her, he nuzzled her neck with the tip of his nose. "You said you could see me. Can you hear me too?" Whatever words she might have had lodged in her throat. She heard him. Along with the water, he was dousing her in pure sunlight. She nodded as she circled her arms around his neck. The nuzzling quickly turned to tender kisses trailing to her lips, lighting her skin on fire. This kiss was different. It was hungry and demanding. She buried her fingers in his hair and held on to him. Whatever was happening between them had changed, deepened. She was falling in love with him, only she wasn't nearly as afraid anymore. Penelope raked her hand through her hair. They'd asked her to do an interview, and since they'd been nice enough to give her privacy while she was sick, she felt somewhat obligated to go along with it. She could only imagine the embarrassing questions they'd ask. At least she and Angus had pulled apart quick enough that the other women didn't walk in on them kissing. They'd razzied her before. Making out with Angus would have brought her nothing but trouble. Not that it wouldn't be worth it, but it was already a challenge to live with them. Penelope had hurried to her room the second she saw Jeannie's head pop in the door. It wasn't long after that she was told it would be a good time for an interview. They'd be interviewing Angus after her. For the first time since the show started, her interest was piqued as to what he might say. He'd been sweet, sneaking a kiss before she began her interview as Jeannie, Zora, and Amber put their shopping bags away. He'd told her to get some rest after speaking to Vincent. As tired as she was going to do just that. That was some stomachache, Vincent said with a grimace. Penelope snorted. No kidding. The man grinned, and she braced herself for the onslaught of questions coming her way. Are you feeling better? Still a little tired, but I'm better. He chuckled. Based on that makeout session, I'd say so. Her cheeks burned. She could still feel Angus's lips on hers, but what could she say to that without feeling like she was giving a piece of herself away? Anything to say about that? No, I don't think I need to add commentary. She smiled. There were a couple of times we couldn't quite hear Angus. Care to share what he said? Vincent asked, one eyebrow lifting in expectation. Penelope shook her head. No, not really. Has your opinion of our bachelor changed, then? She folded her hands in her lap, lifted her gaze to Vincent's, and held it. Angus is a sweet man. Someone broke his heart, and instead of being surrounded by people who loved him, he was surrounded by people who used his bad behavior for their gain. Does that excuse the things he did? No, but using that singular moment in time to define him is narrow-minded and wrong. I'm just as guilty, and I wish I could take it back. And knowing what I know now, I won't ever let that happen again. The room had become so quiet that Penelope could hear her heart racing. She'd said too much, and if they showed any of this footage to the other women, they might hurt him. But she couldn't take it back, and she wasn't sure she would, even if she could. Vincent tilted his head as he smiled. It seems you've become rather possessive of our bachelor. Do you have anything you'd like to say to the other bachelorettes? No, I don't. He nodded. I don't think I have to tell you to tune in for next week's episode. If it's anything like this one, you won't be able to resist watching. That was her cue to leave. The events of the day had left her spent, and she wanted nothing more than to crawl into bed. Chapter 34. Angus and Penelope had barely been able to cover what they'd been doing when the other women returned from shopping. Zora and Amber had been treating Penelope terribly, and he didn't want to give them more ammunition. Before he'd had a chance to reach his room after they arrived, he'd been told the crew needed him to give an interview. He wasn't sure what questions they were going to ask, but most likely, they'd be unsatisfied with his answers. What he had with Penelope was his and he wasn't sharing. While he and Penelope waited for their interviews and the other women ducked into their rooms to put their things up, he'd kissed Penelope and told her to get some rest. The only thing that made saying goodnight palatable was knowing he'd see her in the morning. They talked to Penelope right before him. He watched her leave, catching her gaze as she left the basement for what he hoped was her bedroom. She was exhausted, and he knew she needed rest. It didn't stop him from wanting to kiss her, though. Well, Angus, the last 24 hours have been rather exciting, Vincent said. His lips pinched together. He needed to keep his cool, but Penelope's suffering wasn't fodder for a show. If by exciting you mean watching someone writhe in pain, then I guess it was exciting. I'd rather things not be so exciting again. That was some confession earlier. What did you think of that? Hearing how another man had treated her made his blood boil. The man had no idea what he had, and he'd taken advantage of her. It had worked in Angus's favor, but to know Penelope was hurt so badly hurt him. I think if I ever see him, I might just have to break his jaw. He shouldn't have treated her like that. Vincent shrugged. You spit on a female fan. Is there much difference? There's a world of difference, but it's no less shameful. I've no way to take it back, but I'll find a way to make it right. And he would. Once the show was over, he'd find that fan, apologize, and do whatever it took to amend for what he'd done. I asked Penelope this, and I'll ask you. There were a couple of times we couldn't quite hear what you said to her. Care to share what that was? Angus shook his head. No, and you'll have to show me proof that anything came from her lips. Vincent chuckled. She was just as forthcoming as you. A smile stretched wide on his lips. He knew it. What did you think when she said she felt like she was a fish in a barrel? Angus cast his gaze to the floor and shrugged. With the way things started, with the way I was, she had no reason to think anything different. But she's not, and that's all I have to say about that. They'd not be getting what he'd whispered to her. That was his and hers alone. That was some kiss earlier today. That it was. The little whimpers she'd made as he kissed her were musical. He wasn't even sure she'd realized she was doing it, but he'd loved every one of them. They were the reason he'd kissed her as long as he did. Vincent nodded. Anything else to add? Nah, I think it spoke for itself. Despite being totally comfortable kissing her on camera, it didn't stop heat from racing up his neck to his ears. I guess it did, Vincent said, his tone telling Angus he'd seen the way his face flushed. Your day with her is tomorrow. Anything special planned? She'll be there. That's special enough. But no. I thought I'd leave the day to her. Take a drive and see where it leads us. Well, folks, this episode was a thrill ride. No telling what next week's will entail, so tune in to see what happens. Angus shook Vincent's hand and stood. Only a few more weeks of this and he'd be done with these awful interviews. His budding relationship with Penelope, no, not budding, just relationship, because she was the only one he wanted, was his, and he didn't like sharing the details with anyone. On his way to his room, he was half tempted to knock on her door, but if she was asleep, he didn't want to wake her. Instead, he ducked into his room and sat on the bed. Tomorrow he'd have an entire day alone with her. The building anticipation and excitement were going to make the night long, and restless. What are you doing out here at 2 a.m? Angus asked as he parked himself on the sand a few inches from Penelope. He'd woken up as bright-eyed as if he'd slept a full night, and when he plodded out of his room and found Penelope's door open, he'd gone in search of her. He shouldn't have been surprised to find her on the beach. She kept her face pointed toward the ocean. I woke up and couldn't go back to sleep. What kept you up? I feel like I've been wrung like a dish rag. Within the last 8 weeks, I've moved into a house with 3 other women, kissed a celebrity, possibly been poisoned, and spilled my guts about a relationship I wish never happened, all while being filmed. It's a pretty long bullet list. I can't argue with that. She moved closer to him. I'm not upset with you. It's just that so much has changed. Mostly me. When Paige signed me up for this show, I thought it was the worst thing ever, but what? Wave after wave rolled onto the shore before she finally said, I met you. A smile spread on his lips involuntarily as the confession caught him off guard. Red hair being your kryptonite? She chuckled. There's that. Among other things, she said, her laughter dying. You're kind, caring, warm. I crave your warmth. She craved him. When had a woman craved him for his warmth and kindness? His fame, money, homes? Sure. But craved him? Just him? Is that so? Painfully so. He slipped his arm around her waist and pulled her legs over his lap and her body flush against his. Kissing the tender spot just below her ear, he took a deep breath, drawing in as much of her scent as he could. I can't seem to get enough of you, Penelope. He could feel her pulse jump under his lips, and he smiled. You're not the only one with a craving. That gentle spirit of yours is a mighty flame for me, and I'm a tiny moth. When he pulled back, her eyes were wide, as if she'd been unprepared for what he'd said. Do you have more questions? She asked barely above a whisper. Angus narrowed his eyes and tilted his head. Are you going to feel well enough for tomorrow? Penelope nodded. Yes. I might be a little tired, though. I don't normally wake up at 2 and sit on the beach. I'll make sure the coffee is abundant. Penelope smiled. Could we go with iced tea? My love of coffee has waned a little. Sure, he said through a forced laugh. Waves crashed against the sand and silence stretched as he held her with her head tucked under his chin. She dug her toes in the sand, pulled back, and said, Angus, please don't break my heart. Not if I have my way. We still have weeks of filming. Amber, Jeannie, and Zora are going to want you to spend time with them. And they have every right to want that. He narrowed his eyes. He didn't like the direction this conversation was taking. Where are you going with this? I think our late-night beach talks should stop for now. I think we should stick to what the show has lined up, whatever that might be. You can't come out here and sit with me anymore. No more kissing outside our dates. His heart hit his stomach. Not holding her or kissing her? I don't like that. She combed her fingers through his hair and held his gaze. The more time I spend with you, the more I want you to hold me and forget the world exists. I want to kiss you until my lips are too bruised to kiss you anymore. Whatever whirlwind thing is happening is moving too fast for this show. Angus felt both elated and crushed. I agree it's happening fast, but I can't help that I enjoy spending time with you. I didn't plan on this at all. But you have a responsibility to Barb, this crew, and the show. You're going to have to spend time with Jeannie, Amber, and Zora, and I can't kiss you when they'll not be putting their lips to mine. He'd gone this long without kissing them, and he wasn't about to ruin what he had with her. I couldn't. I can't. Your lips are the only ones I want to kiss. But they'll be expecting at least a little affection, won't they? He shook his head. Nah. There was never any guarantee that I'd propose or whatnot when they joined the show. I made sure of that. Penelope caught her lip in her teeth, her eyes searching his. But I'm right about the expectations for the show. He didn't like it, but she was right. If he could, he'd call the whole show off. Okay, I'll stop. I don't like it, though. Angus brushed her hair from her face. If I'm going to be keeping my distance, I think it's only fair that I get to kiss you for a while before we head back. Aren't we having a day together tomorrow? That's tomorrow. He grazed her lips with his and didn't hear the next wave crash as her hands slid up his chest and around his neck. As the kiss deepened, Penelope tangled her fingers in his hair and pressed her body to his. Never in his life had he wanted someone so wholly and fiercely as he wanted Penelope. When he'd first laid eyes on her, he thought she was cute. Getting to know her made her irresistible. Kissing her made him realize his relationship with Clara had been dull and shallow. And what they had certainly hadn't been love. Not when he compared to his feelings for Penelope. Love was on the tip of his tongue. He wasn't sure what she was thinking, but for him, the show was over. Chapter 35. Penelope stretched as she hit the alarm to turn it off. She was exhausted, but it was a wonderful exhausted. Her lips still prickled with the feel of Angus's facial hair. It made no sense to her that things between them had changed so fast in such a short time. His throaty laugh played in her mind. The way he held her. She was going to get her heart broken. The fear kept bubbling up like pizza heartburn. He'd looked her in the eyes and assured her he wouldn't. Not if I have my way. Angus isn't Tom, her heart argued. Doesn't mean he won't hurt you, even if he has the best intentions, her head answered. It was a mental tennis match. Shut up, she said and rolled out of bed to get ready. 40 minutes later, she walked into the living room where Angus waited. He was beautiful. The jeans fit perfectly with a body-hugging white t-shirt that made his red hair stand out. Utterly mouth-watering. When he looked up, the smile he flashed made her pulse race and her breath catch. I don't know about you, but I'm a little tired this morning, he said. The corners of his eyes crinkled as he smiled. She had been too until she saw him. Now she was wide awake. Not too bad. We're going to eat a quick breakfast, and then we're taking a drive. Oh. Where? I don't know yet. He winked. Gah. A day with him. She couldn't care less where it was as long as they were alone. Well, as alone as they could be with cameras following them. Okay. They hurried through breakfast and jumped in the convertible. Of course, the crew hooked the car up with cameras and mics so they wouldn't miss anything, and they followed behind in a van. Angus drove a while and turned down a road that seemed familiar to Penelope. The waterfall. You should stop here. There's a waterfall not far. It's gorgeous and one of the lesser-known places. He pulled the car over. You and Tom went there together? Yeah. Our car broke down, and we decided to explore before we called for help. I know this is the place because of that. She pointed to a funny-shaped tree. Are you sure you want to go there? She hated that she'd shared such a beautiful place with such a horrible man. Not really, but you need to see it. It's breathtaking, and there was no one around when we found it. I want to replace my tainted memory with a great one. His doubtful expression quickly changed to a look of relief. Okay. The camera crew followed them through the forest, and half a mile later, they came to a clearing. It was as beautiful as Penelope remembered. A waterfall cascaded down rocks covered in moss into a large, clear body of water. The vegetation was green and lush. Yellow hibiscus, bird of paradise, and succulents ringed the entire area, along with palm trees of varying heights. The place was alive with colorful singing birds flying overhead and sitting in the trees. It was an oasis within an oasis. Penelope watched Angus as he looked around. His mouth hung open as he took in the scenery as if in awe. She loved the joy she saw on his face. It's beautiful. Absolutely incredible. I've visited Maui plenty of times, and I've never seen this. It is beautiful. I will warn you, sunscreen is a must. The water is clear, and the sun reflecting off of it will burn you to a crisp. He caught her gaze and grinned. Is that sage advice from experience? Yes. I heard for 3 days, and that was right after we got here. I didn't bring any sunscreen. I didn't think we'd be outside very long. I did. She pulled a travel-sized bottle out. It's very light. I don't like the feel of heavy lotions on my skin. I've noticed you don't wear much makeup. Mostly because I'm allergic to it. There are a few things I can wear, but I'm hesitant to try new stuff because it makes my eyes swell most of the time. If I'd known this was here, I'd have brought swim trunks. He found a rock close by and perched on it. The water is so clear it's like glass. Which is why you need sunscreen. Penelope poured out a bit and applied it to her face. When she tried to hand it to him, he shook his head. I hate putting the stuff on. I always miss a spot. I'll stay in the shade. Do you want me to put it on? Sure. She stood in front of him as he turned his face to her and closed his eyes. For a moment, she studied his face. Your freckles are like a dusting of cinnamon, she said as she began applying the sunscreen. Her stomach fluttered at the thought of kissing them. Why are you staring at me? He kept his eyes closed. I think that's obvious. Penelope finished with the sunscreen and lightly ran her fingertips across his lips. His eyes opened, and those icy blues locked with hers. She skated her fingertips across his forehead and into his hair. You can't fall in love in a week. His lips twitched into a smirk. Nah, you need at least 2 weeks. The fear of another heartbreak gripped her for a moment before she shoved it away. Angus wasn't Tom. Penelope draped her arms over Angus's shoulders and skimmed her lips across his. She loved the taste of him. The feel of him against her. How his cologne would linger on her clothes after they'd talked for a while. Again, she brushed her lips across his. His breath tickled her skin and sent chills down her spine. She nuzzled his neck with her nose, when he cupped the back of her head with his hand and then pulled her into a deep kiss. She knew there were cameras and they were filming. The desire to care drifted away with each soft kiss. All she wanted was him. The world could burn for all she cared. Time slipped away until, breathless, she pressed her forehead to his and held his face in her hands. I am terrified of you. You're like a black hole pulling me in. It's a war every time I'm with you. I could say the same about you, he whispered. Penelope kissed him as he said the last word. Her heart was already at risk. The war was over. She wouldn't call it love, but it was far beyond like or infatuation. Vincent was waiting for Penelope as she entered the interview room. Her date with Angus was magical, and she'd already shared as much of it as she wanted. So, how was your date with Angus? You looked pretty cozy. Heat crept to her cheeks. I care about him. He chuckled. That's pretty obvious. Are you okay sharing him with Zora, Amber, and Jeannie? I mean, we do have several weeks of filming left. Penelope folded her hands in her lap as she let her gaze drop to the floor. I want Angus to be happy. He loves acting, and if this show will give him that, then that's what I want. No, I'm not thrilled sharing him, but there's not much choice. Vincent nodded. That's a pretty noble position to take. So, if he kisses them, you'll be okay with that? Were they trying to get a rise out of her or something? How could she answer that? Angus said he wouldn't kiss them and, despite herself, she trusted him. She lifted her gaze to Vincent's. I honestly don't think I'll have to worry about that, but if he does, it's part of the show. The man's eyebrow slowly rose to his hairline. Even after he said he wouldn't? She tilted her head. I'm not sure what you're trying to do here. Are you trying to upset me in the hopes that I'll say something to hurt Angus? He's a good man with a responsibility to the people working on this show. I'm not so selfish to think it's all about me. She stood and stomped out, heading straight to her room. Angus wouldn't kiss them. She knew he wouldn't, but it didn't stop those old fears from rising to the surface. Only, this time, they wouldn't take root. Angus was different. The way he held her, kissed her, and looked at her was different. He cared about her, and he wouldn't hurt her. Chapter 36. Angus lingered in bed. It was good to be back in Montana, but he couldn't keep his thoughts from returning to Maui and his day with Penelope. Whatever spark was between them had turned into an uncontrollable fire. They'd spent part of the day at the waterfall, talking, laughing, and enjoying each other's company. Then they'd grabbed lunch and had a picnic, complete with a few thrown plates. He hadn't wanted the day to end as they'd finished with a talk on the beach. Technically, their day hadn't been over, so her request to stop their beach talks didn't apply since it was still part of the date. He'd never felt so complete. He loved her smile, her laughter, and her contagious joy. She fit, not just in body, but in spirit. Penelope made him happy. The realization gave him peace. It had been so long since he'd been genuinely happy. His face hurt from smiling so much. The angry, broken man he'd been was officially gone. It felt as if he'd shucked a concrete weight off his shoulders. A light tapping came at the door, and he grinned. It's open. When Amber peeked in, he wished he'd checked who it was first. Hi. Angus stood and walked to the door. Is there a problem? Oh, no problem. She squeezed inside and shut the door behind her. I thought maybe I'd make up for my temper tantrum in Hawaii. I'm sorry I was so grumpy. It's okay. He tried to open the door, but she blocked him. She pouted. Could we talk just a moment? Angus lifted an eyebrow. The door needs to be open. Why? Isn't the point of the show to get to know us? He knew her well enough. She was a variation of Clara and didn't care about him at all. I can do that with the door open. He tried to open the door again. Amber hugged him tightly around the neck. This isn't the way I want to get to know you, Angus said. When she tried to kiss him, he pulled her arms down and held her back so he could open the door. As he stepped out, he locked gazes with Penelope walking down the hall from her bedroom in their direction. He hoped she didn't think anything had happened. Penelope gave him a quick grin and a knowing look. A flash of anger crossed Amber's face, and then she smiled sweetly. She flung her arms around Angus's bicep and looked at him. "Thanks, I had a wonderful time last night." "Amber, I stopped playing high school games long ago." Penelope continued on down the hall as though nothing had happened. Angus gritted his teeth. He stepped into his room and turned on Amber. "You do that again, and I'll send you home." He slammed the door in her face. With the door shut, he fumed. If Penelope had believed her, he'd have lost her and her trust. Penelope may have thought it was only her heart in jeopardy, but it wasn't. He belonged to her. Clara was a mistake he'd made, knowing it was a mistake. He'd thought she'd change and love him, but she didn't. He'd held out hope long after it should have dried up. Clara was a vicious woman who was never going to change. His family had hated her and warned him. Not listening had cost him more than he ever thought it would. Penelope was the polar opposite of Clara. Her beauty was more than just a pretty face. She was kind, caring, loving, all the things Clara could never be. Penelope was the one. He'd have confirmation when his mum and brother arrived later that day. The women didn't know it, but their families would be arriving in the next couple of hours. He'd get to meet Paige. Pretending to socialize with Amber and Zora's families would be exhausting. Since he enjoyed Jeannie's company, he figured her family would most likely be pleasant as well. At the moment, he needed a shower. He turned the water on and undressed before stepping in, hoping the tension in his neck and shoulders would ease from the anticipation of seeing his family. It had been a year because he'd been too ashamed to face them after all the bad press. It didn't take long to realize the tension wasn't going to abate until he saw his family. Angus toweled off, dressed in a t-shirt and jeans, and stepped out of his room and into the hall, coming face to face with his oldest brother, Duff, and his mum. "Angus." Duff grabbed him around the waist and hefted him up. Where Angus was tall and fit, Duff was short and stout. It took years to stop calling him Teapot. He'd bested Angus on more than one occasion when it came to games involving strength, though, pole tossing being one of them. Duff set him down and pulled him into a bear hug. "I should have known you'd be early." Angus grinned wide. He'd missed Duff. Well, he'd missed all of his family. He'd begged for them all to come, but Pop didn't like to travel. The row Angus was having with Turan didn't seem to be ending anytime soon, and Rory had stayed to help with the farm. "And should I not have come since I'm not worthy of a hug?" Angus's mum teased. Angus hugged her and kissed her cheek. "I've missed you." Her hair was grayer than he remembered, but it only enhanced her beauty. She laughed. "You've missed my cooking." "I can't miss both." They moved their reunion into the great room where the rest of his family waited. "Rona?" Angus asked. Duff's daughter and son had shot up since he'd seen them last. His niece turned her face up to him. He grinned down at her. "You're so grown, lass." "What are you, 16? Rona rolled her eyes. "I'm 6, Uncle Angus." "You know that." "He's teasing," said Kyle, his 12-year-old nephew. "Does Pop have you working the grounds yet?" Angus asked Kyle. But I don't mind." Angus ruffled his hair and picked up his niece as Duff's wife, Annis, hugged him. "Oh, Angus, look at you. You're skin and bones," Annis said. "Nah. Fit as can be." "Put it to the test?" Duff's eyes glittered. Angus shook his head and laughed. "Nah." Zora, Jeannie, and Amber walked in, and Angus introduced them to his family. Jeannie seemed genuinely interested in his kin, which wasn't surprising. She and Rona hit it off pretty quickly. Even his mum seemed to like her. Jeannie's warmth was a stark contrast to Zora and Amber. Amber and Zora put on a great show. Although, With the way Amber fidgeted with her fingers, she appeared uncomfortable, or at least Angus thought so. Zora's posture was relaxed, making her look at ease. She struck up a conversation with Annis and Kyle. They'd bark with laughter from time to time. Kyle looked starstruck. Angus could understand. Zora was a beautiful woman and charming, on the surface. All he needed was Penelope, and the introductions would be complete. "She's outside somewhere," Zora said as though she was reading his mind. "Right. I forgot about the doorway at the end of the hall." He turned to his mum. "I'll introduce you to Penelope Cooper later." The entire group sat in the great room chatting until Barb poked her head in the front door and grinned. "I've got a surprise." And surprised they were. Zora smiled, Amber squirmed, and Jeannie gushed. An elderly woman, the spitting image of Zora if the woman was 30 years younger, trotted over and embraced her. "Isn't this exciting?" This is my grandmother, Joan, on my mother's side," Zora said to the group. Amber's father shook Angus's hand firmly and seemed genuinely pleased to be there. Jeannie's sister, Nan, and her sister's new baby, Gabby, had been invited to visit. The baby was sweet and garnered much of the attention from everyone. Barb stood to the side the whole time. She cleared her throat, and everyone quieted down. "I know you guys are excited to see one another. There are cars outside that are ready to take you to lunch so you can continue catching up. If you'll follow me, you can get started." Angus hung back with his brother's family and his mum. "Aren't we having lunch too?" asked Rona. But we're staying here." The women and their visitors poured out of the door, and when it opened again, Penelope walked in. Angus brightened for a moment and then narrowed his eyes. I was told someone would show me where my sister is," she said. "Paige, right?" Angus asked, stepping forward to shake her hand. Penelope was right about her. He could tell by the way Paige held herself that she was a completely different woman than Penelope. He'd have still chosen Penelope. Something about Paige screamed mischief, and he'd had plenty of that. "Yes." She smiled brightly. "I think she's out on the back patio. Let me take you to her." Chapter 37. Penelope sat on the back patio. Amber's attempt to ruffle her by implying she'd spent the night with Angus hadn't worked, but she still didn't want to be in the house with her. "Penelope?" She looked over her shoulder, and her eyes widened. Her sister walked out the door, followed by Angus and several people she'd never seen before. "Paige? What are you doing here?" Paige balled her hands into fists and set them on her hips. "They said I could visit, and so I am. This place is awesome." She pointed her thumb behind her. "And holy cow, is he gorgeous or what?" "Paige." Penelope's cheeks warmed. Angus walked closer with the others in tow. "I'd like to introduce you to Penelope Cooper and her twin sister, Paige." He grinned and then introduced his family to them. Once the introductions were over, Angus focused on Penelope. "We're having a chef cook for us. Would you two like to stay, or would you rather go out?" Paige hooked her arm in Penelope's. "What do you think, sis?" What should she say? Did she remain at the lodge and introduce Paige to Angus or go out and still have to make the introductions? The band-aid was coming off. Might as well rip that sucker off now rather than later. Well, they're filming, but it's your call." Paige narrowed her eyes, and then they widened, and she gave Penelope a goofy grin. "I think we'll stay here. I think we should eat inside, though, because it's freezing out here, and I don't think that fireplace will be enough to keep all of us warm." Angus locked gazes with Penelope. "Let's get lunch." Angus led the group inside, and they gathered in the large formal dining room to the right of the kitchen. The film crew was already set up, hovering in the corners of the room. Angus's brother was animated and funny. Several times Angus and Duff spoke to each other so fast she wished closed captioning was provided. Their relationship contrasted Penelope's relationship with Paige. Duff and Angus were comfortable with each other. Penelope and Paige were like two pieces of sandpaper rubbing together. Penelope's relationship with Paige took work, whereas Duff and Angus's relationship seemed natural and easy. Angus's mother, Muriel, was kind and gracious. Her hair was peppery gray mixed with the same hue of classic red as Angus's. Muriel was beautiful, and Penelope could see a lot of her in Angus. They shared the same face shape and heart-shaped lips. Angus took a seat at the head of the table while Penelope sat to his right. Rona took the chair next to Penelope, with Muriel sandwiched between her and Kyle. Duff sat to Angus's left next to Annis. Paige settled in next to Annis. She seemed to fit right in by the way she and Annis were talking. They laughed loudly several times, and their conversation seemed lively. The group didn't wait long before the chef's crew served the gourmet mushroom and Swiss burgers with fries. Of course, they'd made provisions for Penelope, so she had steamed broccoli with her burger. Rona tugged on Penelope's shirt and then waved for her to lean down until Rona's lips were next to her ear. "Do you like my Uncle Angus?" she whispered. Instead of responding with words, Penelope leaned back and nodded. Rona giggled and popped a fry into her mouth. Paige caught Penelope's gaze and held it as though she sensed what Rona had asked. Paige smiled, and Penelope held her breath, bracing for whatever could possibly tumble out of her sister's mouth. "So, Angus, is reality television harder than movies since you're being filmed all the time?" asked Paige. "Phew." Penelope let out a slow breath and continued eating. It's easy to forget you're being filmed 24/7. Is it hard living with 4 women under one roof?" Angus chuckled. "It's a learning curve, but, no, it's not been hard." I bet it hasn't." Duff punched Angus. Angus slugged him back but laughed. Penelope glanced at Angus. He looked so happy and peaceful. His shoulders didn't seem weighed down. She'd had a taste of him appearing light and carefree on the beach at night, but he was even more alive now that he had his family gathered around. It made her wonder what it would be like to see him at home in Castle Bay. "Is Duff your only brother?" asked Paige. "Nah, I have 2 more, Rory and Turan." "Why didn't they come?" "They work the farm with my pop." Paige tilted her head. "Oh, your family farm? What kind of farm?" "Sheep." "That's interesting. Did you know that, Penelope?" Penelope froze as everyone looked at her. "Yeah, I knew." "What did you think of that? Were you surprised?" Penelope's pulse jumped. It wasn't the question. It was the attention that was making her nervous. She swallowed hard, giving herself a moment to find an answer. I don't know. Have you enjoyed being here, at least?" "It's pretty here. I like the fireplace and sitting outside because it's quiet." Paige narrowed her eyes at Penelope and then looked at Angus. "Okay." Returning her attention to Angus, Paige asked, "How about you, Angus? Have you enjoyed it here?" Nodding, Angus smiled. "Surprisingly, I have." Paige looked at Muriel. "Are you planning to stay in the States long?" "We're staying here a couple of days and then taking these 2 weens somewhere." Kyle's jaw dropped. "Where?" "It's a surprise. Uncle Angus set it up for us." "Uncle Angus, what is it?" asked Rona. "Nah, you'll not be turning that sweet face on me. I'm a locked box." Rona stuck out her lip. Angus shook his head. "Pout all you want, but I'll not be telling." The longer Angus talked, the thicker his accent got. Penelope looked at her plate and smiled. She liked the accent. It made him all that more appealing to her. Muriel tapped Penelope on the shoulder and leaned in over Rona. "How about you and I take our lunch somewhere quieter?" Penelope's mouth went dry, but she nodded as she picked up her plate. She led Muriel back out onto the patio. They sat next to each other in front of the fireplace and placed their plates on their laps. For a moment, they sat in silence. "I get the feeling the 2 of us should talk," Muriel said. Nervous energy coursed through her. Angus's mom had pulled her out of the dining room in front of Paige, wanting to speak with her. Inwardly, she groaned as she envisioned Paige giving her the 3rd degree. Okay. Not to mention the cameras. Whatever was said would be broadcast to the world. Angus was always easy to love. All my boys are, really, but, Angus, he was the tender one. He loved animals. He'd bring anything in that needed fixing. Then he found acting. Broke my heart, to be honest, but it made him happy, so I said nothing. He told me he wanted to be a veterinarian. Is that what you wanted for him? I wanted him to be happy, and acting seemed to do that for him. What broke my heart was his leaving. I can understand that. Now that she knew him, the idea made her sick. He was such a sweet little thing. Happy and joyful. The odd one of the 4. Duff, Rory, and Turan were typical boys, but, Angus, he was the one to help a neighbor without being asked. When his brothers would run off, he'd stay behind with me. I called him my little heart. He loves hard and fast. Penelope chewed her lip as she smiled. Angus was the tender one. She believed that. Muriel eyed Penelope. That woman, Clara. I knew she was bad business. He's told me a little. I've met her. She's cruel. But you have a gentle spirit, Penelope Cooper. I can see why Angus is smitten. Penelope failed to hide her smile at the compliment. Muriel caught her gaze and held it. The corners of her mouth twitched up slightly. He cares deeply for you. I see it. Penelope's heart skipped a beat and then raced even faster as she sat back in her chair. And you care for him as well. There was no way she was lying to Angus's mother, but putting voice to it was something she couldn't do yet, so she nodded. Muriel leaned in and patted her hand. Your secret's safe with me. They both glanced over her shoulder when they heard the door open. Paige came flitting out. Angus's mom picked up the plate in her lap and stood. I need some more fries. She winked at Penelope and sauntered gracefully back into the house. Paige took a seat in the chair next to Penelope. So, Angus. He seems nice. His family is hysterical. Duff is so outgoing. Yeah, his family is pretty great. Penelope chewed her lip as she debated telling Paige about what happened with Tom. The show hadn't aired with her telling Angus about him. If Paige found out through the show, she'd be hurt. If Penelope told her now, Paige could prepare for the reaction. Paige, I have something to tell you. Glancing around, she took note of the cameras. She'd already bared her soul in front of the cameras. What was one more time? What? Penelope gave Paige the version she'd given Angus, from start to finish. Furrowing her eyebrows, Paige looked dumbstruck. A few minutes ticked by before she looked at Penelope. Why didn't you tell me about it when it happened? With a shrug, Penelope said, it wasn't the right time. By the time you came home, Mom was sick. Then Daddy died. And then when you came home again, you were so hurt. It never seemed the right time. Paige shook her head and sighed. Why didn't you say something when I practically forced you to come here? It had been too long by then, Penelope said softly. And I hated admitting I'd been so stupid. She folded her arms over her chest. I can't believe you kept this from me. Penelope settled her gaze back on the crackling logs. I couldn't bring myself to talk about it. I still hate even thinking about it. Did you tell Angus? Is that why you're so forthcoming now? Asked Paige. Nodding, Penelope brought her gaze back to Paige. Yes. I didn't want you to find out when the episode aired. Paige sat back in the chair. I can't believe it. And he was married? Yes. We should have been throwing china together, huh? Penelope snorted. A vision of her, Paige, and Angus throwing plates tickled her. Paige inhaled sharply through her nose. And you really had no idea he was married? It wasn't intentional, but Penelope heard the judgment in Paige's voice. At least she was keeping it to herself, which meant she was trying to be understanding and kind. Penelope nodded. I really didn't. He had no ring, no pictures, nothing. I didn't have any reason to believe he wasn't telling me the truth. Geez, Penelope, we should have thrown the plates at him. There was venom in her voice. It's okay. Talking about it has helped. Listen, I know we've had our moments, but don't keep something like this from me again, okay? How am I supposed to hunt down and kill the people who hurt you when I don't know you've been hurt? Penelope chuckled as tears pooled. Her sister being supportive was such a novelty. I won't. Paige took her hand. We're sisters, and we're all we've got left. I know I can make life difficult for you at times, but you know I love you. Yeah, Paige, I know. Penelope was dumbfounded. She'd fully expected Paige to throw nothing but harsh words and judgment. Instead, she was offering comfort and support. The deep breath Penelope took felt like a fresh start. You know, I half expected you to tell me you'd fallen in love with Angus, Paige said with a mischievous grin. Angus saved her from responding by bursting through the back door with Duff close behind him. I'll get you. Duff growled. You'll have to catch me first. Kyle and Rona came chasing after them. Their laughter was infectious as Penelope watched Duff chase Angus around the yard. Annis and Muriel followed them out and sat around the fireplace. What happened? Asked Penelope. Duff being Duff and Angus being Angus. Annis snorted. Rowdy boys bent on one-upping one another, I suspect, Muriel said. Do they do that a lot? Asked Paige. Annis and his mom shared a laugh. They arm wrestled, and Angus cheated. Duff's gonna wallop him. Anna straightened. Duff and Kyle were trying to pin Angus to the ground. Angus rolled as Duff tried to sit on him, and Kyle jumped on his back. It was mayhem, and Penelope loved watching every moment. Maybe there was a chance her relationship with Paige could be like that again someday. I told Penelope about that awful, cruel woman, Clara, Muriel said. He wasn't the same, said Annis. These boys are as much my brothers as they are Duff's. I've known Angus since he was a baby. Clara was acid eating away at him. He brought her home before they started dating. We tried to warn him off, but he was deaf, and she was charming. He'd already fallen for her, and she knew it. Angus couldn't see her for what she was. A snake. Her heart's as black as her hair, Muriel added. Paige exhaled. What did you think of all that tabloid stuff? Paige. Penelope huffed. Her sister's mouth dropped open, and she shrugged. What? Annis crossed her arms over her chest. I heard for him. We all did. He wasn't himself. We knew she'd broken him. Muriel nodded, her lips set in a thin line. He closed himself off, distanced himself from us, and turned into someone we didn't know. Until we saw him today. Annis gave Penelope a quick glance. Paige caught it too. Is there something you aren't telling me? Great. Penelope shook her head. No, even she didn't believe it. Her sister chuckled. Liar. Heat rushed from Penelope's face to her ears. Stop, Paige. Paige tilted her head. Why won't you tell me? Penelope settled her gaze on the family scuffle. Duff eventually pinned Angus to the ground. Rona and Kyle piled on top of Angus, who let out an oomph as they knocked the wind out of him. Because I don't know what to tell yet. Paige nodded. Okay, you'll tell me when you know, right? I'll tell you when I know. A burst of laughter drew their attention as Angus grabbed Rona and tickled her until she squealed. She ran to the patio and into Muriel's embrace. Uncle Angus doesn't play fair. Muriel smoothed her hair back and chuckled. He never has. Penelope enjoyed Angus's family. They were so close and loving. It made her miss her mom and dad. Thoughts of Christmas in Scotland caught her off guard. Suddenly, she was glad they were all focused on the ruckus in the yard and not her. The tips of her ears were burning, and there was no way Paige would let it go. Muriel was right. She cared for Angus, and it was quickly moving in a direction that she hadn't been expecting. Chapter 38. Angus stood and shuffled out of his room toward the patio. He didn't have to check Penelope's room to know she wasn't there. She loved waiting until it was dark and then curling up in front of the fire. Sure enough, when he stepped out the back door, there she was. I thought our late-night talks were over. Penelope cast a glance sideways as Angus took a seat in the chair next to her. Nothing was said about the patio. Oh, Angus, I don't want your career hurt because you didn't follow through with the show. He held up a hand. It's okay. Actually, I was encouraged to come out here. Apparently, the audience is more interested in us than anything. Penelope sighed and shook her head. Fine. A smile slowly spread on her lips. Your family is incredible. Actually, they're more than incredible. They're addictive. Angus's grin grew wider. I can't argue. Their families had stayed 2 nights, but he'd not had a chance to be alone with Penelope the entire time. His mum had loved her just like he thought she would. Annis and Duff even gave their approval. Annis was even more protective of him than his mum. To get her approval made him happy. I didn't spend a lot of time with Paige, but she seemed great too. Paige has her moments. I enjoyed seeing her. Penelope pulled her feet up and wrapped her arms around her legs. You and Duff seem close. We are. Even though he's 16 years older than me. Her mouth dropped open. 16 years? He didn't look that much older than you. Mum and Pop were young when they got married and thought they were done, but then I came along. Rory came along 2 years later and Turan 3 years after that. What do they think of you acting? Duff is supportive. Rory thinks it's okay. Turan is angry I live here. He and I were closer than me and Duff until I came here. He's shunned me ever since. I'm sorry. Nothing to be done. I love what I do. I've begged him to come here and stay, but he's as stubborn as Pop. Pop doesn't like it either. She tilted her head. Can't you live there primarily and then come here when needed? Clara didn't want to live there, and I wanted her more than I wanted to live there. I could have gone back after, but I was angry and lost. I didn't want to take that and spread it to my kin. I can understand that. What did they think of Zora, Jeannie, and Amber? Mum thought they were interesting in their own ways. So did Duff. Earlier, everyone had eaten dinner together before they left. Angus's family would be staying a little while longer, but not at the lodge. He'd made arrangements for them to visit Disneyland. Hopefully, Annis would remember to take a video of Kyle's and Rona's reactions when they found out. Mum liked you. As did Annis. A dark crimson spread on Penelope's cheeks. I enjoyed talking to your mom and Annis. They had interesting stories about you. She grinned as she caught her bottom lip in her teeth. Angus laughed and rubbed his mouth with his hand. Mere stories. None of them were true. Penelope grinned wider. I can see on your face that they were. Taking a deep breath, he chuckled. Okay, some were accurate. You looked happy with them here. It had been at least a year, and I'd missed them. She set her elbow on the arm of the chair and set her chin in her hand. I guess you had a good visit, then? He shrugged. They didn't harp on my bad behavior. I deserved it, but they'd forgiven me. I'll be visiting home when the show's over. I want to see Rory and Turan. And Pop, of course. I bet they'll be glad to see you. Angus gave her a side glance. How was your visit with your sister? She smiled. Actually, it was really great. I told her about Tom so she wouldn't be surprised. Did it feel good to tell her? Yeah, it did. Angus stared at her, eyebrows drawn. What did she say? With the way she shifted in her seat, it almost seemed she was uncomfortable discussing it, but she kept going. She was surprised I kept it from her, but overall, she was supportive. You seem a little shocked by that. I kinda was. She looked down and fidgeted with her fingers. Why? Paige and I were really close until high school. Then something changed. Our relationship has been strained since then. I've tried talking to her, but she dismisses it as me being oversensitive. He cast his gaze to the floor, crossing his arms over his chest. Maybe she's ready to let it go. With a deep breath in, followed by a slow release, she said, I hope so. It would be nice to have my sister back. It would be even nicer to have the kind of relationship with her that you have with Duff. Duff is a character. Almost like a second father to me and my brothers. Annis acts more like my mom than my sister-in-law sometimes. I really enjoyed your family. You seemed so much happier with them here. In truth, Angus was gutted when they left. He didn't realize how much he missed them until they arrived. I was. Kinda like your empty cup was filled? Angus nodded. That's a good way to put it. By the time they'd finished talking, Penelope had her head leaned against the back of the chair with her eyes closed. I think I need to go to bed. I can't keep my eyes open any longer. As Penelope got up, Angus stood to face her. He'd said he wouldn't follow her out for late-night talks, but he'd missed their talks. And her kisses. Plus, Barb liked the ratings their interactions got when episodes aired. He stepped closer, cupped her cheek, and skimmed his thumb across it. Now that we're back in Montana, have you started hating me again? He teased. She gave him a tired smile. I never hated you, Angus. I was scared of you. Are you still scared? Honestly, at this point, I don't think it would matter. I think I was in trouble the first night you sat next to me on the beach. Angus wrapped his arms around her and kissed her. He knew he wasn't supposed to. He'd given his word, but she was standing there, eyes like green-stained glass staring back, and his willpower had shattered. Penelope circled her arms around his neck and melted into him. She was curves and softness. He loved how she fit against him. He loved her. She suddenly pulled away. Angus, we said we wouldn't do this. I know, and I'm sorry. Don't I get a little leeway since I was encouraged to come out here? She balled her fists in his collar, pulled his lips down to hers, and kissed him. Pulling back, her gaze held his. We talked about this. About Zora, Amber, and Jeannie's expectations. Please don't do this again. I don't want you hurt. If you mess this up, it could set you back even further. And now that I'm she stopped short, dropping her hands. Her eyes widened, and her mouth parted. Angus's heart skipped a beat. He was sure she'd almost admitted she was falling in love with him. As she lifted up on her toes, her hands slid up his chest and circled around his neck. Penelope kissed him as if she was trying to finish the sentence. After she broke the kiss, she said, if you hurt one of the other women and they make a stink, it could set you back. I can't handle the thought of you being hurt again. Especially because of me. With that, she released him and quickly disappeared into the lodge. Angus watched her walk away with his heart. He loved her. He flopped down into the chair. Acting was enjoyable. It was fun and easy. He just wasn't sure he cared anymore. If he continued to act, Clara would be in the picture. She'd make his and Penelope's life miserable. At the moment, the debate as to what he wanted more seemed to favor quitting. He preferred Penelope over anything. By the time the show was over, Angus would be so done with interviews that he'd find it difficult to promote a movie. Shaking his hand, Vincent didn't skip a second before beginning it. We interviewed Penelope, but we didn't get a chance to interview you after your date with her in Hawaii. How was it? He smiled. I loved every minute of it. Did it bother you that she took you to a waterfall she'd seen with her ex? No. Actually, I'm glad she did. Maybe she'll have a better memory of Maui now. Vince nodded. So, we're back in Montana. How was the visit with your family? It was incredible. I'd missed them. I didn't realize how much until they arrived. Will you be taking a break and going home for a while after the show? The way Vincent looked at him, it almost seemed as if he was genuinely interested, but he was an actor too. Angus nodded. I'll be taking some time to visit them. I've missed my home too. It'll be good to mend some fences and tend the sheep. Can't say any of us can picture that, Vincent said with a laugh. Nah, I don't guess you can. The mood in the room shifted, and Angus knew what was coming. So, Penelope. Things seem to be getting a little serious between the two of you. What about our other bachelorettes? Angus gritted his teeth to keep from saying something he shouldn't. I don't know what to tell you. I enjoy spending time with Penelope. I will keep participating as the show asks me, but I'll not do anything to hurt her. Anything else you'd like to tell our audience? What could he tell them? That his world had shifted, and instead of leaving the show unattached, he'd fallen in love before it was even close to over? He had yet to even tell Penelope that. He wasn't about to let her hear it on a playback. You know, Vincent, I really don't. Vincent nodded. You seem changed. I am. A lump formed in Angus's throat. Being forced to inspect his own heart and motivations had brought about a life-altering change. The host turned to the camera. Things are getting serious here at Celebrity Bachelor. Stay tuned for next week's episode. I have a feeling we'll all be in for a surprise. Angus stood and, without a word, made his way to his room. This show needed to end so he could get on with his life. He was tired of being filmed, giving interviews, and sharing Penelope with the world. He needed her in some wide-open spaces. Chapter 39. According to Angus, and apparently social media, the only reason anyone was tuning in anymore was the developing relationship between him and Penelope. It made living with the other women contentious at best. Well, minus Jeannie. She seemed disappointed but not angry like Zora and Amber. Penelope couldn't understand why. They didn't have feelings for Angus. Sure, they liked what his name might give them, but how could they want to be with someone just for that? Didn't they want love and companionship? Could they really be that shallow? For the past week, Angus had continued to follow Penelope out to the patio. They'd talk, and, inevitably, they'd end up kissing. She should have stopped him, but she didn't want to stop him. And more, it seemed they were urged to spend time together. How could she do that and keep her lips to herself? Especially when she liked kissing him so much. As she returned to her room after another late-night talk, Zora pushed inside Penelope's door and shut it, leaning back against it. What do you need? Penelope made sure her tone was neutral. I saw you kissing Angus tonight. Clearly, she hadn't been spying well enough, because it wasn't just that night. Penelope didn't bat an eye. Isn't that part of the show? You've kissed him, right? So has Amber and Jeannie. Zora blinked. Yeah, we all have. Penelope nearly laughed aloud. Then what do you want? You need to back off. I see you throwing yourself at him, and he's being nice. You don't have what it takes to be with him. I'd hate to see you get hurt, and you will if you keep going after him. I'm playing the game. With a slight lift of her brow, she said, I thought you hated the game. Penelope shrugged. I do, but if I'm here, I may as well enjoy myself, right? Zora squinted and crossed her arms over her chest. You're playing with fire. Angus is out of your league. You aren't even his type. Just remember what I'm saying. If you get hurt, it won't be because you weren't warned. She dropped her arms and softened. Look, you seem nice. I'm not trying to be nasty to you. Just watch yourself, okay? If Penelope didn't know any better, Zora was close to patting her on the head. Zora opened the door, took one last sad look at her, and left. Penelope rolled her eyes and shut the door quietly. Not trying to be nasty? Yeah, right. Angus was going to have to stop slipping out at night and talking to her, no matter who encouraged what. If he wasn't going to think about his future, she would. These women, if they thought he was playing them, would make his life miserable. There was no way she could let that happen. The late nights had thrown her eating schedule off. It had caused her to rely on her insulin a little more than she liked to. Tonight, though, she was starving, and she'd not only need her insulin, but she'd need a snack, too, if she was going to keep herself from crashing. She quietly tiptoed into the kitchen, quickly ate a snack, and hurried back to her room. It would be enough to get her through the night. She'd have to do something to get her schedule back on track, though. Needles didn't bug her, but they reminded her how much she hated the dependency. Lying on her bed, she stared at the ceiling, letting her thoughts wander from Angus to the show and the 3 other women. He'd still been taking them on dates, which was awkward. There was a tension hanging in the air that had started right after their families visited. It was as if they knew a choice had been made, and they weren't it. They weren't making Angus miserable, but that didn't mean they couldn't start. If Angus followed her tomorrow night, she would come back inside and hide in her room. After the show, when it was all done, they'd discuss where things could go. Could it go somewhere? The one thing she was certain of was that she loved him more than she'd ever loved any other man. Penelope sat up, startled at the internal confession. She loved him. Oh, she loved him. It terrified her. If he broke her heart, she'd be more than broken-hearted this time. Crushed didn't even seem to encompass the depth of pain she would experience. With a quick glance at the clock, she figured it was long enough after eating that she should check her blood sugar. After checking it, she grabbed her insulin vial and gave herself an injection. Another thing she was sure of, she wasn't getting to sleep at the moment. Not with the way her thoughts had drifted. A thrill of excitement pulsed through her. She loved Angus. Instead of tossing and turning in her room, she decided to go outside. Hopefully, Jeff was the forgiving type for waking him up. Penelope squeezed her eyes shut as she opened the door and tiptoed to the patio. Her robe was no match for the frosty air. She stoked the fireplace and pulled the chair closer to prop her feet on the hearth. Penelope rested her head on the back of the chair, trying to relax enough that she could go to sleep. Of course, her thoughts were no calmer on the patio than they had been in her room. As she relaxed in front of the fireplace, beads of sweat began pouring from her temple, her body began trembling, and her heart raced. She pressed her shaky palm to her forehead. The longer she sat there, the worse she felt. A diabetic reaction? It didn't make sense. She'd been extra diligent since that night she had those 3 drinks. For once, she was glad they were filming. I need help, she whispered as she stumbled to the patio table and braced her hands on it to keep herself from falling. Please, I need help. She tried to make the plea a little louder. With the room spinning, the onset of a headache made it hard to think. Nothing like this had happened in such a long time. Penelope? Angus rushed to her and wrapped his arms around her. Chapter 40. I don't feel good. Penelope groaned and slumped forward. Angus smoothed her hair back as he held her. Penelope? What's wrong? Barb asked as she came running up. I don't know, he replied, pressing his fingers against her neck. We need an ambulance. I do know that. He picked Penelope up and took her to the great room. Her heart is racing, and she's clammy. Ambulance is on its way, Jeff said as he walked in behind Angus and Barb. Angus sat down with her in his lap. He didn't care about anyone's opinion at the moment. I hope it's fast. She doesn't look right. The vibrant woman he'd fallen in love with was limp and pale. If something happened to her, the hurt he'd experienced with Clara would seem like nothing. What's going on? Zora asked through a yawn. Amber and Jeannie walked in behind her. Barb turned. We don't know yet. Poor thing, Jeannie said. Would you ladies go back to your room, please? I'll fill you in on what's going on in a little while, but for now, I need to speak to Angus alone. For once, Amber and Zora were gracious not to grumble or give any snide remarks. Jeannie gave him a sympathetic look and left with them. Barb waited until she heard their doors shut. Angus. I've received more letters? Yes. We've given them to the authorities. They were all exactly the same. Wording and everything. Angus's chest tightened. Do you think she was poisoned again? You should check her blood sugar, Jeff said from behind the camera. What? Asked Barb. And cut filming. We don't need this getting out until we find out who's responsible. Jeff made a slashing motion with his hand, and the crew stopped everything. My best friend in high school was diabetic. This looks like a blood sugar thing, Jeff said. Do you know how to check it? Angus asked. Yeah. Jeff hurried out of the room, returned with her monitor, and checked her. This is really bad. She's below 60. Anything below 70 is too low. Angus held her closer. Can we help her? Give her something, maybe? No. I wouldn't. When my friend had this happen, the teacher panicked. Tried to give him something, and he nearly choked to death. The ambulance should be here any minute, Jeff said. Barb patted him on the shoulder. Wait for them outside and fill them in on what you suspect is happening. Jeff nodded. You bet. Angus waited for Jeff to step outside and palmed Penelope's cheek. I'm in love with her. I know I can't tell anyone because it would ruin things, but I am. The rush of emotion made him speechless. He couldn't lose her. He'd just found her. He needed years to love on her and be loved by her. I know, love. Their heads snapped up when they heard the ambulance. Moments later, the paramedics rushed through the door. Angus put her on the gurney and raked both hands through his hair. His heart was being shredded. She looked so fragile, and he felt completely helpless. A paramedic checked her vitals as the other gave her a shot of something. The paramedic caught him staring. It'll help her until we can get her to the hospital. I'm going to the hospital with her, Barb. Think they'll care? He nodded to the hall where Zora, Amber, and Jeannie's rooms were, thankful they were in them. I'll tell them you felt responsible and you wanted to make sure she was okay. That's not a lie. A car is waiting out front so you can follow the ambulance. Barb handed him a sheet of paper. Show them this. It's a HIPAA form that allows them to speak to you. I'll be there in a little while. Thanks. The paramedics rushed her out with Angus following. He sat quietly in the car the entire ride. If his stalker was targeting Penelope, he wasn't sure what he was going to do. If something happened to her because of him or his stalker, he'd never forgive himself. At the hospital, Angus stayed in the waiting room. Time slowed, and the helplessness he felt at the house engulfed him. Daylight was breaking before they got her stable, and her doctor decided she needed to stay for observation. Whatever had happened to her had nearly killed her. Angus hoped the tests would tell them what or how it had happened. When Barb showed up at lunchtime, he had yet to sleep, and exhaustion was making him feel heavy. Let me guess, the ladies had something to say about me coming with her. Barb rolled her eyes. Nothing to concern yourself with. I took care of it. How is she doing? She handed him a small bag with some clothes and toiletries. He sighed at the prospect of having a shower. She's stable. Has she woken up yet? Angus shook his head. Oh, love. The door opened, and a doctor walked in. We got the blood tests back. Angus stood. Okay. Is there any chance I can see the insulin she took? Barb nodded. I had a feeling this would be needed. She handed him the vial. This was the only one open. The doctor looked at the label. Lines creased his forehead. This vial says it's long-acting insulin, which is the correct kind for her, but what's in it is short-acting insulin. Do you know what pharmacy filled this? Angus's heart raced. The stalker. I don't know. She brought it with her. And was this the only vial she had? It's the only one I found, Barb replied. Okay, well, it's good someone was around. If this had happened while she was alone, we'd be having a different conversation. We'll get this tested and find out what it is. The doctor turned and left the room. How did the stalker get in the house? Angus snapped at Barb. The lack of sleep and stress had set him on edge. I'm sorry. I didn't mean for it to come out like that. I know, and to answer your question, I don't know. She takes her insulin at night right before bed. I know we've been having late nights, but this happened at 3 a.m. I don't understand what happened. He swung around, palming his forehead. Do we know what was in the creamer yet? No, I don't know any of the answers yet, love. I have to get back. Zora and Amber are like a walk through a lion's den. They need to be distracted. Another shopping spree? No. I've got something else in mind. She winked and walked out. Chapter 41. Penelope felt as if she were coming out of a fog, and a sterile smell stung her nose. She opened her eyes and glanced around. She was alone in the room, and the sun was beginning to pour in. Her mouth was dry and sticky. Hey! Angus smiled as he greeted her from the door. 2 long strides, and he was sitting beside her. Her heart jumped into her throat. She'd never been happier to see anyone. Hi. Feeling any better? He asked, skating his fingertips across her cheeks and jaw. He seemed to be making sure she was real. She nodded. I'm feeling better. Are you thirsty? A little. She licked her lips. A lot. Angus poured her a glass of water from the pitcher sitting on her nightstand and held the cup as she drank it. The water tasted so good, and she could feel the cool liquid as it raced to her stomach. After her 3rd cup, she asked, How long have I been here? About 36 hours, give or take. What happened? Angus wouldn't meet her eyes. We think the stalker got in the house and switched your insulin. What you took was not what the label said it was. It was fast-acting insulin. So, I was poisoned that first time. I think so. The lab is still having a hard time determining what was in the creamer. I'm so sorry. It's not your fault. He slowly brought his gaze to hers. I feel responsible. Penelope sat up. You aren't. If I'd done as you asked, not followed you outside, I'd have missed spending time with you. She smiled. Besides, as much as I didn't want you doing it, it's not like I was complaining. And didn't Barb want us spending time together? Angus crushed her to him. I don't want anything to happen to you. She wrapped her arms around him. This isn't your fault. Angus leaned away and smoothed her hair back as he locked gazes with her. I'm not trying to hide or be secretive. There's no filming here. I'm telling you so you'll know, and I don't expect anything back yet. I love you, Penelope Cooper. If something happens to you, it'll kill me. Her heart was so far up in her throat that she couldn't speak. He'd said them. Those 3 deadly little words skittered off his tongue, out of his lips, and curled around her like barbed wire. They were embedded. If he took them back, there'd be nothing but raw hunks of her left. Angus, she whispered. I meant every word. He kissed the side of her face as he held her flush against him. You have my heart. Penelope curled a lock of his hair around her finger. There's still almost 2 weeks of the show left. Which is why I can't scream it, but you can know. When this show is over, we're flying to meet the rest of my kin. To show you where I come from. She wanted to say those 3 words back, but she'd said them to Tom too quickly. She didn't want to say them this time until she was sure. I know you can't say it yet, but I see it. I feel it. When you finally do, it'll be like standing under a waterfall. Penelope desperately wanted to say something in return. I can't say them yet, but I can tell you I've never felt safer or more loved by anyone. I feel such shame that I misjudged you and hurt you so many times. I wish I could take it back." She cupped his cheek. "You are warm, kind, and caring. Your laughter and your smile give me goosebumps. Everything about you is so much more than I could have ever guessed." He kissed her soft and slow. "I love you, Penelope Cooper." Penelope broke the kiss. "What about the stalker? What if they hurt you?" Fear gripped her. The thought of losing him took her breath away. "They've never tried before. But haven't they changed the way they do things? The letters were different, right?" So, who's to say they won't?" The door swung open, and Clara stood in the doorway. She sauntered in with her mouth twisted into a smirk. "Oh, I wouldn't let anything happen to my Angus," she purred. Chapter 42. Clara's toxic presence filled the room. Her bag hung on her forearm, and she cocked a hip as she stood by the bed, staring him down. "I'm not yours." He stood and glared at her. "You're mine for at least 2 more years. Also, according to your contract, you have to meet contractual obligations for any production you're involved in, otherwise, I have the choice to either sue you for breach of contract or extend it. It seems to me that you being here isn't meeting the obligation you made. The show needs you, and you need to get back to the lodge." "What about his stalker?" asked Penelope as she covered his hand with hers. "Oh, don't worry. I'll keep him safe." Clara sashayed to Angus and dangled her arm over his shoulder. "I'll be back in a minute," he said, pushing her arm off and standing. "No, he won't," Clara growled. Angus took her by the arm and pulled her out of Penelope's room. "What are you doing here?" he hissed. "I told you. I'm looking out for my interests, and currently, my interest is you. You need to get back to the lodge. Unless, of course, you want to extend your contract." Clara walked her fingers up his chest and circled her arms around his neck. "Or I could be persuaded by a third option." Angus pulled her arms down and stepped back. "We're done. The only thing we have between us is that blasted contract. I'll fulfill it, and that's all." Clara stuck out her bottom lip. But I need you. Timothy isn't you. In more ways than one." Her gaze roamed down his face and body. She sickened him. How he could have ever loved her or continued to run back to her baffled him. There was no way he was extending the contract or anything else with the woman. "I'll say goodbye to Penelope and go back to the lodge. You'll stay away from her. You hear me?" Clara leaned back, arms crossed over her chest. "You don't make the demands." "I do. The contract is only valid if I continue acting. I love acting, which is why I put up with this for so long. But if you push me, I'll quit." "You will not. I know you, Angus. This is where you belong. You'd never give up acting." He narrowed his eyes. "I would for her." Clara's mask of confidence dropped for a fraction of a second. "Say your goodbyes. I have a car waiting downstairs. You have 10 minutes. "Fine." Angus scowled and walked back into Penelope's room. "That woman," he muttered as he sat next to her. Penelope placed her hand flat against his chest. "I'm so sorry." He covered her hand with his. "It's my own fault for being stubborn and unwilling to listen to anyone. She's a mistake I can't seem to put behind me. I wish I knew what to do for you. Plate breaking won't help this, I don't think." Angus snorted. "Only if I was throwing them at her." "She wants you to leave, doesn't she?" He nodded. "It's okay. I'm going to quit acting. It's the only way to be free of her. If I quit, the contract is done. I can't act again, but I'm tired of her." Angus waited to see Penelope's reaction. "No, you can't do that. You love acting. We'll figure a way out." He sighed heavily. "I want that to be true. I can't take it anymore. If he told her it was because he wanted her more than acting, she'd leave him. For her, he'd quit and never look back. I have to go. Penelope combed her fingers through his hair. I know. I'll be fine. I'll see you in a few days. I don't want to go. I hate that show. I don't. Not anymore. He slipped his arms around her. A few days, but I get a late night talk when you're feeling up to it. She chuckled. Okay. Angus stood. He rubbed his thumb across her lips, bent down, and kissed her. Without another word, he walked out of the room to the car waiting for him. Clara's smug face greeted him as he got in. I was almost beginning to think you'd broken our contract. He looked out the window and remained silent. I own you, Angus. The sooner you get on board, the happier you'll be. Angus cast a glance at her. He seethed. Her lips were twisted into a half-snarl. You're pretty hung up on that dime store tramp. He wasn't going to take the bait. This time, he'd keep his temper in check. She switched sides in the limo and pressed herself into him. You smell good, Angus. We're done, Clara. I don't think so. Angus took her by the shoulders and pushed her back. We're done, Clara. Clara slinked back to her side. I'll get what I want. I always do. He sat in silence until the car pulled in front of the lodge and then jumped out, nearly breaking into a run to his room. Chapter 43. 3 days later, a little after sunrise, Penelope checked out of the hospital. Barb had planned to personally pick her up later in the day, but when the hospital changed her discharge to that morning, Barb had no choice but to send a car. For most of the day, Penelope stayed in her room, resting. That evening, as she walked out of the bathroom, dressed and towel drying her hair, she heard a knock at the door. She opened it, and Barb walked in. I'm sorry I didn't check on you earlier today. I had some calls I wasn't expecting. How are you feeling? She asked. Better. I expected Angus to be here. Where is he? She hadn't seen him since Clara came for him at the hospital, and she missed him. Clara has him jumping through hoops. They flew out to California for meetings with producers. We halted filming while you were gone. If I'd been smarter, I wouldn't have, for his sake. I don't know if he's coming in tonight or tomorrow morning. She's awful to him. Barb lifted an eyebrow. You have no idea. Isn't there a clause for behavior from her? Like something that says she has to act a certain way? Or maintain a professional relationship? Barb's forehead wrinkled. I don't know. We gave the contract to a lawyer to go over, and he told us Angus was stuck. Did you get a second opinion? Her eyebrows furrowed. Why? He's the best lawyer in LA. Penelope narrowed her eyes. How long has he been practicing? A couple of decades. Does Clara know him? Barb's eyes widened. I don't think so, but it never occurred to me to ask. He's the best lawyer in town with a pristine record of being honest. Penelope chuckled. That just means he hasn't been caught. Where did this spunk come from? Penelope lifted an eyebrow. I was an accountant. I've seen people get away with a lot until they get caught. It's amazing what comes out then. Barb smiled. Do me a favor. What? Don't tell Angus. Don't say a word about a second opinion. I don't want to get his hopes up. Okay. Barb stopped at the door and paused. He loves you. How is that possible in just a few weeks? Darling, trying to define or put a time on those things is something I'm not qualified to do. It seems so fast. And we're here. This isn't real. Real life is hard. There are arguments, disagreements, harsh words. Love is messy. Barb grinned. Yes, and it's a decision no one can make for you. I just know Angus. He's over the moon for you. Penelope nodded. He told me at the hospital. He'd said the words, but what if it was a heat-of-the-moment thing? What if he'd said them because he was so caught up? What if he'd just been worried or stressed? Darling, Angus doesn't say things like that just to say them. When he loves, he loves. It's all or nothing with him. Okay. Barb took one last look at her and slipped out of the room. Penelope dropped back on the bed. He loved her. She loved him. At least he had the guts to say it. A few moments later, another knock came at the door. Penelope answered, hoping it was Angus this time. She was disappointed. Hello, Zora. Zora leaned against the doorframe and let her gaze roam over Penelope. You look like you feel better. I do feel better. You had a pretty good scare. Are you okay? I guess. Had it happened before? Penelope nodded. When I was younger and just learning to control my diabetes. I had a few episodes. None were as scary as that one. One moment I was fine, the next minute I wasn't. Well, I'm glad you're okay, Zora said and touched her arm. Despite what you might think, I don't hate you or want to see you hurt. Talk about unexpected. Penelope sure hadn't been anticipating that. Thank you for checking on me. Straightening, Zora nodded and walked away. As Penelope stepped out of her room, walking toward the patio, Amber was walking by and stopped. Hi, how you feeling? Better. Thank you. Amber was being polite? Oh good. I'm glad to hear that. Penelope nodded. Had she returned to the lodge, or was she in the twilight zone? She continued to the patio, hoping to relax in front of the fireplace, but she found her spot occupied. She inhaled the scent of the fire mixing with the cool evening air. It was so nice to be outside again. By the time she was released from the hospital, she was going stir-crazy. Hey, I was beginning to wonder if we'd ever see you today, Jeannie said. I was beginning to wonder myself. Do you know what happened? Jeannie didn't need to know about the stalker. Somehow my insulin was switched out with a different insulin. Jeannie's eyes widened. Oh my gosh. Have you contacted the pharmacy where it was dispensed? They should have a record of it. Not yet. Well, I hope you find some answers. Jeannie stood. I know you enjoy sitting out here alone, so I'm going to go busy myself with something inside. She stopped as she came shoulder to shoulder with Penelope. I'm glad you're feeling better. She smiled and walked into the house. Penelope sighed and walked to her chair. Well, the one she called hers. She was excited to get out of the hospital. Mostly because she was missing Angus. She'd pictured seeing him and his smile. She loved his smile. Well, she loved all of him. Penelope wrapped her arms around herself and curled her legs under her. It was the middle of November, and while she was gone, it had snowed. It was white and beautiful as far as the eye could see. Only a week and a half left of the show. What would her life look like then? 12 weeks had sounded like an eternity in the beginning, but once she began to really see Angus for who he was, time had flown by. She leaned her head back on the chair and closed her eyes, listening to the fire crackle and pop. It was music, and before she knew it, she'd fallen asleep. Chapter 44. Angus rolled his head, trying to ease the tension in his shoulders. He'd flown to LA with Clara. When Barb halted filming, Clara had filled his schedule with back-to-back meetings while Penelope recovered. He'd come back with 2 scripts and a promise to read 3 more. In the grand scheme of things, it had been a productive 3 days. He was exhausted. Both from the lack of sleep and from fending off Clara. Angus suspected she thought she could run him into the ground and, in a moment of weakness, he'd ruin what he had with Penelope. That wasn't going to happen, though. He could be a zombie and remain faithful to her. When she realized Angus wasn't going to relent, she'd decided to remain in LA, so he'd flown to Montana alone and actually found peace in returning to the lodge. He hoped she'd leave him alone for the rest of the show. Hi, Zora said as he walked in the door. Now that he was standing still, he didn't feel good. And he didn't have any patience for Zora. Hi. How was LA? Exhaustion was settling in, and his shoulders sagged. Tiring but productive. That's good news. Amber bounced into the room. Oh, hey, the stranger returns. He nodded. I've returned. His stomach turned a little, but he shrugged it off, blaming it on the travel. Jeannie must have heard Zora and Amber because she joined them seconds later. Hey. Are you okay? Just tired from the meetings and travel. They gathered around him, clucking like hens. Even Jeannie was joining in, which surprised him. The longer he stood there, the more he wanted to lie down. He wished they'd relax and stop trying so hard. Pretending was too much for him at the moment. If Penelope was out of the hospital, he would be excited, but when he'd spoken to Barb last night, the word was that she would be staying another day. Part of him had wanted to go straight there, but it was late, and she needed to rest. Barb stepped onto the first floor and stopped next to him. Now filming can resume. What? He asked. Didn't Clara tell you? Barb studied him. No, of course not. Penelope's back. It took work, but he managed to remain neutral. That's good. Is she feeling better? Seems to be feeling fine. You don't look fine, though. I'm not. He rubbed his face with his hands. Zora touched his arm. You look pale. Amber nodded in agreement. He sighed. There were only a few times in his life when he'd been sick. Typically, long nights didn't bother him, but he'd begun the trip not feeling great. Angus chalked it up to the stress of the last week, but that didn't seem to be the case now. You're getting in pretty late, said Barb. I know. I missed my connecting flight. There was a long layover, and then the plane was grounded. I ended up having to hire a driver. I was in a car for 6 hours. Yuck. Done that. Not fun, Jeannie said. Angus palmed his forehead. I'm going to go to bed. Zora eyed him as if she wanted to say something. She opened and shut her mouth. I hope you feel better. Thanks. A good night's sleep should be all I need. He looked at Barb. We need to talk about my schedule for the coming week. Good night, ladies. Barb followed him into his bedroom, and he shut the door. Clara has Skype meetings scheduled the rest of the week. Angus sat hard on the bed. Skype. She didn't clear that with me. Barb grumbled. I guess that means you won't be doing interviews this week. Whatever energy he had left was gone. It won't interfere. I'll be able to do them. She scheduled them throughout the night with various directors, producers, and studios. Are you going to be able to keep up with that? I'll have to. I'm contractually obligated. He said it like an automated response. Barb crossed her arms over her chest. She wants to distance you from Penelope. She's also trying to make you suffer. His eyes felt heavier and heavier. You know, a nearly 40-year-old body can't handle the things a 20-year-old body can. Barb huffed. No interviews this week. Any chance you get to rest, do it. I won't help her run you down. Angus nodded. Apparently, the show's been good for me. Barb smiled. You're back to being the man people loved. They see you as a person and not some spoiled celebrity who thinks he can do what he wants. Penelope's been good for you. One side of his lips twitched up. He wanted to see Penelope, but the longer he sat still, the harder he found it to move. A light tapping came at the door. He swore under his breath. If that's one of them, I'm not in the mood. Barb answered the door. When he looked over, it was Penelope. Barb quickly ushered her in and shut the door. Are you okay? Penelope asked as she crossed the room and sat beside him. Angus had missed her. Despite the exhaustion, his heart jumped as he pulled her into a bear hug. He'd more than missed her. He wasn't whole when she wasn't around. I'll be fine. Just a rough day of travel. It looks like it. Are you sure that's all it is? I'm sure. I'm glad to see you're doing well. He leaned back and studied her face. I'm fine. He combed his fingers through her hair, soaking her in. Being away from her had been harder than he'd realized. I'll not be following you onto the patio this week, okay? At least he wouldn't be miles away. He'd get to see her during the day. Penelope nodded. It's okay. These women are a little too competitive for me. Me too. Me too, Barb said, standing by the door. Penelope palmed his cheek. You feel a little warm. He smiled. A good night's sleep, and I'll be good to go. I hope so. She pulled away and stood. Get some rest. I'll see you tomorrow. Angus pulled her back down and kissed her. Now you'll see me tomorrow. She glanced at Barb, and her cheeks flushed. Yeah, I'll see you tomorrow. Penelope stopped at the door, gave him one last look, and left. Angus wilted back onto the bed. You should have told her you don't feel well, Barb said. Jet lag, stress, and Clara. It would be plenty to drag a herd of elephants down. I just need sleep. Barb walked to the door. Then I'll see you tomorrow too. Make sure you get that rest. He closed his eyes and barely heard the door click shut. Chapter 45. Penelope shuffled into the interview room. They'd given her a couple of days, and now it was time to pay the piper. She'd only briefly seen Angus since he'd returned. He didn't look well, but he insisted he was fine. It had made Penelope even more determined to figure out how to get Angus free from Clara. No one needed to be subjected to that kind of cruelty. They'd also learned that her creamer was spiked with an herb called Mexican tea oil. It was what caused her stomach to hurt so badly. It was something not typically tested for, which was why it took so long for the results to get back from the lab. So, Penelope, Vincent said. How are you feeling? I'm okay. He smiled. That's good to know. You had us all worried. Good thing she wasn't drinking something. She would have doused him. Oh, well, I appreciate that. You and Angus haven't spent much time together this week. Are you missing him? Vincent's eyebrows knitted together. Penelope nodded. I am. I miss our late-night talks. Even though you told him not to follow you? She caught her bottom lip in her teeth. Yes. I think I like that he enjoys my company enough to ignore me. It's getting close to the end of the show. Have you got any predictions on how it will end? Do you think you'll be sporting a ring? Her eyes widened. In an instant, the room was hotter than Hades. I don't know. I guess I haven't thought that far ahead. The man's eyes glittered with mischief. Really? Not even a little? She'd never had a more vicious debate about whether or not to strangle someone. The cameras pointed at her only slightly influenced her decision to stay in her seat. No, not even a little. He nodded. Well, all right, then. I guess we'll stay glued to our seats. She stood and took off out the room where she could breathe. The show ending. A ring. Too much to think about, and she was missing Angus on top of it. She'd be needing her outdoor moment tonight. Penelope snuggled under the blanket she'd brought with her outside. It was cold enough at night now that the fireplace needed help keeping her warm. So far, Angus hadn't followed her out onto the patio. It made her miss him. Large flakes of snow poured down just beyond the roof of the patio. Everything was already white, and this new snow added to what was already there. It sure was beautiful. She rested her head on the back of the chair and stared into the fire. The surrounding patio turned into a haze. The tranquility of sitting outside helped her deal with the interactions with the other ladies. They'd almost become too much to deal with since it was so close to the show's end. The door clicked, and Penelope startled as Angus joined her. Angus, it's Wednesday. I thought you weren't going to follow me out here this week. First time in a while. He sat in the chair next to hers and leaned his head back. Penelope studied him. You're not feeling well. Just tired. She stood and pressed her hand to his forehead. You're running a fever. Angus pulled her onto his lap. I've missed our late-night talks. I have too, but you need to go lie down. I wanted to see you for a moment. I've had to deal with Zora and Amber during the day and Skype at night, and I need the quiet. Skype at night? Clara. She scheduled meetings at night all week. Beads of sweat were popping up on his forehead. Penelope brushed his cheek with her fingers. Can you get up? I think you should go inside. He nodded. When she got up, he stood and swayed. She put her arm around his waist and walked with him. By the time they got to the couch in the great room, Angus collapsed onto it. Excited shouts and movement came from upstairs, and the next thing Penelope knew, Barb was standing next to her. What happened? Barb asked. Penelope palmed his face and rubbed her thumb over his cheek. He barely made it to the couch before he passed out. I knew he wasn't feeling good. Stubborn mule. Of course, you'd be right in the thick of things, Zora said from behind Penelope. How could she think of something so trivial right now? Penelope turned, frown lines creasing her forehead as she looked at Zora. He's sick. Is this show so important that you can't stop and see he needs help? Any moment, Amber would probably come in with something to say too. Zora crossed her arms over her chest. And you're the one that has to give him the help? Penelope looked down at him. Just stop. I'll gladly let you come over here, Nurse Zora. I simply want him taken care of. A small smirk played on Zora's lips. You bet. I don't think so, Barb said. I'd like to speak with you in private a moment, Zora. She grabbed Zora's arm and led her across the room. Angus's teeth chattered, and he shivered. Penelope grabbed a blanket off the back of the couch and threw it over him. When she glanced over to where Barb and Zora were, Zora looked white as a sheet. Whatever Barb was saying was definitely having an effect on her. I've changed my mind, Zora said after her private talk with Barb. I'm going to leave the caretaking to you. She retreated out of the great room, almost like a frightened animal fleeing with a floodlight trained on it. Barb shrugged as Penelope tilted her head. Have you called the doctor? Penelope asked. I have. He'll be here in a few minutes. I knew Clara was going to pull something like this, working him sick. I wonder what else she has planned. She wanted this to happen to him? Clara is cruel. She enjoys making him suffer. Well, anyone, but him most of all. He's a sweet man, and I sometimes wonder if she isn't trying to kill that part of him. Penelope brushed his cheek with the back of her hand. I wish there was something I could do. She could throttle Clara. How could she be so awful to someone? Cut the cameras, Jeff, Barb said as she sat on the coffee table. Jeff nodded and killed the filming. Do you think Clara could be the one sending the letters? Penelope asked. Barb shrugged. She's cruel, but she'd never want him dead. Penelope tilted her head. No, he said he's personally never been threatened, but she'd want anyone she perceived as a threat taken out. Barb inhaled slowly and then exhaled. I guess it's possible, but she wasn't around when you were poisoned in Hawaii. That just means she has someone working with her. You don't trust anyone, do you? More than she used to. I trust him. I don't know why. I haven't known him long at all, but I do. Why did you believe Clara and Amber? That took trust. No, that took mistrust of him. I was expecting to get hurt. I see. Jeff appeared at the bottom of the stairs. Doctor's here. Should be walking through the front door any minute. The doctor walked in just as Jeff finished his sentence. Barb and Penelope backed away and waited until he was finished checking Angus. Barb answered the doctor's questions about Angus's activities the past week. The flu coupled with exhaustion. The doctor stood and handed Barb a prescription. He needs to rest. And I mean rest. Thanks, Dr. Keel, Barb said as the doctor left. Penelope sat beside Angus again. He was so worn out that the doctor hadn't even roused him. His teeth chattered again, and she pulled the blanket over his shoulders. Angus had soothed her aches by holding her tightly, making her feel protected. She caressed the side of his face. Her heart hurt for him. How could she get him away from Clara? How could she help him? There had to be a way of getting Clara out of his life. She couldn't be allowed to do this to him again. Chapter 46. I thought you were resting. What are you doing out here? Asked Penelope. He rubbed his eyes with his hands and sat in the chair next to her. I've been in my room for 3 days. I needed a change of scenery. You needed longer than 3 days. Nah. I'm good. Are not. Angus glanced at her and grinned. I am. He shivered. The fireplace was barely keeping up with the frosty night air. How can you sit out here? It's freezing. Why do you think I have a blanket? You could share. The fact that she'd be closer was a bonus. Penelope narrowed her eyes and then stood and covered them both with the blanket as she sat on his lap. Smooth. He chuckled. Worked, didn't it? She wrapped a lock of his hair around her finger. I'm glad you're feeling better. Because of you. Penelope had taken care of him. He knew she was kind and caring, but the gentleness of her care blew him away. Never once did she seem impatient or put out. She seemed to find joy in taking care of him, and he loved it. She smirked. I think it's called rest. And you? Definitely her. I can't believe Clara would do that to you. He shrugged. She meant to exhaust me. The flu wasn't planned. She brushed the back of her hand across his cheek. Still, it was a heartless thing to do. She is heartless. I wish there was something I could do. I wish I could stop her. Angus slipped his hand behind her neck and put his lips next to her ear. I love you, he whispered. Penelope couldn't stop the smile that spread on her lips. You aren't supposed to say that here. It needed to be said. She still hadn't said it, but it didn't matter. Her actions said she loved him louder than it could have been spoken. I want to say it, Penelope whispered as she nuzzled his neck with her nose. Nah. You don't have to. Her breath smelled sweet as she brushed her lips along his jaw and over his lips. Angus put his arms around her and pulled her closer. I'm sorry I'm such a coward, she whispered. It's not cowardice to want to protect yourself. I'd rather hear it when I know there are no reservations. I don't want it said and then taken back. Leaning back, she chewed her bottom lip and looked at him, pained. I'm sorry. When you say it, you'll mean it. That's worth waiting for. I think we need to call it a night. Not yet. It's been a while since we've sat out here together. True. There's only a week of the show left. I bet you're glad about that. He didn't know how to feel about that. Being done with the show meant not dealing with the 3 other women. It also meant Penelope going back to Destin. I was serious when I said I was taking you to Scotland when this is over. I have a business in Destin that I'll have had 0 contact within 12 weeks. I have a house on the beach. A dog that misses me. So, we take some time, go to Destin, and get things straightened out. Then we'll go. When she locked gazes with him, he couldn't tell what she was thinking. For a moment, his heart dropped. She was going to say no or, worse, be done with him. Then she kissed him. Can George stay at your house? She asked between kisses. Forever. When she pulled back, she held his face in her hands with a wild look in her eyes. I'm yours. Do you understand? That was as good as saying she loved him. Not as sweet as those 3 words would be, but she was his, and that mattered more than anything. Penelope held his gaze a moment longer as though she was trying to decide if he really did understand. Do you? I think so. This time when she kissed him, it was soft and slow and filled with desire. No one had kissed him like that before. Her lips traveled across his face like feathers. She nuzzled his neck with her nose and left a delicate trail of soft kisses until she grazed his lips with hers again. Everything about the way she kissed him was gentle and sweet. When they finally said their goodnights, his heart was still racing as he slipped into his room and dropped onto his bed. She had said she wanted to kiss him until her lips were too bruised to kiss him anymore. She'd given it a good shot tonight. Angus wasn't sure what to think about the last couple of hours. I'm yours. Do you understand? It wasn't what she'd said, but how she'd said it. The way she'd looked at him. There was a mixture of fear and vulnerability in those words. It was almost as good as he expected he'd feel when hearing, "I love you," from her lips. It was going to be hard to calm his restless thoughts and sleep. He loved her. The show was going to end, but they weren't. He'd make sure of that. Chapter 47. The show would end in a week, and they'd all received a message to meet Barb in the great room. Zora, Amber, Jeannie, and Penelope all sat looking at Barb as the cameras filmed. Angus was noticeably absent. So, why did you four want to meet with me? Barb asked, looking at the other women as if she had no idea why they were there. The women looked at each other, puzzled. You wanted to meet with us, Zora said. The front door opened, and Clara stood in the doorway. I thought I'd call a meeting. The show was a little too boring, so I decided to spice things up. Barb stood and glared at Clara. I'm the producer. You don't do anything for this show unless you clear it with me first. I believe it's better to ask for forgiveness than permission. Clara looked over her shoulder. Come on, boys. Let's get to know you. A man in a biker's jacket, designer jeans, and a faded t-shirt walked in, smiling like he was a version of John Travolta from Grease. Zora rolled her eyes. Xavier, what are you doing here? The guy shrugged. It was a free trip, babe. Don't call me that. We aren't together anymore, she spat and planted her hand square on his chest as he tried to hug her. Jeannie. A heavy-set man ran in and picked her up. How are you? His fire-engine red hair stood out in stark contrast to his pale white skin. His untucked button-up shirt and saggy jeans were wrinkled. At least she'd been honest about loving red hair. Eyes wide, Jeannie sputtered, "R.A., why are you here?" He looked at Clara. She said you wanted to see me. Jeannie scowled at Clara. Amber sighed and closed her eyes. Great, she mumbled as a short thin man bounced into the house. Hey, Gil. Hey, sweetheart. Clara grinned. Amber wasn't as detached as she led everyone to believe. Then she leveled her dark eyes at Penelope. And last but not least. Penelope inhaled sharply, and her eyes widened. No. Tom strolled in with his hands in his pockets and trained his gaze on her. Hello, sighed Lover. No. Oh no. She was frozen. Her heart thundered. The talking died as everyone stared at her. She didn't want to see him. I was never your lover. You said you'd never contact me again. He tilted his head, and his lips curled into a smirk. Yes, well, I couldn't pass up the opportunity to see you one last time. Penelope reeled as he came toward her. Her mind flashed to the hotel in Hawaii. He had been furious. She must have slipped and told someone about them. It was her fault he was going to lose everything. It was because of her that his wife caught them. All of it was her fault. She couldn't scramble away fast enough as the blurry memories started to resurface. We have a lot of catching up to do, he said as he grabbed her forearm, pulled her toward him, and wrapped an arm around her waist. Got a kiss for me, lover? The smell of alcohol on his breath hit her. It was so unlike him to behave this way in public. He was careful. secretive. But when she caught Clara staring, she understood. Tom must have thought it was a game or something. He had to have. Either that or he'd drank entirely too much before he'd arrived. It didn't lessen her fear, either way. The relationship with him wasn't bad until that night in Hawaii. He'd yelled at her severe enough that he'd scared her, and she'd gone home. It was over and done. The only reason he'd shown up at her house in Destin was to offer a weak excuse and an apology with fake promises. She'd sent him on his way, never to be seen again. Penelope pushed him away as hard as she could. Whatever she's told you is a lie. Tom looked at Clara and back to Penelope. No, I don't think so. Clara and I understand one another. The hope that Penelope could persuade him to leave died as she looked from him to Clara. Clara barked with laughter. Imagine my surprise when I found a kindred spirit. Seems we both enjoy pulling the wings off of flies, or anyone who gets in our way. Barb stepped next to Penelope. I've called the police, Clara. For what? Old lovers reuniting? Barb cursed under her breath. You're one slick snake, but one of these days you're going to get caught. Clara glowered at Barb. By whom? I run LA and anywhere else I please. I told you Angus was mine and I'd make him pay. Now, I am. Where is Angus? Penelope asked. I sent him on an errand. Or, I should say Barb sent him on an errand, Clara gloated. Barb pinched her lips together. The police are coming. Are you deaf? She looked at Jeff. You make sure you're getting every bit of this on film. Clara narrowed her eyes. These two need a moment to get some closure. He's not going to lay a hand on her. Unless, of course, she wants him to. Barb moved in between Penelope and Tom. Penelope doesn't have to spend another moment with him. Penelope hung her head. Fear had controlled her every move for so long that it was easy to forget she could be strong. And she could be strong. Maybe closure would actually be good for her. It's okay. I'll talk to him. Tom grinned. Let's talk, then. Penelope wiped her palms on her jeans and walked to the patio with Tom trailing behind her. She stopped in front of the fireplace, making sure there was distance between them. Jeff lingered nearby with the camera. I hear my side girl has a new guy. Angus was hers, and she wasn't sharing that with Tom. What did you want to talk to me about? I made partner. Ended up not getting a divorce. At least for a few years. Then Ariel caught me again and took everything. In the process, I lost my career. Am I supposed to say I'm sorry? Tom snarled at her. It's your fault. You started it. She would have had no reason to question me if it wasn't for you and your stupidity. I didn't make you cheat. I didn't make you take off your ring or hide pictures of your wife. I kept our secret relationship hidden. I told no one. Not even my sister. You must have slipped up. Tom moved like he was going to come after her. He'd been drunk and angry that night at the hotel, much like now, but he hadn't hurt her. He also had something to lose back then, which was not the case anymore, but she was tired of letting him treat her like dirt. Balling his fists, he stopped short as she stood her ground. Looks like you've grown a backbone. Penelope squared her shoulders as she lifted her head high. Wish I could say the same about you. Still not taking responsibility for anything. It wasn't my fault you cheated. It wasn't my fault you got caught again. It's not my fault you are a pathetic man. My fault was thinking you were worth my time or affection, you weasel-faced, two-timing loser. He cursed and barreled toward her with his hands out as if he was going to strangle her. The distance gave her the chance to grab the fireplace poker and swing it. Tom grunted as it caught him on the arm, and he lost his balance and fell. Penelope pressed the tip of the poker against his throat, lips curled in a snarl. If you move, I'll spear you to the floor with this. Hey! Angus called and came running over. He looked at Tom on the floor. Threatening a woman? You're not much of a man, are ya? He brushed his thumb across Penelope's cheek. Clara lied. There was no meeting. Are you okay? I'm fine. He surprised me is all. She looked up and found that the entire group had filed out. She wasn't sure what they saw, but she knew they had to have seen at least a part of it. The police are right behind me. Angus wasn't kidding. 2 officers came through the door and didn't stop until they were hefting Tom off the floor. Penelope put the poker back in the holder and stepped up to Tom. I let you rob years from me. You'll never get another second. Don't ever come near me again. She stood with her back straight until the officers took Tom away, and then she folded into a nearby chair. Her hands shook, and her head spun. Angus squatted in front of her and took her hands. That was amazing. It was terrifying. He smiled. I'm sorry I wasn't here for you when he showed up, but it looks like you handled it just fine on your own. You looked pretty brave to me. Me too, Zora said. Penelope looked over her shoulder and found Zora smiling. Zora shook her head. That wasn't just brave and awesome. That was incredible. All those things I said. Things I thought and didn't say. I truly apologize. Zora turned to Barb. I'm sorry I lied about being a nurse, and thank you for not kicking me off when you could have. I think it's best if I leave the show at this point. Are you sure? Barb asked. Positive. Let me know when you're ready, and I'll have a car waiting. Thank you. Zora grabbed Xavier's hand and pulled him with her through the door. Barb sat next to Penelope. Are you okay? Really okay? As soon as I stop shaking, I'll let you know. She chuckled. Clara forced her way through Amber and Jeannie. Get out of my way. She stopped a few feet from Angus. We're not done. Chapter 48. Angus clenched his jaw and stood. We're done. I despise you more than I love acting. I quit. You better hope you bet on the right horse because this cash cow is dry. He was so tired of the games and schemes. It was always back and forth with her. If quitting acting got Clara out of his life, it was worth it. You can't quit, she spat. Watch me, he growled. Her lips twisted in a smug grin. You have to finish this show, and you're about to sign a movie deal involving 2 sequels. We are not done. Angus cursed under his breath. I haven't committed to them yet. Penelope stood and touched his shoulder. Angus, she said softly. Angus glanced to the side, and those jade-green eyes stared back at him. He sighed. I can't do it anymore. She slid her hand down his arm and linked her fingers in his. I know, but you have work coming in again, and you love acting. Just don't rush into a decision yet. Give us some time to talk about it. Angus cursed under his breath and ran a hand through his hair. Penelope was right. If there was a chance for a future together, she deserved the opportunity to help him make the decisions that would determine what that future looked like. And he definitely wanted her to be a part of the rest of his life. Clara smirked at Penelope. I always win. I know he's trapped and there's nothing I can do, but I can do this. Penelope stepped forward and popped her in the nose. Clara screamed and stumbled back before finding her balance. Angus inhaled sharply. He stared at Penelope, stunned. What just happened? Penelope placed her hands on her hips. Good thing you've got money. You can buy yourself a new nose. I'll sue you for everything you own, you little $2 whore. Clara held her nose as blood dripped through her fingers. Yeah, well, I might be a $2 whore, but unlike you, they don't ask for change when they get done. Penelope stomped off. Barb snorted. I saw you trip and fall, Jeannie quipped. She pirouetted and left. Ray looked around and then dashed after her. Amber took Gil's hand. You should really watch where you're going, Clara. She looked at Barb. I'm sorry. I'm done too. Looks like it's your word against ours, Angus said. Clara growled. There's video footage, you idiot. Darling, I can assure you there will be no video footage, Barb said. Angus and Barb followed Clara as she stalked into the house and grabbed a towel out of the kitchen. We aren't done, she said through gritted her teeth. Why does it give you such pleasure to hurt me? Angus asked. There had to be a better reason than enjoyment. Why? Because it's fun. You were so stupid and naive. People you trusted told you to steer clear of me, and you couldn't do it. It was always pure entertainment to me. And the best part was that you ran back every time I wanted you. But you said you loved me, he said through gritted teeth. I love me. I love my clothes, my shoes, my lovely home thanks to you, and most of all, I love owning you. He nodded, a lump forming in his throat. How could someone derive pleasure from the pain of another? He'd never understand it. I can see that now. You've certainly made me pay for being stupid. Clara held the towel against her nose as she looked at Angus with eyes twinkling. I have, and it's been like candy. And I'll get to play with you for at least 2 more years. Angus's heart sank. Penelope would be caught in the middle if he continued acting. There was no way he could do that. Oh, see, that's what I love, right there. He locked gazes with her. The realization that your new flame is in for the ride of her life. Think she can hang on for 2 whole years? I'll have you begging me to leave her alone. 2 flies, 4 wings, I can't wait to pay her back for breaking my nose. She thinks I was cruel to you before. Now it's not only for fun. It's for revenge. Angus said and left the kitchen. He leaned against the wall outside of Penelope's room. Clara was going to make them both miserable. He'd just need to convince Penelope that he loved his freedom and her more than he loved acting. As soon as he knocked, Penelope answered. She pulled him in and kissed him. I shouldn't have hit her, but I kinda lost it. Angus sat on the edge of her bed. Thoughts of hopelessness tightened like a noose. If Penelope stayed with him while he continued acting, Clara would use her. 2 years with Clara would suck the life out of her. Penelope tilted her head. What's wrong? She's going to make you miserable if I don't quit. There is no mercy from Clara. And the result would be Penelope leaving him. The thrill of seeing Clara get her nose bloodied had turned to despair. How could he protect Penelope from Clara? Penelope sat beside him. I haven't eaten since breakfast. The adrenaline has worn off, and I'm not feeling great. Can we get something to eat and then talk? He caught her gaze and cupped her cheek. You haven't eaten since breakfast? No, I was told to come to the great room right before lunch, and then all that happened. I had a snack, but it's worn off. As his hand dropped to his lap, his gaze dipped to the floor. He didn't know how he could make all of this work. Angus. She combed her fingers through his hair. He pulled his gaze from the floor and looked at her. I really do need to eat before I get lightheaded. Would you like burgers again? She smiled. That sounds good. I'll go order them. Angus stood. I want to shower and then I'll meet you outside with them when they get here, okay? Sure. He walked out of her room and into his. How was he going to tell her he needed to quit without chasing her away? He knew what she would do. She'd blame herself for coming between him and his career and leave him, thinking she was doing what was best for him. What she didn't understand was that she was the best thing for him. Nothing else mattered to him anymore. On the other hand, if he continued acting, he'd lose her in the end anyway because of Clara. No matter which path he chose, he'd lose her. How would he be able to let her go without hurting her? And he'd have to. She was going to be hurt either way. If he loved her as much as he said he did, he'd put her needs ahead of his own. His heart broke at the thought. Could he be selfless enough to let go of the one person in the world he cared about most? He wanted to think he was, but the idea of spending the rest of his life without Penelope gutted him. But what choice did he have? Chapter 49. Angus was hurting. Whatever he and Clara talked about must have really shaken him. With Clara's gold medal in malice, there was no telling what she had threatened him with when she left. Their entire meal was eaten in silence as they sat in front of the fireplace. Penelope had brought out her blanket, and Angus slouched in the chair next to her. Cameras were pointed in her direction, but she cared more about Angus than the cameras. Penelope got up, sat on Angus's lap, and pulled the blanket around them. He was freezing. I don't know what Clara said, but she doesn't know me. And while I have seemed rather fragile, I'm a lot stronger than she gives me credit for. She'll hurt you if I keep acting, and I know what it's like to be hurt by her. Penelope took his chin in her fingers and made him look at her. She'll try. She might make me hurt from time to time, but I'd like to hope I'll have you to stitch me back together. He grunted. She pursed her lips. Clara had really gotten to him. Angus, I said I'm yours, and you said you understood. Did you really understand? I do, but... Penelope kissed him. For a moment, he froze, and then he sighed as he pulled her closer. Breaking the kiss, Penelope said, Angus, I've been such a coward. I thought running away from Tom was protecting myself, but it wasn't. I allowed him to control my entire life. And nearly miss being with Angus. Someone she could picture spending the rest of her life with. I know the feeling. She ran her fingertips down the side of his face. The biggest revelation she'd had from the day was that she needed to tell him she loved him, and more importantly, he needed to hear it. I love you, and Clara Bryden is not going to run me off. I've got a mean right hook. For a moment, she wondered if he'd even heard her. Then he tilted his head and looked at her as if he'd misheard her. Did you say you love me? He asked barely above a whisper. The way he said it made her stomach flutter. More than I have ever loved anyone. It goes against everything I've ever thought about love or relationships, but yes, I do. Penelope, you don't know what you're getting into here. Yes, I do. Angus shook his head. Nah, you don't. She kissed him again, skimming her lips across his and trailing feathery kisses along his neck until she heard him inhale. I know exactly what I'm getting into. Her voice was soft as she followed the trace of her fingertips across his cheeks with her lips. I'm getting you. I need you, and I want you. I don't know a lot of things, but I'm sure about those too. Angus spread his hand against the small of her back and pressed her into him. She'll cut you. I'm pretty good with a knife too. You can't quit. You love acting, and you can't let her win by taking that away from you. You won't be fighting her alone anymore. We can handle her together. He smoothed her hair back with his hand and stared at her. Are you sure? Yes. Before she got the word out, he was kissing her as though he thought she'd leave. He held her against him, continuing the kiss until she was breathless. Pulling back, he said, I've made a lot of mistakes. Would you be willing to stick around for a really long time while I make more? Penelope narrowed her eyes. Angus cupped her cheek. Marry me. In the past 6 years, every decision she'd made was based on fear. Maybe, just once, she could make a decision based on hope. Yes. He smiled. I love you. She threw her arms around his neck. I love you. George is going to love you too. You think so? Guess that should have been one of my first questions. Leaning back, she ran her fingers over his eyebrow. He will. You've got 4 dogs and 2 cats. Will they like me? Angus nodded. They'll take right to you. Summerled will be in your lap before you can get properly seated. Morna's the baby and has never met a stranger. The old ladies might need some time to warm up, but they will. Penelope chewed her lip. Finn was Angus's oldest and dearest friend. What if he didn't like her? What is Finn going to think of all of this? Angus shrugged. I don't care. He's my best mate, but I make my own decisions. We still have a week here. They can do some filler or something. I'm done. An icy breeze ran down Penelope's spine, and she shivered. It's a good thing, because it's only getting colder. I miss the beach. I'd say we could stoke the fire, but it's late. Not that late. She smiled. Angus used his fingers and combed her hair back. I still don't like the idea of Clara getting her hooks in you. I don't either, but it's 2 years at most. We'll keep our cool and put up with her. It's not like she's going to live with us. He shuddered. Nah. A thought hit her. Angus missed his family. She'd always wanted to live in Scotland. Could we get married in Scotland? His lips parted with small intake of breath. You'd be okay with that? Penelope could see the joy in his eyes. It'd almost be like a wedding present. The only close family I have is Paige. As long as she can come, I'd like that. You'd live with me there, wouldn't you? He asked, his voice low and husky. She nodded. I would. Angus swallowed hard. I love you, Penelope Cooper. It was late, and they'd be tired in the morning, but they sat in front of the fireplace well into the night, talking and kissing. Chapter 50. Angus stretched awake. It was still pitch black outside, but he'd enjoyed mornings with Penelope the past week. He didn't even mind sharing her with the crew the day she made them breakfast. It was strange with the other women gone. Zora and Amber had given tearful reasons as to why they'd lied. Zora about being a nurse and Amber about being single. Not only was Amber not single, but she was engaged. She'd come on the show as a way to get an in with directors to boost her acting career. The show was going to air the exes coming back and use their tearful confessions, and that would be the second to last episode. According to Barb and social media, the only reason anyone was watching the show anymore was because of him and Penelope. Jeannie knew about him and Penelope. He'd expected a face-to-face with Jeannie to be uncomfortable, but surprisingly, she'd taken it well. They'd talked for a while. She was still a fan, but she agreed there was no chemistry between them. Before they were done speaking, she even admitted she was talking to Ray again. That relationship wasn't as done as she initially thought. It made Angus feel better with how things ended. The whole conversation was taped, and it would be aired in the hour-long finale. She'd gone home the next day. It was early, the sun was just coming up, and he could already smell Penelope's cooking floating through the air. It was mouth-watering. Angus threw the covers off, swung his legs over the side of the bed, and strolled to the kitchen. Penelope's face lit up, and he couldn't keep the smile from spreading on his lips. He'd waited a long time for someone to look at him like that. Good morning. He slid his arms around her waist and kissed her cheek. Would you finally like some coffee? I can't forgive the creamer yet. Hot tea maybe? Sure. Angus understood her reluctance. While he made tea, she finished breakfast, and they sat next to each other at the island. It made for a boring show, but he loved the idea of life with her. To him, boring was incredible. He covered her hand with his and squeezed it. I'm sorry I have to wait to give you the engagement ring. Penelope shrugged. Barb had a point. I mean, the people tuning in to watch the show would want to be there for that. Doesn't mean I don't want to see it on your finger. It's not like I'm going to change my mind. Angus leaned in. Are you sure? Positive. Just double-checking before I ask tomorrow. She palmed his cheek. I still think it's nuts, but the answer will be the same, yes. What's a life together without a little adventure? Besides, you know me. The important things. The big things. All the other little bits would have to come with living together anyway. Penelope smiled. That's true. Still, doesn't mean it isn't scary. Are you the least bit nervous? Nah. We live, we love, we fight, we make up, and make love. It repeats until we're old, gray, and wrinkled. Penelope gave him a soft kiss on the lips. I can handle that. Angus took a deep breath and pressed his forehead to hers. I've told my family. Have you told Paige? Yeah. That didn't sound happy. Penelope leaned back. Paige thinks she knows me because we're twins, but she doesn't. I know her, but she never took the time to get to know me more than superficially. She loves that I can take care of her when she's broken-hearted, stay at the house when she's in town, or any of the other myriad of things I can do for her. Getting me on this show wasn't done for me. It was done for her because she thought it would be funny. Paige loves, but her love is selfish. Yeah. She doesn't do it deliberately. It's not meant to be mean or self-centered, but it is. I've tried to tell her, but she doesn't see it. Will she make things hard on you? The corner of Penelope's mouth quirked up. She'll get on board or get left at the airport. Maybe she won't give you grief. Maybe. I need to warn you. She likes to pretend to be me. If you ever get a funny feeling, make sure you ask something that only the two of us know. His mouth dropped open. She wouldn't. Penelope nodded. Once in high school and twice in college. I really liked a guy in high school, and he finally asked me out. He was supposed to pick me up on a Friday for a movie. She convinced him to change the time and took my place. I thought he'd stood me up. I was so hurt and furious. He had no idea why, and then Paige told me. She said she was keeping me from getting my heart broken because he was a player. He wasn't. I love her, but I don't trust her. What's something she wouldn't know? She grinned and whispered next to his ear, I have a tattoo on my hip, and she's never seen it. His pulse jumped as his gaze dropped to her hip. He wanted to see that tattoo. Would she think you'd do something like that? She shook her head. No. I'm careful, boring, and simple. There's no way practical Penelope would ever do that. I'll remember that. Angus pulled her close. You are not boring or simple. Not to me. Angus? The sound of a familiar voice came from the front of the house. Finn? He looked at Penelope. Go. I'll put the dishes away, she said. He kissed her cheek and walked to the great room. Hey. Angus shook Finn's hand. What are you doing here so early? His friend shrugged. This is when my flight got in and I could get a ride here. How are you? I'm good. How are you, Chief? Angus grinned. I'm great. Did Barb tell you anything? Finn shook his head. Not a word. So, what happened? Did you pick Amber? That lass is gorgeous. Angus made a face. Of course, Finn wouldn't have watched the show. No, I didn't pick Amber. Finn blinked. Jeannie or Zora, then? No way. Penelope. What? Finn's face scrunched up. Her. She's my heart. You had 3 beautiful women to choose from, and you picked her? Angus looked over his shoulder toward the kitchen. I had 4 beautiful women to choose from, and I picked her because she was beautiful all the way through. Finn sat down hard on the couch. Angus, you can do better. Angus couldn't understand why he was being so contrary. Mate, there is no better. Once you get to know her, you'll understand. She's kind, caring, gentle, sweet, and loving. She's so much more than long legs and great assets. Penelope loves me for me. And you can't find that with long legs and great assets? Come on, Angus, she's just average. Angus sat in the oversized leather chair next to Finn. I'm telling you I love her, and you're not happy for me? When I told you I loved Clara, you were excited, and look what she did to me. How she treated me. Penelope cares about me and not my money or fame. Smiling, Finn eyed Angus. I see what this is. You did it to win her over and get your career back. You're trying to make things look good, and you think I'll blow it if I know the truth. Finn. I'm in love with her. I've asked her to marry me. This isn't a joke or an act. He blinked. So, you're serious? She's even willing to live with me in Scotland. Can you imagine? Being around my family? Taran? I've missed my kin. Finn stood and shook his head. Angus, are you sure about this? You were so adamant about staying single. Our plan was to use this to remake your image, not for you to find a wife. Angus stood and faced off with him. Are you going to be happy for me? I guess. I just need time to process it. I left for a few weeks, and the next thing I know, you're engaged. It's a lot to take in. Especially when it's some dog groomer, and I know you can do better. Angus worked his jaw as his eyes narrowed. You get to processing, then, because if you say anything to hurt her, I'll knock your teeth in. I'm serious, Finn. You'll watch your tongue. Finn held up his hands in defeat. I'll watch it. I promise. Angus couldn't gauge what Finn was thinking. They'd known each other so long that they were more like family than friends. Good. I don't want to pick between the two of you. And so you know, it would be her. I get it. Give me a little time. Okay? Finn looked at the floor. Do you want to meet her? Maybe get to know her? Sure, Angus. Angus studied Finn a moment. There was something off about his best mate. Why wasn't the man happy for him? Angus had found love and contentment. He understood it was sudden, but he'd lived with Penelope for 12 weeks. He'd gotten to know her and her heart. She was the one, and he knew it. Finn gave him a strange feeling. Whether it was not seeing him in 3 months or what, he didn't know, but things were going to change. Angus was done with Finn's antics. Chapter 51. Are you ready? Barb asked. Penelope's eyes glittered with mischief. Absolutely. I'm getting engaged on national television. Among other things. Darling, I knew I liked you. She wrung her hands. Are you sure everything else is ready? Barb lifted an eyebrow. Oh yeah. It'll go the way I planned, or someone's going to find themselves unemployed and blackballed. Penelope nodded. Did the lawyer agree? He sure did. How about the other thing? Barb cupped her shoulders. Stop worrying. This is going to work. Penelope nodded and smoothed her dress again. She'd paced nervously in her room for most of the day. Twice Angus had asked to see her, and she'd feigned getting ready. She was afraid he'd figure out what was going on, and Penelope wasn't sure he could keep it to himself. Vincent called her name, and she put a shaky hand on the door. Take a deep breath, darling. Keep your cool, Barb said. Penelope took one last look at Barb, pasted on a smile, and walked out. She waved at the camera as she walked to Vincent and noted that Finn stood off to the side, away from the camera. Penelope Cooper. Look at you. You look radiant, Vincent said. Thank you. He smiled for the camera. Well, this was like Cinderella and Romeo and Juliet all rolled into one. I guess. What made you come around to our dashing bachelor? He's not what I thought he was. Angus is sweet and kind. Ah, that's great. Vincent's teeth were so white they nearly blinded her. Let's get Angus out here. Angus MacLachlan, would you join us? Angus walked in, and Penelope's mouth went dry. She hadn't forgotten how beautiful he was, but she had forgotten how good he looked in a tux. He joined her but stood on the other side of Vincent. So, Angus, it seems you found Mrs. MacLachlan. I have. Angus shot a glance at Penelope and smiled. She needed to keep it together. The combination of nerves and adrenaline made her heart race and her palms sweat like she'd had a million energy drinks. Barb slipped into the great room and stayed close to the wall. She caught Penelope's gaze and nodded slightly. The front door opened, and Clara came gliding in. Her gaze immediately landed on Angus. Starting the party without me? Clara had a bandage over her nose with blue and purple bruises peeking out. Vincent looked at the cameraman and made a slashing motion against his throat. The cameraman looked at Barb, who shook her head no. You weren't invited for a reason, Angus spat. That's not the way to be. After all, I am your agent, and I'm entitled to be anywhere you are. What's going on, Angus? Vincent asked. With a wickedly sweet smile, Clara said, we need a moment, if you don't mind, Vincent. Why don't you run along, and we'll call if we need you. Vincent glanced from her to Angus to Barb. Barb nodded and winked. Okay. He left with a puzzled look on his face. What are you doing here, Clara? Asked Angus. I couldn't miss the last show, my Angus. Angus's face turned as red as his hair. I am not your Angus. We are done. Let's not fight. Besides, I didn't come here for you. I came for her. Clara leveled her gaze at Penelope. You do remember I owe you, right? Are you sure? I distinctly remember you were the one giving out change. Penelope grinned. Barb rolled her lips in, but there was no hiding the snickering. Clara clenched her jaw. Let's see how smug you are when I'm done tonight. What are you talking about? Angus asked. Clara leveled her eyes at Angus. I had our contract checked out again. Seems you forgot a clause. Angus narrowed his eyes. What clause? The clause that says you have to remain single for the duration of our contract. We were together during our contract. That's different. I was choosing not to enforce it then, but I must insist on enforcing it now. There was nothing like that in the contract I signed. Angus growled. Clara leaned back. Don't believe me? She dug in her bag and pulled out an envelope. How about you check that over and get back to me? In the meantime, this engagement is over. Penelope, you should pack your bags and go home. Oh, and you'll be hearing from my lawyer. I don't care if I win the case. I only care about ruining you financially. Your lawyer is probably going to be too busy trying to keep you out of prison, Penelope said. Clara threw her head back and cackled. It was so cliché that Penelope chuckled with her. What's going on? Angus asked Penelope. Penelope palmed Angus's cheek. Be patient and trust me. Okay? Angus nodded, but the puzzled look on his face remained. Clara rolled her eyes. I've got his contract. I've followed it. There is nothing to go to prison for. Penelope tilted her head. Really? She nodded, and Barb walked over and handed her a large file. See, I kept wondering how you could get away with so much. It must have been the accountant in me that simply didn't buy what you were selling. I've dealt with snakes like you. They all have one thing in common. Confidence and the honest belief that they'll never get caught. Clara lifted an eyebrow and pursed her lips. You've got nothing. Actually, I've got everything. For a second, fear flashed in Clara's eyes, but she quickly recovered. You see, I thought it was odd that your contract with Angus was so tight that there was no way out. It's a service contract, which means he's your client. The way you treated him, though, was more like he was your indentured servant. That didn't sit well with me. They had a lawyer look at it. That contract is solid. You're right. They did have a lawyer look at it, but let's stop with the contract for a moment. We'll come back to it later. Clara looked at the cameraman. Turn that stupid thing off. Barb nodded, and the man shut down the camera. What Clara didn't know was that they'd parked cameras other places, and those were still running. Penelope continued. When I got poisoned with Mexican tea oil and then my insulin was switched out, it dawned on me that those stalker letters only changed in tone when Angus began hanging around me. I got sick twice. I nearly died the second time. It made me curious as to where you traveled in the days prior to those incidents. Clara shook her head. I don't have to listen to these lies. She turned, and two of the crew members stopped her. I think you'll want to hear the rest. Fine. It's not like you have anything. Clara turned and faced her. You traveled to Mexico right before my creamer was poisoned, and you were in Hawaii around that time. You were also in Montana the week my insulin was switched. That's a coincidence. Penelope nodded. Okay, we'll go with that. Clara crossed her arms over her chest. The woman had confidence in spades. What else? You made Angus sick. You exhausted him, and it was only to make him suffer. I didn't like that. So? He belongs to me. I've got the contract to prove it. Penelope slipped her hand into Angus's. No, he doesn't. He's free of you. Lines creased on Angus's forehead, and his gaze became intense. What? I'm sorry. I wish I didn't have to tell you this. Penelope chewed her bottom lip and then directed her attention back to Clara. You got careless. Barb had a friend in the transportation department do a little digging. Imagine our surprise when you were captured coming in and out of the P.O. box business where each of the stalker letters came from. I bet that 100-mile trek each way was a killer. Clara blanched. Penelope held up a finger. Oh, but that's not the best part. A tall, burly man in an expensive-looking suit came walking into the great room. I'd like you to meet Paul W. Greer, Esquire. He has a lovely law practice in Atlanta, Georgia, and when we asked him for a second opinion on this contract, he said it has been null and void for the last 2 years. Since the day you began representing your good friend Timothy Gallows. She lifted an eyebrow. And that lawyer feeding Angus lies this whole time? He's having a long conversation with the fine officers of the Los Angeles Police Department. I also hear he'll be having a meet and greet with the California State Bar about his law license. Angus inhaled sharply and looked dazed. What? And then, to top off all the horrible things you'd done, you roped his best friend into helping you. Penelope looked at Finn. You should be ashamed. He trusted you, and you let this woman hurt him over and over again. Angus blinked as his gaze landed on Finn. Finn? I don't know what she's talking about, Finn said, taking a step back as he held his hands up. I wasn't helping Clara. Well, with the documentation, pictures, and statements I have in this file, I'm sure the district attorney in California will be happy to discuss with you the definition of aiding and abetting in an attempted murder. Because you helped her with getting my insulin switched out, which nearly killed me. An officer took Finn by the arm, and he flinched. Penelope walked to Clara. Not only are you going to prison, but you're going to spend the rest of your life compensating Angus for the breach of contract and paying him back for all the money you stole from him. She smiled. And also, you didn't pay your taxes for the last 4 years. That wonderful accountant you had didn't file your taxes, and all that money you paid him bought him a lovely home and memorable vacations. He's getting a visit from the IRS, and so are you. 2 more officers walked up behind Clara and took her by the arms. Penelope grinned. Let's see how you like getting your wings pulled off, jailbait. The satisfaction of seeing Clara carted off by the police made Penelope's heart dance. Angus was free. He could continue acting, or not. They could be together without interference from Clara. Angus had given Penelope back her voice and had shown her she was worthy to be loved and loved well. Giving him this was the best thing she could have hoped for, aside from spending her life with him. Chapter 52. Angus walked to the couch and sat down hard with his head in his hands. His heart hammered in his chest, and his thoughts were muddled. Shock. He was in complete and absolute shock. He'd heard every word that came out of Penelope's mouth, but it seemed too good to be true. Freedom from Clara. He was numb. He'd spent years controlled by her. Wanting to get away and live his life without her around. Free. No more waiting for the next hammer to drop. No more cruel tricks or dealing with her hate. He was actually free. His head began to swim, and the headache that had been building thumped behind his eyes. Penelope knelt in front of him. I'm so sorry about Finn, and if you hate me, I understand. I couldn't let her keep hurting you. I'm free, he whispered. Yeah, you are. Are you sure? Penelope directed his attention to the lawyer behind her. Mr. Greer walked up to them. Yes, Mr. MacLachlan, that contract wasn't worth a dime. The moment Ms. Brighton began representing Timothy Gallows, she was in breach of the exclusivity clause. She was to be your exclusive agent. If you want, I'll handle it and any subsequent lawsuits should you wish to proceed with any. Angus nodded. I'm really free. Mr. Greer smiled. Oh yeah. You can do whatever you want now. He pressed his palm to his forehead. I've got a headache. Penelope took his face in her hands. You look like you need to lie down for a bit. She dropped her hands as they stood, and he leaned on her. My head really hurts. With her help, he stumbled to his room and sat on the bed. It shouldn't have been such a shock. He shouldn't have reacted the way he did, but he'd lived under Clara's thumb for so long that the idea of being free was almost impossible to comprehend. He stretched out on the bed and covered his eyes with his arm. Angus, here, Penelope said as she moved his arm to place a cold washcloth over his eyes. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to upset you. He choked on a laugh and pulled the rag off, squinting at her. Upset me? Finn was helping her. I should have seen it. He was always pushing me to her, and he was trying to push me away from you the moment he got here. Barb walked in with a glass of water and aspirin. He leaned up and tossed the pills back, took a gulp of water, and handed the glass back. Thanks. Penelope smiled at her. Barb winked and left. Lie back down. Penelope covered his eyes with the rag again. This was a lot to deal with. I'm going to go and let you rest. Please stay. Angus slid his arm around her waist. Okay. I'm in shock. He pulled the rag away again and sat up. How did you do that? She shrugged. I don't know. I love you, and seeing her hurt you didn't work for me. Barb and I hatched a plan about a week ago after she did her little stunt with Tom. Barb got a second opinion, and we dug until we knew she'd get what was coming to her. I can't believe you did it. Once we knew about the contract, we knew there would be more. He palmed his forehead and grimaced. We can talk later. Thank you, Penelope. I don't know how I'll ever be able to thank you enough. He dropped back on the bed. Penelope took the rag from his hands and laid it over his eyes again. She glanced at the cameraman and bent down with her lips next to his ear. I have a few ideas, but if it's okay with you, I'd like to wait until we're married. Angus grinned. Now stop talking, or your headache is never going to go away. I love you, Penelope Cooper. He tugged her to him, and she rested her head on his chest. I love you more than anything on this earth. Angus took a deep breath. Eventually, his headache eased enough that he dozed off. When he woke up, he was alone, and his door was shut. His first thought was to rush out and find Penelope, but he wanted to change clothes first. Once he was dressed in jeans and a pullover, he set off for the back patio. The second he stepped out of his room, Barb stopped him. You feeling okay? Better than I have in years. She smiled. You have a girl to propose to. We're going to film it. I like the idea of the two of you nestled together. I thought your fans might too. I know it's invasive, but if we don't give them an ending, we might have a mob. Angus nodded. I know. I don't mind so much, and I don't think she does either. She knows what I do for a living. She's not going to try to make me choose. I can love her and acting. I'll just love her more. I knew you were smart. Will you be my agent again? Barb cocked an eyebrow. I'm a producer now. Angus turned on his best pout. Please. She rolled her eyes. Let me think about it. All jokes aside. You should know up front that she'll come first. My decisions will all be made with her in mind. Barb cast her gaze to the floor and nodded. I said let me think about it. But you'll do it. She winked. Go finish this show. He said and set off for Penelope with the camera crew following him. He stopped at the door as his gaze landed on her. She was asleep on the patio, curled up in a chair with a blanket pulled around her. He stood and watched her for a moment. For the life of him, he couldn't remember ever seeing a woman more beautiful than her. Chapter 53. Penelope's eyes flew open the moment her body began lifting out of the chair. After Angus had fallen asleep, she'd changed clothes and sat outside in front of the fireplace. I think I fell asleep, she said. Angus kissed her forehead. You did. He put his lips to her ear. They're filming. Just so you know. She nodded, and when they stopped moving, Angus was holding her, and she was sitting in his lap. What time is it? About 6 in the evening. I think we were both tired. She chuckled. You were in shock, and I went from wired to barely able to hold my head up. Angus smoothed her hair back. I know I've already said thank you, but from the bottom of my heart, thank you. Palming the side of his face, she said, you don't have to keep saying it. I know. He inhaled deeply and then let it out slowly. So much sorrow ebbed from him. I can't believe Finn helped her. He was more like a brother than a friend. She placed the flat of her hand on his chest. I'm so sorry. Did you and Barb work together? He asked as he tilted his head. When I returned from the hospital, I asked Barb about the contract. That's when we started working on it. After Clara pushed you so hard, I was determined to get you away from her. Angus nodded. She combed her fingers through the end of his hair, wrapping a lock around her finger. You were so sick that first day. And then when you talked to Clara after that thing with Tom, it was like you were walking around with the world on your shoulders. Clara had to go. She'd meddled long enough. He tightened his hold on her and kissed her. After we're married, I'm going to need at least a week to give you a proper thank you. I'm pretty sure I deserve at least 2 weeks. Angus chuckled. I wholeheartedly agree. Oh. He dug in his coat pocket and pulled out a box. Her heart fluttered as he opened it. Inside was a beautiful yet simple diamond ring. This little ring has been in my family for years. Duff was supposed to give it to Annis, but she didn't want a diamond. She wanted a simple wedding band. So, it passed to me. It was my great-grandmother's. It's so delicate and pretty. Like you. Angus took the ring out of the box. Penelope Cooper, will you marry me? Yes. 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 The moment the ring was snug on her finger, she threw her arms around his neck and kissed him. I love you. Big wedding or small? Small. Fancy or plain? Plain, but pretty. 12 weeks? Seems about our speed. He plunged his hand into her hair and kissed her. Her heart hammered in her chest at the thought of getting married in 12 weeks. To anyone else, it would be nothing short of impossible, but with Angus, it was almost too long. Would you be okay if we stayed a while when we get to Scotland? Angus asked. We can stay as long as you want. He pressed his forehead against hers. Thank you, Penelope. My assistant manager has wanted to buy my business for a few years now. She'll jump at the chance. As long as we can take George, we can stay forever. Angus hugged her and buried his face in her neck. You keep doing things for me, and I feel I'm doing nothing for you. Promise to do the dishes, cook at least once a week, and make love to me every night. He leaned back and grinned. Is that all? Depends on how good a cook you are. And the last one? Well, if you aren't any good at the last one, we'll work on it until you are. Angus's laugh was low and throaty. When he looked at her, his eyes twinkled. My bonny lass. You and I are going to have a lot of fun. I have a feeling we are. Penelope balled his shirt in her fists and brought his lips down to hers. He'd love her, and she'd love him. It was a deal sealed with a kiss. This has been Mending the Billionaire movie star. Written by Bree Livingston. Copyright 2019.